Contents and Introductory Note of Prefaces and Prologues to Famous Books. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. Prefaces and Prologues to Famous Books, edited by Charles W. Eliot. Contents. Title: Prologue and Epilogues to the Recueil of the Histories of Troy, William Caxton. Epilogue to Dictes and Sayings of the Philosophers, William Caxton. Prologue to Golden Legend, William Caxton. Prologue to Caton, William Caxton. Epilogue to Aesop, William Caxton. Proem to Chaucer's Canterbury Tales, William Caxton. Prologue to Malory's King Arthur, William Caxton. Prologue to Virgil's Aeneados, William Caxton. Dedication of The Institutes of the Christian Religion, John Calvin, translated by John Allen. Dedication of The Revolutions of the Heavenly Bodies, Nicolaus Copernicus. Preface to the History of the Reformation in Scotland, John Knox. Prefatory Letter to Sir Walter Raleigh on the Faerie Queen, Edmund Spenser. Preface to the History of the World, Sir Walter Raleigh. Proemium, Epistle Dedicatory, Preface and Plan of the Instauratio Magna, etc. Francis Bacon. Translation edited by J. Spedding. Preface to the Novum Organum, Francis Bacon. Preface to the first folio edition of Shakespeare's plays, Heminge and Condell. Preface to the Philosophiae Naturalis Principia Mathematica, Sir Isaac Newton, translated by Andrew Mott. Preface to Fables Ancient and Modern, John Dryden. Preface to Joseph Andrews, Henry Fielding. Preface to The English Dictionary, Samuel Johnson. Preface to Shakespeare, Samuel Johnson. Introduction to the Propylaeon, Johann Wolfgang von Goethe. Prefaces to various volumes of poems, William Wordsworth. Appendix to Lyrical Ballads, William Wordsworth. Essay supplementary to Preface, William Wordsworth. Preface to Cromwell, Victor Hugo. Preface to Leaves of Grass, Walt Whitman. Introduction to the History of English Literature, Hippolyte Adolphe Taine. Introductory Note. No part of a book is so intimate as the preface. Here, after the long labour of the work is over, the author descends from his platform, and speaks with his reader as man to man, disclosing his hopes and fears, seeking sympathy for his difficulties, offering defence or defiance, according to his temper, against the criticisms which he anticipates. It thus happens that a personality which has been veiled by a formal method throughout many chapters is suddenly seen face to face in the Preface; and this alone, if there were no other reason, would justify a volume of prefaces. But there are other reasons why a preface may be presented apart from its parent work, and may indeed be expected sometimes to survive it. The prologues and epilogues of Caxton were chiefly prefixed to translations which have long been superseded. But the comments of this frank and enthusiastic pioneer of the art of printing in England not only tell us of his personal tastes, but are in a high degree illuminative of the literary habits and standards of Western Europe in the 15th century. Again, modern research has long ago put Raleigh's History of the World out of date, but his eloquent preface still gives us a rare picture of the attitude of an intelligent Elizabethan, of the generation which colonised America, toward the past, the present, and the future worlds. Bacon's Great Restoration is no longer a guide to scientific method, but his prefatory statements as to his objects and hopes still offer a lofty inspiration. And so with the documents here drawn from the folios of Copernicus and Calvin, with the criticism of Dryden and Wordsworth and Hugo, with Dr. Johnson's preface to his great dictionary, with the astounding manifesto of a new poetry from Walt Whitman's Leaves of Grass, each of them has a value and significance independent now of the work which it originally introduced. And each of them presents to us a man. End of introductory note. Recording by Martin Geeson in Haslemere, Surrey. Section 1 of Prefaces and Prologues to Famous Books. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. Prefaces and Prologues to Famous Books, edited by Charles W. Eliot. Title, Prologue and Epilogues to the Recueil of the Histories of Troy. Epilogue to Dictes and Sayings of the Philosophers. Prologue to Golden Legend, and Prologue to Caton. The Recueil of the Histories of Troy. Footnote: William Caxton, query 1422 to 1491, merchant and translator, learned the art of printing on the Continent, probably at Bruges or Cologne. He translated the Recueil of the Histories of Troy between 1469 and 1471, and on account of the great demand for copies, was led to have it printed, the first English book to be reproduced by this means. The date was about 1474, the place probably Bruges. In 1476 Caxton came back to England, and set up a press of his own at Westminster. In 1477 he issued the first book known to have been printed in England, the Dictes and Sayings of the Philosophers. The following prefaces and epilogues from Caxton's own pen show his attitude towards some of the more important of the works that issued from his press. Title and Prologue to Book I. Here beginneth the volume entitled and named The Recuyell of the Histories of Troy, composed and drawn out of divers books of Latin into French, by the right venerable person and worshipful man, Raoul Lefebvre, priest and chaplain unto the right noble, glorious, and mighty prince in his time, Philip, Duke of Burgundy, of Brabant, etc., in the year of the incarnation of our Lord God 1464, and translated and drawn out of French into English by William Caxton, mercer of the city of London, at the commandment of the right high, mighty, and virtuous princess, his redoubted lady Margaret, by the grace of God, Duchess of Burgundy, of Lotrilk, of Brabant, etc. Which said translation and work was begun in Bruges, in the county of Flanders, the 1st day of March, the year of the incarnation of our said Lord God 1468, and ended and finished in the holy city of Cologne, the 19th day of September, the year of our said Lord God 1460 etc. And on that other side of this leaf followeth the prologue. When I remember that every man is bounden by the commandment and counsel of the wise man to eschew sloth and idleness, which is mother and nourisher of vices, and ought to put myself into virtuous occupation and business, then I, having no great charge of occupation, following the said counsel, took a French book, and read therein many strange and marvellous histories, wherein I had great pleasure and delight, as well for the novelty of the same, as for the fair language of French, which was in prose so well and compendiously set and written, which methought I understood the sentence and substance of every matter. And forsomuch as this book was new and late made and drawn into French, and never had seen it in our English tongue, I thought in myself it should be a good business to translate it into our English, to the end that it might be had as well in the realm of England as in other lands, and also for to pass therewith the time, and thus concluded in myself to begin this said work. And forthwith took pen and ink, and began boldly to run forth as blind Bayard in this present work, which is named The Recuyell of the Trojan Histories. And afterward, when I remembered myself of my simpleness and unperfectness that I had in both languages, that is to wit, in French and in English, for in France was I never, and I was born and learned my English in Kent, in the Weald, where I doubt not is spoken as broad and rude English as in any place of England, and have continued by the space of 30 years for the most part in the counties of Brabant, Flanders, Holland, and Zealand. And thus, when all these things came before me, after that I had made and written 5 or 6 quires, I fell in despair of this work, and purposed no more to have continued therein, and those quires laid apart, and in 2 years after laboured no more in this work, and was fully in will to have left it, till on a time it fortuned that the right high, excellent, and right virtuous princess, my right redoubted lady, my Lady Margaret, by the grace of God sister unto the King of England and of France, my sovereign lord, Duchess of Burgundy, of Lotrilk, of Brabant, of Limburg, and of Luxembourg, Countess of Flanders, of Artois, and of Burgundy, Palatine of Hainault, of Holland, of Zealand, and of Namur, Marquess of the Holy Empire, Lady of Frisia, of Salins, and of Mechlin, sent for me to speak with her good grace of divers matters, among the which I let her Highness have knowledge of the foresaid beginning of this work, which anon commanded me to show the said 5 or 6 quires to her said grace. And when she had seen them anon, she found a default in my English, which she commanded me to amend, and moreover commanded me straitly to continue and make an end of the residue then not translated, whose dreadful commandment I durst in no wise disobey, because I am a servant unto her said grace, and receive of her yearly fee, and other many good and great benefits, and also hope many more to receive of her Highness, but forthwith went and laboured in the said translation after my simple and poor cunning, also nigh as I can following my author, meekly beseeching the bounteous Highness of my said lady, that of her benevolence list to accept and take in grey this simple and rude work here following, and if there be anything written or said to her pleasure, I shall think my labour well employed, and whereas there is default, that she arret it to the simpleness of my cunning, which is full small in this behalf, and require and pray all them that shall read this said work to correct it, and to hold me excused of the rude and simple translation. And thus I end my prologue. Epilogue to Book 2. Thus endeth the second book of the Recuyell of the Histories of Troy, which books were late translated into French out of Latin by the labour of the venerable person Raoul Lefevre, priest, as afore is said, and by me indigne and unworthy translated into this rude English by the commandment of my said redoubted lady, Duchess of Burgundy. And forasmuch as I suppose the said 2 books be not had before this time in our English language, therefore I had the better will to accomplish this said work, which work was begun in Bruges, and continued in Ghent, and finished in Cologne, in the time of the troublous world, and of the great divisions being and reigning, as well in the realms of England and France as in all the other places, universally through the world, that is to wit, the year of our Lord 1471. And as for the third book, which treateth of the general and last destruction of Troy, it needeth not to translate it into English, forasmuch as that worshipful and religious man, Dan John Lidgett, monk of Bury, did translate it but late, after whose work I fear to take upon me, that am not worthy to bear his penner and inkhorn after him, to meddle me in that work. But yet, forasmuch as I am bound to contemplate my said lady's good grace, and also that his work is in rhyme, and as far as I know it is not had in prose in our tongue, and also, peradventure, he translated after some other author than this is, and yet forasmuch as divers men be of divers desires, some to read in rhyme and metre, and some in prose, and also because that I have now good leisure, being in Cologne, and have none other thing to do at this time, in eschewing of idleness, mother of all vices, I have deliberated in myself for the contemplation of my said redoubted lady to take this labour in hand, by the sufferance and help of Almighty God, whom I meekly supplie to give me grace to accomplish it to the pleasure of her that is causer thereof, and that she receive it in grey of me, her faithful, true, and most humble servant, etc. Epilogue to Book 3. Thus end I this book, which I have translated after mine author as nigh as God hath given me cunning, to whom be given the laud and praising. And forasmuch as in the writing of the same my pen is worn, my hand weary and not steadfast, mine eye dimmed with overmuch looking on the white paper, and my courage not so prone and ready to labour as it hath been, and that age creepeth on me daily and feebleth all the body, and also because I have promised to divers gentlemen and to my friends to address to them as hastily as I might this said book, therefore have I practised and learned at my great charge and dispense to ordain this said book in print, after the manner and form as ye may here see, and is not written with pen and ink as other books be, to the end that every man may have them at once. For all the books of this story, named the Recuyell of the Histories of Troy, thus imprinted as ye here see, were begun in one day, and also finished in one day. Which book I have presented to my said redoubted lady, as afore is said. And she hath well accepted it, and largely rewarded me, whereof I beseech Almighty God to reward her everlasting bliss after this life, praying her said grace and all them that shall read this book not to disdain the simple and rude work, neither to reply against the saying of the matters touched in this book, though it accord not unto the translation of others which have written it. For divers men have made divers books, which in all points accord not, as Dictes, Dares, and Homer. For Dictes and Homer, as Greeks, say and write favourably for the Greeks, and give to them more worship than to the Trojans. And Dares writeth otherwise than they do. And also, as for the proper names, it is no wonder that they accord not, for some one name in these days have divers equivocations after the countries that they dwell in. But all accord in conclusion the general destruction of that noble city of Troy, and the death of so many noble princes, as kings, dukes, earls, barons, knights, and common people, and the ruin irreparable of that city, that never since was re-edified. Which may be example to all men during the world, how dreadful and jeopardous it is to begin a war, and what harms, losses, and death followeth. Therefore the Apostle saith, all that is written to our doctrine. Which doctrine for the common weal I beseech God may be taken in such place and time as shall be most needful in increasing of peace, love, and charity, which grant us he that suffered for the same to be crucified on the rude tree. And say we all Amen for charity. Dictes and Sayings of the Philosophers, First edition, 1477. Epilogue. Here endeth the book named the Dictes or Sayings of the Philosophers, imprinted by me, William Caxton, at Westminster, the year of our Lord 1477, which book is late translated out of French into English by the noble and puissant Lord Antony, Earl of Rivers, Lord of Scales and of the Isle of Wight, defender and director of the Siege Apostolic for our Holy Father the Pope in this realm of England, and governor of my Lord Prince of Wales. And it is so that at such time as he had accomplished this said work, it liked him to send it to me in certain quires to oversee, which forthwith I saw, and found therein many great, notable, and wise sayings of the philosophers, according unto the books made in French, which I had often before read, but certainly I had seen none in English until that time. And so afterward I came unto my said Lord, and told him how I had read and seen his book, and that he had done a meritorious deed in the labour of the translation thereof into our English tongue, wherein he had deserved a singular laud and thanks, etc. Then my said Lord desired me to oversee it, and where I should find fault to correct it. Whereon I answered unto his lordship that I could not amend it, but if I should so presume I might appare it, for it was right well and cunningly made, and translated into right good and fair English. Notwithstanding, he willed me to oversee it, and showed me divers things which, as seemed to him, might be left out, as divers letters, missives sent from Alexander to Darius and Aristotle, and each to other, which letters were little appurtenant unto dictes and sayings aforesaid, forasmuch as they specify of other matters. And also desired me, that done, to put the said book in imprint. And thus obeying his request and commandment, I have put me in devoir to oversee this his said book, and behold as nigh as I could how it accordeth with the original, being in French. And I find nothing discordant therein, save only in the dictes and sayings of Socrates, wherein I find that my said Lord hath left out certain and divers conclusions touching women, whereof I marvel that my Lord hath not written them, ne what hath moved him so to do, ne what cause he had at that time. But I suppose that some fair lady hath desired him to leave it out of his book, or else he was amorous on some noble lady, for whose love he would not set it in his book, or else for the very affection, love, and good will that he hath unto all ladies and gentlewomen, he thought that Socrates spared the sooth, and wrote of women more than truth, which I cannot think that so true a man and so noble a philosopher as Socrates was, should write otherwise than truth. For if he had made fault in writing of women, he ought not, ne should not, be believed in his other dictes and sayings. But I perceive that my said Lord knoweth verily that such defaults be not bad, ne found in the women born and dwelling in these parts ne regions of the world. Socrates was a Greek, born in a far country from hence, which country is of all other conditions than this is, and men and women of other nature than they be here in this country. For I wot well, of whatsoever condition women be in Greece, the women of this country be right good, wise, pleasant, humble, discreet, sober, chaste, obedient to their husbands, true, secret, steadfast, ever busy and never idle, attemperate in speaking, and virtuous in all their works, or at least should be so. For which cause is so evident, my said Lord, as I suppose, thought it was not of necessity to set in his book the sayings of his author Socrates touching women. But forasmuch as I had commandment of my said Lord to correct and amend where I should find fault, and other find I none, save that he hath left out these dictes and sayings of the women of Greece, therefore in accomplishing his commandment, forasmuch as I am not certain whether it was in my Lord's copy or not, or else peradventure that the wind had blown over the leaf at the time of the translation of his book, I purpose to write those same sayings of the Greek Socrates, which wrote of the women of Greece, and nothing of them of this realm, whom I suppose he never knew. For if he had, I dare plainly say that he would have reserved them specially in his said dictes, always not presuming to put and set them in my said lord's book, but in the end apart, in the rehearsal of the works, humbly requiring all them that shall read this little rehearsal, that if they find any fault, to arret it to Socrates, and not to me, which writeth as hereafter followeth. Socrates said that women be the apparels to catch men, but they take none but them that will be poor, or else them that know them not. And he said that there is none so great impediment unto a man as ignorance and women. And he saw a woman that bare fire, of whom he said that the hotter bore the colder. And he saw a woman sick, of whom he said that the evil resteth and dwelleth with the evil. And he saw a woman brought to the justice, and many other women followed her weeping, of whom he said, the evil be sorry and angry, because the evil shall perish. And he saw a young maid that learned to write, of whom he said that men multiplied evil upon evil. And he said that the ignorance of a man is known in 3 things, that is to wit, when he hath no thought to use reason, when he cannot refrain his covetise, and when he is governed by the counsel of women, in that he knoweth that they know not. And he said unto his disciples, Will ye that I enseign and teach you how ye shall now escape from all evil? And they answered, Yea. And then he said to them, For whatsoever thing that it be, keep you and be well ware that ye obey not women. Who answered to him again, And what sayest thou by our good mothers, and of our sisters? He said to them, Suffice you with that I have said to you, for all be semblable in malice. And he said, Whosoever will acquire and get science, let him never put him in the governance of a woman. And he saw a woman that made her fresh and gay, to whom he said, Thou resemblest the fire, for the more wood is laid to the fire, the more will it burn, and the greater is the heat. And on a time one asked him what him seemed of women. He answered, that the women resemble a tree called Edelfla, which is the fairest tree to behold and see that may be, but within it is full of venom. And they said to him and demanded wherefore he blamed so women, and that he himself had not come into this world, ne none other men also without them. He answered, The woman is like unto a tree named Chassoignet, on which tree there be many things sharp and pricking, which hurt and prick them that approach unto it. And yet, nevertheless, that same tree bringeth forth good dates and sweet. And they demanded him why he fled from the women. And he answered, Forasmuch as I see them flee and eschew the good, and commonly do evil. And a woman said to him, Wilt thou have any other woman than me? And he answered to her, Art not ashamed to offer thyself to him that demandeth nor desireth thee not? So these be the dictes and sayings of the philosopher Socrates, which he wrote in his book. And certainly he wrote no worse than afore is rehearsed. And forasmuch as it is accordant that his dictes and sayings should be had as well as others, therefore I have set it in the end of this book. And also some persons peradventure that have read this book in French would have arret a great default in me, that I had not done my devoir in visiting and overseeing of my lord's book according to his desire. And some other also haply might have supposed that Socrates had written much more ill of women than herefore is specified, Wherefore, in satisfying of all parties, and also for excuse of the said Socrates, I have set these said dictes and sayings apart in the end of this book, to the intent that if my said lord or any other person, whatsoever he or she be that shall read or hear it, that if they be not well pleased withal, that they with a pen race it out, or else rend the leaf out of the book. Humbly requiring and beseeching my said lord to take no displeasure on me so presuming, but to pardon whereas he shall find fault, and that it please him to take the labour of the imprinting in grey and thanks, which gladly have done my diligence in the accomplishing of his desire and commandment, in which I am bounden so to do for the good reward that I have received of his said lordship, whom I beseech Almighty God to increase and to continue in his virtuous disposition in this world, and after this life to live everlastingly in heaven. Amen. Golden Legend, first edition, 1483. Prologue. The holy and blessed Doctor Saint Jerome saith this authority: Do always some good work, to the end that the devil find thee not idle. And the holy Doctor Saint Austin saith in the book of the labour of monks, that no man strong or mighty to labour ought to be idle. For which cause, when I had performed and accomplished divers works and histories, translated out of French into English, at the request of certain lords, ladies, and gentlemen, as the recuyell of the history of Troy, the book of the chess, the history of Jason, the history of the mirror of the world, the 15 books of metamorphoses, in which be contained the fables of Ovid, and the history of Godfrey of Boulogne in the conquest of Jerusalem, with other divers works and books, I no wist what work to begin and put forth after the said works tofore made. And forasmuch as idleness is so much blamed, as saith Saint Bernard, the mellifluous doctor, that she is mother of lies and stepdame of virtues, and it is she that overthroweth strong men into sin, quencheth virtue, nourisheth pride, and maketh the way ready to go to hell. And John Cassiodorus saith that the thought of him that is idle thinketh on none other thing but on liquorous meats and viands for his belly. And the holy St. Bernard aforesaid saith in an epistle, when the time shall come that it shall behove us to render and give accounts of our idle time, what reason may we render? Or what answer shall we give, when in idleness is none excuse? And Prosper saith, that whosoever liveth in idleness, liveth in manner of a dumb beast. And because I have seen the authorities that blame and despise so much idleness, and also know well that it is one of the capital and deadly sins, much hateful unto God, therefore I have concluded and firmly purposed in myself no more to be idle, but will apply myself to labour and such occupation as I have been accustomed to do. And forasmuch as St. Austin aforesaid saith upon a psalm, that good work ought not to be done for fear of pain, but for the love of righteousness, and that it be a very and sovereign franchise, and because meseemeth to be a sovereign will, to incite and exhort men and women to keep them from sloth and idleness, and to let to be understood to such people as be not lettered, the nativities, the lives, the passions, the miracles, and the death of the holy saints, and also some other notorious deeds and acts of times past, I have submeased myself to translate into English the legend of saints, which is called Legenda Aurea in Latin, that is to say, the Golden Legend, For in like wise as gold is most noble above all other metals, in like wise is this legend holden most noble above all other works. Against me here might some person say that this legend hath been translated before, and truth it is. But forasmuch as I had by me a legend in French, another in Latin, and the third in English, which varied in many and divers places, and also many histories were comprised in the other two books which were not in the English books, and therefore I have written one out of the said three books, which I have ordered otherwise than the said English legend is, which was so tofore made, beseeching all them that shall see or hear it read to pardon me where I have erred or made fault, which if any be is of ignorance and against my will, and submit it wholly of such as can and may to correct it, humbly beseeching them to do so, and in so doing they shall deserve a singular laud and merit. And I shall pray for them unto Almighty God, that he of his benign grace reward them, etc., and that it profit to all them that shall read or hear it read, and may increase in them virtue, and expel vice and sin, that by the example of the holy saints amend their living here in this short life, that by their merits they and I may come to everlasting life and bliss in heaven. Amen. Caxton, 1483. Prologue. Here beginneth the prologue or proem of the book called Caxton, which book hath been translated into English by Master Bennet Burg, late Archdeacon of Colchester, and High Canon of St. Stephen's at Westminster, which full craftily hath made it in ballad royal for the erudition of my Lord Boucher, son and heir at that time to my Lord the Earl of Essex. And because of late came to my hand a book of the said Cato in French, which rehearseth many a fair learning and notable examples, I have translated it out of French into English, as all along hereafter shall appear, which I present unto the City of London. Unto the noble, ancient, and renowned city, the City of London in England, I, William Caxton, citizen and conjurer of the same, and of the fraternity and fellowship of the Mercery, owe of right my service and goodwill, and of very duty am bounden naturally to assist, aid, and counsel, as far forth as I can to my power, as to my mother, of whom I have received my nurture and living, and shall pray for the good prosperity and policy of the same during my life. For as me seemeth, it is of great need, because I have known it in my young age much more wealthy, prosperous, and richer than it is at this day. And the cause is that there is almost none that intendeth to the common weal, but only every man for his singular profit. When I remember the noble Romans, that for the common weal of the city of Rome they spent not only their movable goods, but they put their bodies and lives in jeopardy unto the death, as by many a noble example we may see in the Acts of Romans, as of the two noble Scipios, African and Asian, Actilius, and many others; and among all others the noble Cato, author and maker of this book, which he hath left for to remain ever to all the people to learn in it, and to know how every man ought to rule and govern him in this life, as well for the life temporal as for the life spiritual. And as in my judgment it is the best book for to be taught to young children in school, and also to people of every age, it is full convenient if it be well understood. And because I see that the children that be born within the said city increase, and profit not like their fathers and elders. But for the most part after that they be come to their perfect years of discretion and ripeness of age, how well that their fathers have left to them great quantity of goods, yet scarcely among 10 2 thrive. Whereas I have seen and known in other lands, in divers cities, that of one name and lineage successively have endured prosperously many heirs, yea 500 or 600 years, and some 1,000. And in this noble city of London it can unnethe continue unto the 3rd heir, or scarcely to the 2nd. Oh, blessed Lord, when I remember this I am all abashed. I cannot judge the cause, but fairer ne wiser ne better spoken children in their youth be nowhere than there be in London, but at their full ripening there is no kernel ne good corn found, but chaff for the most part. I wot well there be many noble and wise, and prove well and be better and richer than ever were their fathers. And to the end that many might come to honour and worship, I intend to translate this said book of Cato, in which I doubt not, and if they will read it and understand, they shall much the better conrule themselves thereby. For among all other books this is a singular book, and may well be called the regiment or governance of the body and soul. There was a noble clerk named Poggius of Florence, and was secretary to Pope Eugene, and also to Pope Nicholas, which had in the city of Florence a noble and well stuffed library, which all noble strangers coming to Florence desired to see. And therein they found many noble and rare books. And when they had asked of him which was the best book of them all, and that he reputed for best, he said that he held Cato glosed for the best book of his library. Then, since that he that was so noble a clerk held this book for the best, doubtless it must follow that this is a noble book and a virtuous, and such one that a man may eschew all vices and ensue virtue. Then to the end that this said book may profit unto the hearers of it, I beseech Almighty God that I may achieve and accomplish it unto his laud and glory, and to the erudition and learning of them that be ignorant, that they may thereby profit and be the better. And I require and beseech all such that find fault or error, that of their charity they correct and amend it, and I shall heartily pray for them to Almighty God, that he reward them. End of section 1. Section 2 of Prefaces and Prologues to Famous Books. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. Prefaces and Prologues to Famous Books. Edited by Charles W. Eliot. Epilogue to Aesop. Proem to Chaucer's Canterbury Tales. Prologue to Malory's King Arthur. And Prologue to Virgil's Aeneidus. Aesop, 1483. Epilogue. Now then, I will finish all these fables with this tale that followeth, which a worshipful priest and a parson told me lately. He said that there were dwelling in Oxford 2 priests, both masters of art, of whom that one was quick and could put himself forth, and that other was a good simple priest. And so it happened that the master that was pert and quick was anon promoted to a benefice or twain, and after to prebends, and for to be a dean of a great prince's chapel, supposing and weening that his fellow the simple priest should never have been promoted, but be alway an annual, or at the most a parish priest. So after long time that this worshipful man, this dean, came riding into a good parish with 10 or 12 horses, like a prelate, and came into the church of the said parish, and found there this good simple man, sometime his fellow, which came and welcomed him lowly, and that other bade him good morrow, Master John, and took him slightly by the hand, and asked him where he dwelt. And the good man said, In this parish. How, said he, are ye here a sole priest or a parish priest? Nay, sir, said he, for lack of a better, though I be not able ne worthy, I am parson and curate of this parish. And then that other availed his bonnet, and said, Master Parson, I pray you to be not displeased. I had supposed ye had not been beneficed. But, master, said he, I pray you, what is this benefice worth to you a year? Forsooth, said the good simple man, I wot never, for I make never accounts thereof, how well I have had it 4 or 5 years. And know ye not, said he, what it is worth? It should seem a good benefice. No, forsooth, said he, but I wot well what it shall be worth to me. Why, said he, what shall it be worth? Forsooth, said he, if I do my true diligence in the cure of my parishioners, in preaching and teaching, and do my part longing to my cure, I shall have heaven therefore. And if their souls be lost, or any of them by my default, I shall be punished therefore, and hereof am I sure. And with that word the rich dean was abashed, and thought he should do the better, and take more heed to his cures and benefices than he had done. This was a good answer of a good priest and an honest. And herewith I finished this book, translated and printed by me, William Caxton, at Westminster in the Abbey, and finished the 26th day of March, the year of our Lord 1484, and the first year of the reign of King Richard the Third. Chaucer's Canterbury Tales, 2nd edition, 1484. Proem. Great thanks, laud, and honour ought to be given unto the clerks, poets, and historiographs, that have written many noble books of the wisdom of the lives, passions, and miracles of holy saints, of histories of noble and famous acts and fates, and of the chronicles since the beginning of the creation of the world unto this present time, by which we be daily informed, and have knowledge of many things, of whom we should not have known, if they had not left to us their monuments written. Among whom, and in especial before all others, we ought to give a singular laud unto that noble and great philosopher, Geoffrey Chaucer, the which for his ornate writing in our tongue may well have the name of a laureate poet. For to fore that he by labour embellished, ornated, and made fair our English, in this realm was had rude speech and incongruous, as yet it appeareth by old books, which at this day ought not to have place, ne be compared among, ne to, his beauteous volumes and ornate writings, of whom he made many books and treatises of many a noble history, as well in metre as in rhyme and prose, and them so craftily made that he comprehended his matters in short, quick, and high sentences, eschewing prolixity, casting away the chaff of superfluity, and showing the picked grain of sentence uttered by crafty and sugared eloquence, of whom, among all others of his books, I purpose to print, by the grace of God, the Book of the Tales of Canterbury, in which I find many a noble history of every state and degree, first rehearsing the conditions and the array of each of them, as properly as possible is to be said, and after their tales, which be of nobleness, wisdom, gentleness, mirth, and also of very holiness and virtue, wherein he finisheth this said book, which book I have diligently overseen and duly examined, to that end it be made according unto his own making. For I find many of the said books which writers have abridged it, and many things left out, and in some place have set certain verses that he never made ne set in his book, of which books so incorrect was one brought to me 6 years past, which I supposed had been very true and correct, and according to the same I did so imprint a certain number of them, which anon were sold to many and divers gentlemen, of whom one gentleman came to me and said that this book was not according in many place unto the book that Geoffrey Chaucer had made. To whom I answered that I had made it according to my copy, and by me was nothing added ne minished. Then he said he knew a book which his father had, and much loved, that was very true and according unto his own first book by him made, and said more, if I would imprint it again, he would get me the same book for a copy, howbeit he wist well that his father would not gladly depart from it. To whom I said, in case that he could get me such a book true and correct, yet I would once endeavour me to imprint it again, for to satisfy the author, whereas before by ignorance I erred in hurting and defaming his book in divers places, in setting in some things that he never said ne made, and leaving out many things that he made which be requisite to be set in it. And thus we fell at accord, and he full gently got of his father the said book, and delivered it to me, by which I have corrected my book, as hereafter, all along by the aid of Almighty God, shall follow, whom I humbly beseech to give me grace and aid to achieve and accomplish to his Lord honour and glory, and that all ye that shall in this book read or hear will of your charity among your deeds of mercy remember the soul of the said Geoffrey Chaucer, first author and maker of this book, and also that all we that shall see and read therein may so take and understand the good and virtuous tales, that it may so profit unto the health of our souls, that after this short and transitory life we may come to everlasting life in heaven. Amen. By William Caxton. Malory's King Arthur, 1485. Prologue. After that I had accomplished and finished divers histories, as well of contemplation as of other historical and worldly acts of great conquerors and princes, and also certain books of ensamples and doctrine, many noble and divers gentlemen of this realm of England came and demanded me many and oft times wherefore that I had not made and printed the noble history of the Saint Graal, and of the most renowned Christian king, first and chief of the three best Christian and worthy, Arthur, which ought most to be remembered among us Englishmen before all other Christian kings. For it is notorily known through the universal world that there be 9 worthy and the best that ever were, that is to wit, 3 Paynims, 3 Jews, and 3 Christian men. As for the Paynims, they were tofore the incarnation of Christ, which were named, the first, Hector of Troy, of whom the history is come both in ballad and in prose; the second, Alexander the Great; and the third, Julius Caesar, Emperor of Rome, of whom the histories be well known and had. And as for the 3 Jews, which also were before the incarnation of our Lord, of whom the first was Duke Joshua, which brought the children of Israel into the land of behest; the second, David, king of Jerusalem; and the third, Judas Maccabeus. Of these 3 the Bible rehearseth all their noble histories and acts. And since the said incarnation have been 3 noble Christian men, installed and admitted through the universal world into the number of the 9 best and worthy; of whom was first the noble Arthur, whose noble acts I purpose to write in this present book here following. The second was Charlemagne, or Charles the Great, of whom the history is had in many places, both in French and English; and the third and last was Godfrey of Boulogne, of whose acts and life I made a book unto the excellent prince and king of noble memory, King Edward the Fourth. The said noble gentleman instantly required me to print the history of the said noble king and conqueror, King Arthur, and of his knights, with the history of the Saint Graal, and of the death and ending of the said Arthur, affirming that I ought rather to print his acts and noble feats than of Godfrey of Boulogne or any of the other 8, considering that he was a man born within this realm, and king and emperor of the same, and that there be in French divers and many noble volumes of his acts, and also of his knights. To whom I answered, that divers men hold opinion that there was no such Arthur, and that all such books as be made of him be but feigned and fables, because that some chronicles make of him no mention, ne remember him nothing, ne of his knights. Whereto they answered, and one in special said, that in him that should say or think that there was never such a king called Arthur might well be arretted great folly and blindness. For he said that there were many evidences of the contrary. First, ye may see his sepulchre in the monastery of Glastonbury, and also in Polychronicon, in the 5th book, the 6th chapter, and in the 7th book, the 23rd chapter, where his body was buried, and after found and translated into the said monastery. Ye shall see also in the history of Boccaccio, in his book De Casu Principum, part of his noble acts, and also of his fall. Also Galfridus in his British book recounteth his life, and in divers places of England many remembrances be yet of him, and shall remain perpetually, and also of his knights. First in the Abbey of Westminster, at St. Edward's shrine, remaineth the print of his sail in red wax, closed in beryl, in which is written, Patricius Arturus, Britanniae Galliae Germaniae Daciae Imperator. Item, in the castle of Dover ye may see Gawaine's skull, and Caradoc's mantle. At Winchester, the Round Table. In other places, Lancelot's sword, and many other things. Then, all these things considered, there can no man reasonably gainsay but here was a king of this land named Arthur. For in all places, Christian and heathen, he is reputed and taken for one of the 9 worthy, and the first of the 3 Christian men. And also he is more spoken of beyond the sea. More books made of his noble acts than there be in England, as well in Dutch, Italian, Spanish, and Greek as in French. And yet of record remain in witness of him in Wales, in the town of Camelot, the great stones and marvellous works of iron lying under the ground, and royal vaults which divers now living hath seen. Wherefore it is a marvel why he is no more renowned in his own country, save only it accordeth to the word of God, which saith that no man is accepted for a prophet in his own country. Then all these things aforesaid alleged, I could not well deny but there was such a noble king named Arthur, and reputed one of the 9 worthy, and first and chief of the Christian men. And many noble volumes be made of him, and of his noble knights in French, which I have seen and read beyond the sea, which be not had in our maternal tongue, but in Welsh be many, and also in French, and some in English, but nowhere nigh all. Wherefore, such as have lately been drawn out briefly into English, I have after the simple cunning that God hath sent to me, under the favour and correction of all noble lords and gentlemen, emprised to imprint a book of the noble histories of the said King Arthur, and of certain of his knights, after a copy unto me delivered, which copy Sir Thomas Malory did take out of certain books of French, and reduced it into English. And I, according to my copy, have down set it in print, to the intent that noblemen may see and learn the noble acts of chivalry, the gentle and virtuous deeds that some knights used in those days, by which they came to honour, and how they that were vicious were punished, and oft put to shame and rebuke. Humbly beseeching all noble lords and ladies, and all other estates, of what estate or degree they be of, that shall see and read in this said book and work, that they take the good and honest acts in their remembrance, and to follow the same, wherein they shall find many joyous and pleasant histories, and noble and renowned acts of humanity, gentleness, and chivalry. For herein may be seen noble chivalry, courtesy, humanity, friendliness, hardihood, love, friendship, cowardice, murder, hate, virtue, and sin. Do after the good, and leave the evil, and it shall bring you to good fame and renown. And for to pass the time, this book should be pleasant to read in. But for to give faith and believe that all is true that is contained herein, ye be at your liberty. But all is written for our doctrine, and for to beware that we fall not to vice ne sin, but to exercise and follow virtue, by which we may come and attain to good fame and renown in this life, and after this short and transitory life to come unto everlasting bliss in heaven, the which he grant us that reigneth in heaven, the blessed Trinity. Amen. Then to proceed forth in this said book, which I direct unto all noble princes, lords, and ladies, gentlemen or gentlewomen, that desire to read or hear read of the noble and joyous history of the great conqueror and excellent king, King Arthur, sometime king of this noble realm then called Britain. I, William Caxton, simple person, present this book following, which I have emprised to imprint, and treateth of the noble acts acts, feats of arms, of chivalry, prowess, hardihood, humanity, love, courtesy, and very gentleness, with many wonderful histories and adventures. And for to understand briefly the contents of this volume, I have divided it into 21 books, and every book chaptered, as hereafter shall, by God's grace, follow. The first book shall treat how Uther Pendragon begat the noble conqueror, King Arthur, and containeth 28 chapters. The second book treateth of Balin the noble knight, and containeth 19 chapters. The third book treateth of the marriage of King Arthur to Queen Guinevere, with other matters, and containeth 15 chapters. The fourth book, how Merlin was assotted, and of war made to King Arthur, and containeth 29 chapters. The fifth book treateth of the conquest of Lucius the Emperor, and containeth 12 chapters. The sixth book treateth of Sir Lancelot and Sir Lionel, and marvellous adventures, and containeth 18 chapters. The seventh book treateth of a noble knight called Sir Gareth, and named by Sir Kay Beaumains, and containeth 36 chapters. The eighth book treateth of the birth of Sir Tristram the noble knight, and of his acts, and containeth 41 chapters. The ninth book treateth of a knight named by Sir Kay Le Cote Maltailly, and also of Sir Tristram, and containeth 44 chapters. The 10th book treateth of Sir Tristram, and other marvellous adventures, and containeth 83 chapters. The 11th book treateth of Sir Lancelot and Sir Galahad, and containeth 14 chapters. The 12th book treateth of Sir Lancelot and his madness, and containeth 14 chapters. The 13th book treateth how Galahad came first to King Arthur's court, and the quest how the Sangreal was begun, and containeth 20 chapters. The 14th book treateth of the quest of the Sangreal, and containeth 10 chapters. The 15th book treateth of Sir Lancelot, and containeth 6 chapters. The 16th book treateth of Sir Boris and Sir Lionel his brother, and containeth 17 chapters. The 17th book treateth of the Sangreal, and containeth 23 chapters. The 18th book treateth of Sir Lancelot and the Queen, and containeth 25 chapters. The 19th book treateth of Queen Guinevere and Lancelot, and containeth 13 chapters. The 20th book treateth of the piteous death of Arthur, and containeth 22 chapters. The 21st book treateth of his last departing, and how Sir Lancelot came to revenge his death, and containeth 13 chapters. The sum is 21 books, which contain the sum of 507 chapters, as more plainly shall follow hereafter. Eneidos, 1490. Prologue. After divers work made, translated, and achieved, having no work in hand, I sitten in my study, whereas lay many divers pamphlets and books, happened that to my hand came a little book in French, which lately was translated out of Latin by some noble clerk of France, which book is named Eneidos, made in Latin by that noble poet and great clerk Virgil. Which book I saw over, and read therein how after the general destruction of the great Troy, Aeneas departed, bearing his old father Anchises upon his shoulders, his little son Iulus on his hand, his wife with much other people following, and how he shipped and departed, with all the history of his adventures that he had ere he came to the achievement of his conquest of Italy, as all along shall be shewed in his present book. In which book I had great pleasure, because of the fair and honest terms and words in French, which I never saw before like, ne none so pleasant ne so well ordered, which book as seemed to me should be much requisite to noble men to see, as well for the eloquence as the histories. How well that many hundred years past was the said book of Aeneidus, with other works made and learned daily in schools, especially in Italy and other places, which history the said Virgil made in metre. And when I had advised me in this said book, I delibered and concluded to translate it into English, and forthwith took a pen and ink, and wrote a leaf or twain, which I oversaw again to correct it. And when I saw the fair and strange terms therein, I doubted that it should not please some gentlemen which late blamed me, saying that in my translations I had over curious terms, which could not be understood of common people, and desired me to use old and homely terms in my translations. And fain would I satisfy every man, and so to do took an old book and read therein, and certainly the English was so rude and broad that I could not well understood it. And also my Lord Abbot of Westminster did do show to me lately certain evidences written in old English, for to reduce it into our English now used. And certainly it was written in such wise that it was more like to Dutch than English. I could not reduce ne bring it to be understood. And certainly our language now used varieth far from that which was used and spoken when I was born. For we Englishmen be born under the domination of the moon, which is never steadfast, but ever wavering, waxing one season, and waneth and decreaseth another season. And that common English that is spoken in one shire varieth from another, insomuch that in my days happened that certain merchants were in a ship in Thames, for to have sailed over the sea into Zealand, and for lack of wind they tarried at Foreland, and went to land for to refresh them. And one of them, named Sheffield, a mercer, came into a house and asked for meat, and especially he asked after eggs. And the good wife answered that she could speak no French. And the merchant was angry, for he also could speak no French, but would have had eggs, and she understood him not. And then at last another said that he would have eyren. Then the good wife said that she understood him well. Lo, what should a man in these days now write? Eggs or eyren? Certainly it is hard to please every man, because of diversity and change of language. For in these days every man that is in any reputation in his country will utter his communication and matters in such manners and terms that few men shall understand them. And some honest and great clerks have been with me and desired me to write the most curious terms that I could find. And thus between plain, rude, and curious, I stand abashed. But in my judgment the common terms that be daily used be lighter to be understood than the old and ancient English. And forasmuch as this present book is not for a rude uplandish man to labour therein, ne read it, but only for a clerk and a noble gentleman that faileth and understandeth in feats of arms, in love and in noble chivalry. Therefore, in a main between both, I have reduced and translated this said book into our English, not over rude ne curious, but in such terms as will be understood, by God's grace, according to my copy. And if any man will intermit in reading of it, and findeth such terms that he cannot understand, let him go read and learn Virgil, or the epistles of Ovid, and there shall he see and understand lightly all, if he have a good reader and informer. For this book is not for every rude and uncunning man to see, but to clerks and very gentlemen that understand gentleness and science. Then I pray all them that shall read in this little treatise to hold me for excused for the translating of it, for I acknowledge myself ignorant of cunning to emprise on me so high and noble a work. But I pray Master John Skelton, late created Poet Laureate in the University of Oxenford, to oversee and correct this said book, and to address and expound, wherever shall be found fault, to them that shall require it. For him I know for sufficient to expound and English every difficulty that is therein. For he hath lately translated the epistles of Tully, and the book of Diodorus Siculus, and divers other works out of Latin into English, not in rude and old language, but in polished and ornate terms craftily, as he that hath read Virgil, Ovid, Tully, and all the other noble poets and orators to me unknown. And also he hath read the 9 Muses, and understands their musical sciences, and to whom of them each science is appropriate. I suppose he hath drunken of Helicons well. Then I pray him and such others to correct, add, or minish, whereas he or they shall find fault. For I have but followed my copy in French as nigh as to me is possible. And if any word be said therein well, I am glad. And if otherwise, I submit my said book to their correction. Which book I present unto the high born, my to coming natural and sovereign Lord Arthur, by the grace of God Prince of Wales, Duke of Cornwall and Earl of Chester, first begotten son and heir unto our most dread natural and sovereign Lord and most Christian King, Henry the 7th, by the grace of God King of England and of France, and Lord of Ireland, beseeching his noble grace to receive it in thank of me, his most humble subject and servant. And I shall pray unto Almighty God for his prosperous increasing in virtue, wisdom, and humanity, that he may be equal with the most renowned of all his noble progenitors, and so to live in this present life, that after this transitory life he and we all may come to everlasting life in heaven. Amen. End of section 2.
Section 3 of Prefaces and Prologues to Famous Books. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marianne. Prefaces and Prologues to Famous Books, edited by Charles W. Eliot. Dedication of the Institutes of the Christian Religion, by John Calvin, 1536. Footnote. John Calvin was born at Nognon, Picardy, France, in 1509, and died at Geneva in 1564. He joined the Reformation about 1528, and, having been banished from Paris, took refuge in Switzerland. The Institutes, published at Basel, in 1536, contained a comprehensive statement of the beliefs of that school of Protestant theology which bears Calvin's name, and in this dedication we have Calvin's own summing up of the essentials of his creed. To his most Christian Majesty, Francis, King of the French, and his Sovereign, John Calvin wisheth peace and salvation in Christ. When I began this work, sire, nothing was further from my thoughts than writing a book which would afterwards be presented to your Majesty. My intention was only to lay down some elementary principles by which inquirers on the subject of religion might be instructed in the nature of true piety. And this labour I undertook chiefly for my countrymen, the French, of whom I apprehended multitudes to be hungering and thirsting after Christ, but saw very few possessing any real knowledge of him. That this was my design, the book itself proves by its simple method and unadorned composition. But when I perceived that the fury of certain wicked men in your kingdom had grown to such a height as to leave no room in the land for sound doctrine, I thought I should be usefully employed, if in the same work I delivered my instructions to them, and exhibited my confession to you, that you may know the nature of that doctrine, which is the object of such unbounded rage to those madmen who are now disturbing the country with fire and sword. For I shall not be afraid to acknowledge, that this treatise contains a summary of that very doctrine, which, according to their clamours, deserves to be punished with imprisonment, banishment, proscription, and flames, and to be exterminated from the face of the earth. I well know with what atrocious insinuations your ears have been filled by them, in order to render our cause most odious in your esteem. But your clemency should lead you to consider that, if accusation be accounted a sufficient evidence of guilt, there will be an end of all innocence in words and actions. If any one, indeed, with a view to bring odium upon the doctrine which I am endeavouring to defend, should allege that it has long ago been condemned by the general consent, and suppressed by many judicial decisions, this will be only equivalent to saying that it has been sometimes violently rejected through the influence and power of its adversaries, and sometimes insidiously and fraudulently oppressed by falsehoods, artifices, and calumnies. Violence is displayed, when sanguinary sentences are passed against it without the cause being heard, and fraud, when it is unjustly accused of sedition and mischief. Lest any one should suppose that these our complaints are unfounded, you yourself, sire, can bear witness of the false calumnies with which you hear it daily traduced, that its only tendency is to wrest the sceptres of kings out of their hands, to overturn all the tribunals and judicial proceedings, to subvert all order and governments, to disturb the peace and tranquillity of the people, to abrogate all laws, to scatter all properties and possessions, and, in a word, to involve everything in total confusion. And yet you hear the smallest portion of what is alleged against it. For such horrible things are circulated amongst the vulgar, that, if they were true, the whole world would justly pronounce it and its abettors worthy of 1,000 fires and gibbets. Who, then, will wonder at its becoming the object of public odium, where credit is given to such most iniquitous accusations? This is the cause of the general consent and conspiracy to condemn us and our doctrine. Hurried away with this impulse, those who sit in judgment pronounce for sentences the prejudices they brought from home with them, and think their duty fully discharged if they condemn none to be punished but such as are convicted by their own confession, or by sufficient proofs. Convicted of what crime? Of this condemned doctrine, they say. But with what justice is it condemned? Now, the ground of defence was not to abjure the doctrine itself, but to maintain its truth. On this subject, however, not a word is allowed to be uttered. Wherefore I beseech you, sire, and surely it is not an unreasonable request, to take upon yourself the entire cognizance of this cause, which has hitherto been confusedly and carelessly agitated, without any order of law, and with outrageous passion rather than judicial gravity. Think not that I am now meditating my own individual defence, in order to effect a safe return to my native country; for, though I feel the affection which every man ought to feel for it, yet, under the existing circumstances, I regret not my removal from it. But I plead the cause of all the godly, and consequently of Christ himself, which, having been in these times persecuted and trampled on in all ways in your kingdom, now lies in a most deplorable state; and this indeed rather through the tyranny of certain Pharisees than with your knowledge. How this comes to pass is foreign to my present purpose to say; but it certainly lies in a most afflicted state. For the ungodly have gone to such lengths that the truth of Christ, if not vanquished, dissipated, and entirely destroyed, is buried, as it were, in ignoble obscurity, while the poor, despised church is either destroyed by cruel massacres, or driven away into banishment, or menaced and terrified into total silence. And still they continue their wonted madness and ferocity, pushing violently against the wall already bent, and finishing the ruin they have begun. In the meantime, no one comes forward to plead the cause against such furies. If there be any person desirous of appearing most favourable to the truth, they only venture an opinion, that forgiveness should be extended to the error and impudence of ignorant people. For this is the language of these moderate men, calling that error and impudence which they know to be the certain truth of God, and those ignorant people, whose understanding they perceive not to have been so despicable to Christ, but that he has favoured them with the mysteries of his heavenly wisdom. Thus are all ashamed of the gospel. But it shall be yours, sire, not to turn away your ears or thoughts from so just a defence, especially in a cause of such importance as the maintenance of God's glory unimpaired in the world, the preservation of the honour of divine truth, and the continuance of the kingdom of Christ uninjured among us. This is a cause worthy of your attention, worthy of your cognizance, worthy of your throne. This consideration constitutes true royalty, to acknowledge yourself in the government of your kingdom to be the minister of God. For where the glory of God is not made the end of government, it is not a legitimate sovereignty, but a usurpation. And he is deceived who expects lasting prosperity in that kingdom which is not ruled by the sceptre of God, that is, his holy word. For that heavenly oracle cannot fail, which declares that where there is no vision the people perish. Nor should you be seduced from this purpose by a contempt of our meanness. We are fully conscious to ourselves how very mean and abject we are, being miserable sinners before God, and accounted most despicable by men; being, if you please, the refuse of the world, deserving of the vilest appellations that can be found, so that nothing remains for us to glory in before God, but his mercy alone, by which, without any merit of ours, we have been admitted to hope of eternal salvation; and before men nothing but our weakness, the slightest confession of which is esteemed by them as the greatest disgrace. But our doctrine must stand, exalted above all the glory, and invincible by all the power of the world, because it is not ours, but the doctrine of the living God, and of his Christ, whom the Father hath constituted King, that he may have dominion from sea to sea, and from the river even to the ends of the earth, and that he may rule in such a manner that the whole earth, with its strength of iron, and with its splendour of gold and silver, smitten by the rod of his mouth, may be broken to pieces like a potter's vessel. For thus do the prophets foretell the magnificence of his kingdom. Our adversaries reply, that our pleading the word of God is a false pretence, and that we are nefarious corrupters of it; but that this is not only a malicious calumny, but egregious impudence, by reading our confession, you will, in your wisdom, be able to judge. Yet something further is necessary to be said, to excite your attention, or at least to prepare your mind for this perusal. Paul's direction, that every prophecy be framed according to the analogy of faith, has fixed an invariable standard by which all interpretation of Scripture ought to be tried. If our principles be examined by this rule of faith, the victory is ours. For what is more consistent with faith than to acknowledge ourselves naked of all virtue, that we may be clothed by God; empty of all good, that we may be filled by Him; slaves to sin, that we may be liberated by Him; blind, that we may be enlightened by Him; lame, that we may be guided; weak, that we may be supported by Him; to divest ourselves of all ground of glorying, that He alone may be eminently glorious, and that we may glory in Him? When we advance these and similar sentiments, they interrupt us with complaints that this is the way to overturn, I know not what blind light of nature, pretended preparations, free will, and works meritorious of eternal salvation, together with all their supererogations, because they cannot bear that the praise and glory of all goodness, strength, righteousness, and wisdom should remain entirely with God. But we read of none being reproved for having drawn too freely from the fountain of living waters. On the contrary, they are severely upbraided who have hewed them out cisterns, broken cisterns, that can hold no water. Again, what is more consistent with faith than to assure ourselves of God being a propitious Father, where Christ is acknowledged as a brother and a mediator; than securely to expect all prosperity and happiness from Him, whose unspeakable love towards us went so far that He spared not His own Son, but delivered Him up for us; than to rest in the certain expectation of salvation and eternal life, when we reflect upon the Father's gift of Christ, in whom such treasures are hidden? Here they oppose us, and complain that this certainty of confidence is chargeable with arrogance and presumption. But as we ought to presume nothing of ourselves, so we should presume everything of God. Nor are we divested of vain glory for any other reason than that we may learn to glory in the Lord. What shall I say more? Review, sire, all the parts of our cause, and consider us worse than the most abandoned of mankind, unless you clearly discover that we thus both labor and suffer reproach, because we trust in the living God, because we believe that this is life eternal, to know the only true God, and Jesus Christ whom He has sent. For this hope some of us are bound in chains, others are lashed with scourges, others are carried about as laughing-stocks, others are outlawed, others are cruelly tortured, others escape by flight. But we are all reduced to extreme perplexities, execrated with dreadful curses, cruelly slandered and treated with the greatest indignities. Now, look at our adversaries. I speak of the order of priests, at whose will and directions others carry out these hostilities against us. And consider a little with me by what principles they are actuated. The true religion, which is taught in the Scriptures, and ought to be universally maintained, they readily permit both themselves and others to be ignorant of, and to treat with neglect and contempt. They think it unimportant what any one holds or denies concerning God and Christ, provided he submits his mind with an implicit faith, as they call it, to the judgment of the Church. Nor are they much affected, if the glory of God happens to be violated with open blasphemies, provided no one lift a finger against the primacy of the Apostolic See, and the authority of their Holy Mother Church. Why, therefore, do they contend with such extreme bitterness and cruelty for the Mass, purgatory, pilgrimages, and similar trifles, and deny that any piety can be maintained without a most explicit faith, so to speak, in these things, whereas they prove none of them from the Word of God? Why, but because their belly is their God, their kitchen is their religion, deprived of which they consider themselves no longer as Christians, or even as men. For though some feast themselves in splendor, and others subsist on slender fare, yet all live on the same pot, which, without this fuel, would not only cool, but completely freeze. Every one of them, therefore, who is most solicitous for his belly, is found to be a most strenuous champion for their faith. Indeed, they universally exert themselves for the preservation of their kingdom, and the repletion of their bellies, but not one of them discovers the least indication of sincere zeal. Nor do their attacks on our doctrine cease here. They urge every topic of accusation and abuse to render it an object of hatred or suspicion. They call it novel and of recent origin. They cavil at it as doubtful and uncertain. They inquire by what miracles it is confirmed. They ask whether it is right for it to be received contrary to the consent of so many holy fathers, and the custom of the highest antiquity. They urge us to confess that it is schismatical in stirring up opposition against the Church, or that the Church was wholly extinct for many ages during which no such thing was known. Lastly, they say all arguments are unnecessary, for that its nature may be determined by its fruits, since it has produced such a multitude of sects, so many factious tumults, and such great licentiousness of vices. It is indeed very easy for them to insult a deserted cause with a credulous and ignorant multitude. But, if we had also the liberty of speaking in our turn, this acrimony, which they now discover in violently foaming against us with equal licentiousness and impunity, would presently cool. In the first place, their calling it novel is highly injurious to God, whose holy word deserves not to be accused of novelty. I have no doubt of its being new to them, to whom Jesus Christ and the Gospel are equally new. But those who know the antiquity of this preaching of Paul, that Jesus Christ died for our sins, and rose again for our justification, will find no novelty among us. That it has long been concealed, buried, and unknown, is the crime of human impiety. Now that the goodness of God has restored it to us, it ought at least to be allowed its just claim of antiquity. From the same source of ignorance springs the notion of its being doubtful and uncertain. This is the very thing which the Lord complains of by his prophet, that the ox knoweth his owner, and the ass his master's crib, but that people do not know him. But however they may laugh at its uncertainty, if they were called to seal their own doctrine with their blood and lives, it would appear how much they value it. Very different is our confidence, which dreads neither the terrors of death, nor even the tribunal of God. Their requiring miracles of us is altogether unreasonable, for we forge no new gospel, but retain the very same whose truth was confirmed by all the miracles ever wrought by Christ and the apostles. But they have this peculiar advantage above us, that they can confirm their faith by continual miracles even to this day. But the truth is, they allege miracles which are calculated to unsettle a mind otherwise well established, they are so frivolous and ridiculous, or vain and false. Nor, if they were ever so preternatural, ought they to have any weight in opposition to the truth of God, since the name of God ought to be sanctified in all places and at all times, whether by miraculous events or by the common order of nature. This fallacy might perhaps be more specious, if the Scripture did not apprise us of the legitimate end and use of miracles. For Mark informs us that the miracles which followed the preaching of the apostles were wrought in confirmation of it, and Luke tells us that the Lord gave testimony to the word of his grace, when signs and wonders were done by the hands of the apostles. Very similar to which is the assertion of the apostle that salvation was confirmed by the preaching of the gospel. God also bearing witness with signs and wonders and divers miracles. But these things which we are told were seals of the gospel, shall we pervert to undermine the faith of the gospel? Those things which were designed to be testimonials of the truth, shall we accommodate to the confirmation of falsehood? Is it right, therefore, that the doctrine, which, according to the evangelist, claims the first attention, be examined and tried in the first place, and if it be approved, then it ought to derive confirmation from miracles? But it is the characteristic of sound doctrine, given by Christ, that it tends to promote, not the glory of men, but the glory of God. Christ having laid down this proof of a doctrine, it is wrong to esteem those as miracles which are directed to any other end than the glorification of the name of God alone. And we should remember that Satan has his wonders, which, though they are juggling tricks rather than real miracles, are such as delude the ignorant and inexperienced. Magicians and enchanters have always been famous for miracles. Idolatry has been supported by astonishing miracles, and yet we admit them not as proofs of the superstition of magicians and idolaters. With this engine also the simplicity of the vulgar was anciently assailed by the Donatists, who abounded in miracles. We therefore give the same answer now to our adversaries as Augustine gave to the Donatists, that our Lord hath cautioned us against these miracle mongers by his prediction that there shall arise false prophets, who, by various signs and lying wonders, should deceive, if possible, the very elect. And Paul has told us that the kingdom of Antichrist would be with all power and signs and lying wonders. But these miracles, they say, are wrought, not by idols, or sorcerers, or false prophets, but by saints, as if we were ignorant that it is a stratagem of Satan to transform himself into an angel of light. At the tomb of Jeremiah, who was buried in Egypt, the Egyptians formerly offered sacrifices and other divine honors. Was not this abusing God's holy prophet to the purposes of idolatry? Yet they suppose this veneration of his sepulchre to be rewarded with a cure for the bite of serpents. What shall we say, but that it has been, and ever will be, the most righteous vengeance of God to send those who receive not the love of truth strong delusions, that they should believe a lie? We are by no means without miracles, and such as are certain, and not liable to cavils. But those under which they shelter themselves are mere illusions of Satan, seducing the people from the true worship of God to vanity. Another calumny is their charging us with opposition to the Fathers, I mean the writers of the earlier and purer ages, as if those writers were abettors of their impiety; whereas, if the contest were to be terminated by this authority, the victory in most parts of the controversy, to speak in the most modest terms, would be on our side. But though the writings of those fathers contain many wise and excellent things, yet in some respects they have suffered the common fate of mankind. These very dutiful children reverence only their errors and mistakes, but their excellencies they either overlook, or conceal, or corrupt, so that it may truly be said to be their only study to collect dross from the midst of gold. Then they overwhelm us with senseless clamors, as despisers and enemies of the Fathers. But we do not hold them in such contempt, but that, if it were consistent with my present design, I could easily support by their suffrages most of the sentiments that we now maintain. But while we make use of their writings, we always remember that all things are ours, to serve us, not to have dominion over us, and that we are Christ's alone, and owe him universal obedience. He who neglects this distinction will have nothing decided in religion, since these holy men were ignorant of many things, frequently at variance with each other, and sometimes even inconsistent with themselves. There is great reason, they say, for the admonition of Solomon, not to transgress or remove the ancient landmarks which our fathers have set. But the same rule is not applicable to the bounding of fields, and to the obedience of faith, which ought to be ready to forget her own people and her father's house. But if they are so fond of allegorizing, why did they not explain the apostles, rather than any others, to be those fathers who appointed landmarks it is so unlawful to remove? For this is the interpretation of Jerome, whose works they have received into their canons. But if they insist on preserving the landmarks of those whom they understand to be intended, why do they at pleasure so freely transgress them themselves? There were two fathers, one of whom said, that our God neither eats nor drinks, and therefore needs neither cup nor dishes; the other, that sacred things require no gold, and that gold is no recommendation of that which is not purchased with gold. This landmark therefore is transgressed by those who in sacred things are so much delighted with gold, silver, ivory, marble, jewels, and silks, and suppose that God is not rightly worshipped unless all things abound in exquisite splendor, or rather extravagant profusion. There was a father who said he freely partook of flesh on a day when others abstained from it, because he was a Christian. They transgress the landmarks therefore when they curse the soul that tastes flesh in Lent. There were two fathers, one of whom said, that a monk who labors not with his hands is on a level with a cheat or a robber, and the other, that it is unlawful for monks to live on what is not their own. Notwithstanding their assiduity in contemplations, studies, and prayers, they have transgressed this landmark by placing the idle and distended carcasses of monks in cells and brothels, to be pampered on the substance of others. There was a father who said, that to see a painted image of Christ or of any other saint in the temples of Christians is a dreadful abomination. Nor was this merely the sentence of an individual, it was also decreed by an ecclesiastical council, that the object of worship should not be painted on the walls. They are far from confining themselves within these landmarks, for every corner is filled with images. Another father has advised that, after having discharged the office of humanity towards the dead by the rites of sepulture, we should leave them to their repose. They break through these landmarks by inculcating a constant solicitude for the dead. There was one of the fathers who asserted that the substance of bread and wine in the Eucharist ceases not, but remains, just as the substance of the human nature remains in the Lord Christ, united with the divine. They transgress this landmark, therefore, by pretending that, on the words of the Lord being recited, the substance of bread and wine ceases, and is transubstantiated into his body and blood. There were fathers who, while they exhibited to the universal church only one Eucharist, and forbade all scandalous and immoral persons to approach it, at the same time severely censured all who, when present, did not partake of it. How far have they removed these landmarks, when they fill not only the churches but even private houses, with their masses, admit all who choose to be spectators of them, and every one the more readily in proportion to the magnitude of his contribution, however chargeable with impurity and wickedness. They invite none to faith in Christ, and a faithful participation of the sacraments, but rather for purposes of gain bring forward their own work instead of the grace and merit of Christ. There were two fathers, of whom one contended that the use of Christ's sacred supper should be wholly forbidden to those who, content with partaking of one kind, abstained from the other. The other strenuously maintained that Christian people ought not to be refused the blood of their Lord, for the confession of whom they are required to shed their own. These landmarks also they have removed, in appointing, by an inviolable law, that very thing which the former punished with excommunication, and the latter gave a powerful reason for disapproving. There was a father who asserted the temerity of deciding on either side of an obscure subject, without clear and evident testimonies of Scripture. This landmark they forgot when they made so many constitutions, canons, and judicial determinations without any authority from the Word of God. There was a father who upbraided Montanus with having, among other heresies, been the first imposer of laws on the observance of fasts. They have gone far beyond this landmark also, in establishing fasts by the strictest laws. There was a father who denied that marriage ought to be forbidden to the ministers of the church, and pronounced cohabitation with a wife to be real chastity. And there were fathers who assented to his judgment. They have transgressed these landmarks by enjoining on their priests the strictest celibacy. There was a father who thought that attention should be paid to Christ only, of whom it is said, "Hear ye him," and that no regard should be had to what others before us have either said or done, only to what has been commanded by Christ, who is preeminent over all. This landmark they neither prescribe to themselves nor permit to be observed by others, when they set up over themselves and others any masters rather than Christ. There was a father who contended that the church ought not to take precedence of Christ, because his judgment is always according to truth, but ecclesiastical judges, like other men, may generally be deceived. Breaking down this landmark also, they scruple not to assert that all the authority of the Scripture depends on the decision of the church. All the fathers, with one heart and voice, have declared it execrable and detestable for the holy word of God to be contaminated with the subtleties of sophists, and perplexed by the wrangles of logicians. Do they confine themselves within these landmarks, when the whole business of their lives is to involve the simplicity of the Scripture in endless controversies, and worse than sophistical wrangles? So that if the fathers were now restored to life, and heard this art of wrangling, which they call speculative divinity, they would not suspect the dispute to have the least reference to God. But if I would enumerate all the instances in which the authority of the fathers is insolently rejected by those who would be thought their dutiful children, my address would exceed all reasonable bounds. Months and years would be insufficient for me. And yet such is their consummate and incorrigible impudence, they dare to censure us for presuming to transgress the ancient landmarks. Nor can they gain any advantage against us by their argument from custom. For, if we were compelled to submit to custom, we should have to complain of the greatest injustice. Indeed, if the judgments of men were correct, custom should be sought among the good. But the fact is often very different. What appears to be practised by many soon obtains the force of a custom. And human affairs have scarcely ever been in so good a state as for the majority to be pleased with things of real excellence. From the private vices of multitudes, therefore, has arisen public error, or rather a common agreement of vices, which these good men would now have to be received as law. It is evident to all who can see, that the world is inundated with more than an ocean of evils, that it is overrun with numerous destructive pests, that everything is fast verging to ruin, so that we must altogether despair of human affairs, or vigorously and even violently oppose such immense evils. And the remedy is rejected for no other reason, but because we have been accustomed to the evils so long. But let public error be tolerated in human society. In the kingdom of God nothing but his eternal truth should be heard and regarded, which no succession of years, no custom, no confederacy can circumscribe. Thus Isaiah once taught the chosen people of God. Say ye not, a confederacy, to all whom this people shall say, a confederacy. That is, that they should not unite in the wicked consent of the people. Nor fear their fear, nor be afraid, but rather sanctify the Lord of hosts, that he might be their fear and their dread. Now therefore, let them, if they please, object against us past ages and present examples. If we sanctify the Lord of hosts, we shall not be much afraid. For, whether many ages agree in similar impiety, he is mighty to take vengeance on the third and fourth generation. Or whether the whole world combine in the same iniquity, he has given an example of the fatal end of those who sin with the multitude, by destroying all men with a deluge, and preserving Noah and his small family, in order that his individual faith might condemn the whole world. Lastly, a corrupt custom is nothing but an epidemical pestilence, which is equally fatal to its objects, though they fall with the multitude. Besides, they ought to consider a remark, somewhere made by Cyprian, that persons who sin through ignorance, though they cannot be wholly exculpated, may yet be considered in some degree excusable. But those who obstinately reject the truth offered by the divine goodness, are without any excuse at all. Nor are we so embarrassed by their dilemma as to be obliged to confess, either that the church was for some time extinct, or that we have now a controversy with the church. The church of Christ has lived, and will continue to live, as long as Christ shall reign at the right hand of the Father, by whose hand she is sustained, by whose protection she is defended, by whose power she is preserved in safety. For he will undoubtedly perform what he once promised, to be with his people even to the end of the world. We have no quarrel against the church, for with one consent we unite with all the company of the faithful in worshipping and adoring the one God and Christ the Lord, as he has been adored by all the pious in all ages. But our opponents deviate wildly from the truth when they acknowledge no church but what is visible to the corporeal eye, and endeavor to circumscribe it by those limits within which it is far from being included. Our controversy turns on the two following points. First, they contend that the form of the church is always apparent and visible. Secondly, they place that form in the see of the Roman Church, and her order of prelates. We assume, on the contrary, first, that the church may exist without any visible form; secondly, that its form is not contained in that external splendor which they foolishly admire, but is distinguished by a very different criterion, viz., the pure preaching of God's word, and the legitimate administration of the sacraments. They are not satisfied unless the church can always be pointed out with a finger. But how often among the Jewish people was it so disorganized as to have no visible form left? What splendid form do we suppose could be seen, when Elias deplored of his being left alone? How long after the coming of Christ did it remain without any external form? How often since that time have wars, seditions, and heresies oppressed and totally obscured it? If they had lived at that period, would they have believed that any church existed? Yet Elias was informed that there were left 7,000 who had not bowed the knee to Baal, nor should we entertain any doubt of Christ's having always reigned on earth ever since his ascension to heaven. But if the pious at such periods had sought for any form evident to their senses, must not their hearts have been quite discouraged? Indeed, it was already considered by Hilary in his day as a grievous error, that people were absorbed in foolish admiration of the episcopal dignity, and did not perceive the dreadful mischiefs concealed under that disguise. For this is his language: "One thing I advise you: beware of Antichrist, for you have an improper attachment to walls. Your veneration for the church of God is misplaced on houses and buildings. You wrongly introduce under them the name of peace. Is there any doubt that they will be seats of Antichrist? I think mountains, woods, and lakes, prisons, and whirlpools, less dangerous, for these were the scenes of retirement or banishment in which the prophets prophesied." But what excites the veneration of the multitude in the present day for their horned bishops, but the supposition that those are the holy prelates of religion whom they see presiding over great cities? Away, then, with such stupid admiration. Let us rather leave it to the Lord, since he alone knoweth them that are his, sometimes to remove from human observation all external knowledge of his church. I admit this to be a dreadful judgment of God on the earth. But if it be deserved by the impiety of men, why do we attempt to resist the righteous vengeance of God? Thus the Lord punished the ingratitude of men in former ages, for, in consequence of their resistance to his truth, and extinction of the light he had given them, he permitted them to be blinded by sense, deluded by absurd falsehoods, and immerged in profound darkness, so that there was no appearance of the true church left. Yet, at the same time, in the midst of darkness and errors, he preserved his scattered and concealed people from total destruction. Nor is this to be wondered at, for he knew how to save in all the confusion of Babylon, and the flame of the fiery furnace. But how dangerous it is to estimate the form of the church by I know not what vain pomp, which they contend for. I shall rather briefly suggest than state at large, lest I should protract this discourse to an excessive length. The Pope, they say, who holds the apostolic see, and the bishops anointed and consecrated by him, provided they are equipped with mitres and crosiers, represent the church, and ought to be considered as the church. Therefore they cannot err. How is this? Because they are pastors of the church, and consecrated to the Lord. And did not the pastoral character belong to Aaron and the other rulers of Israel? Yet Aaron and his sons, after their designation to the priesthood, fell into error when they made the golden calf. According to this mode of reasoning, why should not the 400 prophets, who lied to Ahab, have represented the church? But the church remained on the side of Micaiah, solitary and despised as he was, and out of his mouth proceeded the truth. Did not those prophets exhibit both the name and appearance of the church, who with united violence rose up against Jeremiah, and threatened and boasted, "The law shall not perish from the priest, nor counsel from the wise, nor the word from the prophet"? Jeremiah is sent singly against the whole multitude of prophets, with a denunciation from the Lord, that the "law shall perish from the priest, counsel from the wise, and the word from the prophet." And was there not the like external respectability in the council convened by the chief priests, scribes, and Pharisees, to consult about putting Christ to death? Now, let them go and adhere to the external appearance, and thereby make Christ and all the prophets schismatics, and, on the other hand, make the ministers of Satan instruments of the Holy Spirit. But if they speak their real sentiments, let them answer me sincerely, what nation or place they consider as the seat of the church, from the time when, by a decree of the Council of Basel, Eugenius was deposed and degraded from the pontificate, and Amadeus substituted in his place. They cannot deny that the council, as far as relates to external forms, was a lawful one, and summoned not only by one pope, but by two. There Eugenius was pronounced guilty of schism, rebellion, and obstinacy, together with all the hosts of cardinals and bishops who had joined him in attempting a dissolution of the council. Yet afterwards, assisted by the favor of princes, he regained the quiet possession of his former dignity. That election of Amadeus, though formally made by the authority of a general and holy synod, vanished into smoke, and he was appeased with a cardinal's hat, like a barking dog with a morsel. From the bosom of those heretics and rebels have proceeded all the popes, cardinals, bishops, abbots, and priests ever since. Here they must stop. For to which party will they give the title of the Church? Will they deny that this was a general council, which wanted nothing to complete its external majesty, being solemnly convened by 2 papal bulls, consecrated by a presiding legate of the Roman see, and well regulated in every point of order, and invariably preserving the same dignity to the last? Will they acknowledge Eugenius to be a schismatic, with all his adherents, by whom they have all been consecrated? Either, therefore, let them give a different definition to the form of the Church, or, whatever be their number, we shall account them all schismatics, as having been knowingly and voluntarily ordained by heretics. But if it had never been ascertained before, that the Church is not confined to external pomps, they would themselves afford us abundant proof of it, who have so long superciliously exhibited themselves to the world under the title of the Church, though they were at the same time the deadly plagues of it. I speak not of their morals, and those tragic exploits with which all their lives abound, since they profess themselves to be Pharisees, who are to be heard and not imitated. I refer to the very doctrine itself, on which they found their claim to be considered as the Church. If you devote a portion of your leisure, sire, to the perusal of our writings, you will clearly discover that doctrine to be fatal pestilence of souls, the firebrand, ruin, and destruction of the Church. Finally, they betray great want of candor by invidiously repeating what great commotions, tumults, and contentions have attended to the preaching of our doctrine, and what effects it produces in many persons. For it is unfair to charge it with those evils which ought to be attributed to the malice of Satan. It is the native property of the divine word, never to make its appearance without disturbing Satan, and rousing his opposition. This is a most certain and unequivocal criterion by which it is distinguished from false doctrines, which are easily broached when they are heard with general attention, and received with applauses by the world. Thus, in some ages, when all things were immerged into profound darkness, the prince of this world amused and diverted himself with the generality of mankind, and, like another Sardanapalus, gave himself up to his ease and pleasures in perfect peace. For what would he do but amuse and divert himself in the quiet and undisturbed possession of his kingdom? But when the light, shining from above, dissipated a portion of his darkness, when that mighty one armed and assaulted his kingdom, then he began to shake off his wonted torpor, and to hurry on his armor. First, indeed, he stirred up the power of men to suppress the truth by violence at its first appearance, and when this proved ineffectual, he had recourse to subtlety. He made Catabaptists and other infamous characters the instruments of exciting dissensions and doctrinal controversies, with a view to obscure and finally to extinguish it. And now he continues to attack it both ways, for he endeavors to root up this genuine seed by means of human force, and at the same time tries every effort to choke it with his tares, that it may not grow and produce fruit. But all his attempts will be vain, if we attend to the admonitions of the Lord, who hath long ago made us acquainted with his devices, that we might not be caught by him unawares, and has armed us with sufficient means of defense against all his assaults. But to charge the word of God with the odiums of seditions, excited against it by wicked and rebellious men, or of sects raised by impostors, is not this extreme malignity? Yet it is not without example in former times. Elias was asked whether it was not he that troubled Israel. Christ was represented by the Jews as guilty of sedition. The apostles were accused of stirring up popular commotions. Wherein does this differ from the conduct of those who, at the present day, impute to us all the disturbances, tumults, and contentions that break out against us? But the proper answer to such accusations has been taught us by Elias, that the dissemination of errors and the raising of tumults is not chargeable on us, but on those who are resisting the power of God. But as this one reply is sufficient to repress their temerity, so, on the other hand, we must meet the weakness of some persons who are frequently disturbed with such offences, and become unsettled and wavering in their minds. Now, that they may not stumble and fall amidst this agitation and perplexity, let them know that the apostles in their day experienced the same things that now befall us. They were unlearned and unstable men, Peter says, who wrested the inspired writings of Paul to their own destruction. They were despisers of God, who, when they heard that where sin abounded grace did much more abound, immediately concluded, let us continue in sin, that grace may abound. When they heard that the faithful were not under the law, they immediately croaked, we will sin, because we are not under the law, but under grace. There were some who accused him as an encourager of sin. Many false apostles crept in to destroy the churches he had raised. Some preached the gospel of envy and strife, not in sincerity, maliciously supposing to add affliction to his bonds. In some places the gospel was attended with little benefit. All were seeking their own, not the things of Jesus Christ. Others returned like dogs to their vomit, and like swine to their wallowing in the mire. Many perverted the liberty of the spirit to the licentiousness of the flesh. Many insinuated themselves as brethren, who afterwards brought the pious into dangers. Various contentions were excited among the brethren themselves. What was to be done by the apostle in such circumstances? Should they not have dissembled for a time, or rather have rejected and deserted that gospel which appeared to be the nursery of so many disputes, the cause of so many dangers, the occasion of so many offences? But in such difficulties as these, their minds were relieved by this reflection that Christ is the stone of stumbling and the rock of offence, set for the fall and rising again of many, and for a sign which shall be spoken against. And armed with this confidence, they proceeded boldly through all the dangers of tumults and offences. The same consideration should support us, since Paul declares it to be the perpetual character of the gospel, that it is a savour of death unto death in them that perish, although it was rather given to us to be the savour of life unto life, and the power of God to the salvation of the faithful, which we also should certainly experience it to be, if we did not corrupt this eminent gift of God by our ingratitude, and pervert to our destruction what ought to be a principal instrument of our salvation. But I return to you, sire. Let not your majesty be at all moved by these groundless accusations with which our adversaries endeavour to terrify you, as that the sole tendency and design of this new gospel, for so they call it, is to furnish a pretext for seditions and to gain impunity for all crimes. For God is not the author of confusion, but of peace. Nor is the Son of God, who came to destroy the works of the devil, the minister of sin. And it is unjust to charge us with such motives and designs, of which we have never given cause for the least suspicion. Is it probable that we are meditating the subversion of kingdoms? We, who were never heard to utter a facetious word, whose lives were ever known to be peaceable and honest while we lived under your government, and who, even now in our exile, cease not to pray for all prosperity to attend yourself and your kingdom? Is it probable that we are seeking an unlimited license to commit crimes with impunity? In whose conduct, though many things may be blamed, yet there is nothing worthy of such severe reproach. Nor have we, by divine grace, profited so little in the gospel, but that our life may be an example to our detractors of chastity, liberality, mercy, temperance, patience, modesty, and every other virtue. It is an undeniable fact, that we sincerely fear and worship God, whose name we desire to be sanctified both by our life and by our death. And envy itself is constrained to bear testimony to the innocence and civil integrity of some of us, who have suffered the punishment of death for that very thing which ought to be accounted their highest praise. But if the gospel be made a pretext for tumults, which has not yet happened in your kingdom, if any persons make the liberty of divine grace an excuse for the licentiousness of their vices, of whom I have known many, there are laws and legal penalties by which they may be punished according to their deserts. Only let not the gospel of God be reproached for the crimes of wicked men. You have now, sire, the virulent inquiry of our calumniators laid before you in a sufficient number of instances that you may not receive their accusations with too credulous an ear. I fear I have gone too much into the detail, as this preface already approaches the size of a full apology, whereas I intended it not to contain our defence, but only to prepare your mind to attend to the pleading of our cause. For, though you are now averse and alienated from us, and even inflamed against us, we despair not of regaining your favour, if you will only once read with calmness and composure this our confession, which we intend as our defence before your Majesty. But, on the contrary, if your ears are so preoccupied with the whispers of the malevolent, as to leave no opportunity for the accused to speak for themselves, and if those outrageous furies, with your connivance, continue to persecute with imprisonments, scourges, tortures, confiscations, and flames, we shall indeed, like sheep destined to the slaughter, be reduced to the greatest extremities. Yet shall we in patience possess our souls, and wait for the mighty hand of the Lord, which undoubtedly will in time appear, and show itself armed for the deliverance of the poor from their affliction, and for the punishment of their despisers, who now exult in such perfect security. May the Lord, the King of kings, establish your throne with righteousness, and your kingdom with equity. Basel, 1st August, 1536. End of Part 3. Section 4 of Prefaces and Prologues to Famous Books. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marianne. Prefaces and Prologues to Famous Books, edited by Charles W. Eliot. General Syllabus to the Institutes of the Christian Religion, by John Calvin. The design of the author in these Christian Institutes is twofold, relating, first, to the knowledge of God, as the way to attain a blessed immortality, and, in connection with and subservience to this, secondly, to the knowledge of ourselves. In the prosecution of this design, he strictly follows the method of the Apostles' Creed, as being most familiar to all Christians. For as the Creed consists of 4 parts, the first relating to God the Father, the second to the Son, the third to the Holy Spirit, and the fourth to the Church, so the author distributes the whole of this work into 4 books, corresponding respectively to the 4 parts of the Creed, as will clearly appear from the following detail. 1. The first article of the Creed relates to God the Father, and to the creation, conservation, and government of all things, which are included in his omnipotence. So the first book is on the knowledge of God, considered as the Creator, Preserver, and Governor of the universe at large, and everything contained in it. It shows both the nature and tendency of the true knowledge of the Creator, that this is not learned in the schools, but that every man from his birth is self-taught it, yet that the depravity of man is so great as to corrupt and extinguish this knowledge, partly by ignorance, partly by wickedness, so that it neither leads him to glorify God as he ought, nor conducts him to the attainment of happiness. And though this internal knowledge is assisted by all the creatures around, which serve as a mirror to display the divine perfections, yet that man does not profit by it. Therefore, that to those, whom it is God's will to bring to an intimate and saving knowledge of himself, he gives his written word, which introduces observations on the sacred Scripture, that he has therein revealed himself, and not the Father only, but the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, united, is the Creator of heaven and earth, whom neither the knowledge innate by nature, nor the very beautiful mirror displayed to us in the world, can, in consequence of our depravity, teach us to know so as to glorify him. This gives occasion for treating of the revelation of God in the Scripture, of the unity of the divine essence, and the Trinity of persons. To prevent man from attributing to God the blame of his own voluntary blindness, the author shows the state of man at his creation, and treats of the image of God, free will, and the primitive integrity of nature. Having finished the subject of creation, he proceeds to the conservation and government of all things, concluding the first book with a full discussion of the doctrine of divine providence. 2. But since man is fallen by sin from the state in which he was created, it is necessary to come to Christ. Therefore it follows in the Creed, and in Jesus Christ his only Son our Lord, etc. So, in the second book of the Institutes, our author treats of the knowledge of God as the Redeemer in Christ, and having shown the fall of man, leads him to Christ the Mediator. Here he states the doctrine of original sin, that man possesses no inherent strength to enable him to deliver himself from sin and the impending curse, but that, on the contrary, nothing can proceed from him antecedently to reconciliation and renovation but what is deserving of condemnation. Therefore, that, man being utterly lost in himself, and incapable of conceiving even a good thought by which he may restore himself, or perform actions acceptable to God, he must seek redemption out of himself, in Christ. That the law was given for this purpose, not to confine its observers to itself, but to conduct them to Christ, which gives occasion to introduce an exposition of the moral law. That he was known as the author of salvation to the Jews under the law, but more fully under the gospel, in which he is manifested to the world. Hence follows the doctrine of the similarity and difference of the Old and New Testament, of the law and gospel. It is next stated, that, in order to the complete accomplishment of salvation, it was necessary for the eternal Son of God to become man, and he actually assumed a real human nature. It is also shown how these two natures constitute one person, that the office of Christ, appointed for the acquisition and application of complete salvation by his merit and efficacy, is sacerdotal, regal, and prophetical. Next follows the manner in which Christ executed his office, or actually performed the part of a mediator, being an exposition of the articles respecting his death, resurrection, and ascension to heaven. Lastly, the author shows the truth and propriety of affirming that Christ merited the grace of God and salvation for us. 3. As long as Christ is separate from us he profits us nothing. Hence the necessity of our being ingrafted into him as branches into a vine. Therefore the doctrine concerning Christ is followed, in the third part of the Creed, by this clause, I believe in the Holy Spirit, as being the bond of union between us and Christ. So in the third book our author treats of the Holy Spirit, who unites us to Christ, and consequently of faith, by which we embrace Christ, with his twofold benefit, free righteousness, which he imputes to us, and regeneration, which he commences within us, by bestowing repentance upon us. And to show that we have not the least room to glory in such faith, as it is unconnected with the pursuit of repentance, before proceeding to the full discussion of justification, he treats at large of repentance and the continual exercise of it, which Christ apprehended by faith produces in us by his Spirit. He next first discusses the first and chief benefit of Christ when united to us by the Holy Spirit, that is, justification; and then treats of prayer, which resembles the hand that actually receives those blessings to be enjoyed, which faith knows, from the word of promise, to be laid up with God for our use. But as all men are not united to Christ, the sole author of salvation, by the Holy Spirit, who creates and preserves faith in us, he treats of God's eternal election, which is the cause that we, in whom he foresaw no good but what he intended freely to bestow, have been favored with the gift of Christ, and united to God by the effectual call of the gospel. Lastly, he treats of complete regeneration, and the fruition of happiness, that is, the final resurrection, towards which our eyes must be directed, since in this world the felicity of the pious, in respect of enjoyment, is only begun. 4. But as the Holy Spirit does not unite all men to Christ, or make them partakers of faith, and on those to whom he imparts it he does not ordinarily bestow it without means, but employs for this purpose the preaching of the gospel and the use of the sacraments, with the administration of all discipline, therefore it follows in the Creed, I believe in the Holy Catholic Church, whom, although involved in eternal death, yet, in pursuance of the gratuitous election, God has freely reconciled to himself in Christ, and made partakers of the Holy Spirit, that, being engrafted into Christ, they may have communion with him as their head, whence flows a perpetual remission of sins, and a full restoration of eternal life. So in the fourth book our author treats of the Church, then of the means used by the Holy Spirit in effectually calling from spiritual death, and preserving the Church, the Word and sacraments, baptism and the Lord's Supper, which are as it were Christ's regal sceptre, by which he commences his spiritual reign in the Church by the energy of his Spirit, and carries it forward from day to day during the present life, after the close of which he perfects it without those means. And as political institutions are the asylums of the Church in this life, though civil government is distinct from the spiritual kingdom of Christ, our author instructs us respecting it as a signal blessing of God, which the Church ought to acknowledge with gratitude of heart till we are called out of this transitory state to the heavenly inheritance, where God will be all in all. This is the plan of the Institutes, which may be comprised in the following brief summary. Man, created originally upright, being afterwards ruined, not partially, but totally, finds salvation out of himself, wholly in Christ, to whom being united by the Holy Spirit, freely bestowed, without any regard of future works, he enjoys in him a twofold benefit: the perfect imputation of righteousness, which attends him to the grave, and the commencement of sanctification, which he daily increases, till at length he completes it at the day of regeneration or resurrection of the body, so that in eternal life and in the heavenly inheritance his praises are celebrated for such stupendous mercy. End of Part 4.
Section 5 of Prefaces and Prologues to Famous Books. Nicholas Copernicus. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avaí in August 2010. Prefaces and Prologues to Famous Books, edited by Charles W. Eliot. Dedication of the Revolutions of the Heavenly Bodies by Nicholas Copernicus, 1543. Footnote. Nicholas Copernicus was born in 1473 at Thorn in West Prussia, of a Polish father and a German mother. He attended the University of Cracow and Bologna, lectured on astronomy and mathematics at Rome, and later studied medicine at Padua and canon law at Ferrara. He was appointed canon of the Cathedral of Frauenburg, and in this town he died in 1543, having devoted the latter part of his life largely to astronomy. The book which was introduced by this dedication laid the foundations of modern astronomy. At the time when it was written, the earth was believed by all to be the fixed center of the universe, and although many of the arguments used by Copernicus were invalid and absurd, he was the first modern to put forth the heliocentric theory as "a better explanation." It remained for Kepler, Galileo, and Newton to establish the theory on firm grounds. To Pope Paul III. I can easily conceive, most Holy Father, that as soon as some people learn that in this book which I have written concerning the revolutions of the heavenly bodies, I ascribe certain motions to the earth, they will cry out at once that I and my theory should be rejected. For I am not so much in love with my conclusions as not to weigh what others will think about them. And although I know that the meditations of a philosopher are far removed from the judgment of the laity, because his endeavor is to seek out the truth in all things, so far as this is permitted by God to the human reason, I still believe that one must avoid theories altogether foreign to orthodoxy. Accordingly, when I considered in my own mind how absurd a performance it must seem to those who know that the judgment of many centuries has approved the view that the earth remains fixed as center in the midst of the heavens, if I should, on the contrary, assert that the earth moves, I was for a long time at a loss to know whether I should publish the commentaries which I have written in proof of its motion, or whether it were not better to follow the example of the Pythagoreans and of some others, who were accustomed to transmit the secrets of philosophy not in writing but orally, and only to their relatives and friends, as the letter from Lysis to Hipparchus bears witness. They did this, it seems to me, not as some think, because of a certain selfish reluctance to give their views to the world, but in order that the noblest truths, worked out by the careful study of great men, should not be despised by those who are vexed at the idea of taking great pains with any forms of literature except such as would be profitable, or by those who, if they are driven to the study of philosophy for its own sake by the admonitions and the example of others, nevertheless on account of their stupidity hold a place among philosophers similar to that of drones among bees. Therefore, when I considered this carefully, the contempt which I had to fear because of the novelty and apparent absurdity of my view, nearly induced me to abandon utterly the work I had begun. My friends, however, in spite of long delay and even resistance on my part, withheld me from this decision. First among these was Nicholas Schonberg, Cardinal of Capua, distinguished in all branches of learning. Next to him comes my very dear friend, Tiedemann Giese, Bishop of Kulm, a most earnest student, as he is, of sacred and indeed of all good learning. The latter has often urged me, at times even spurring me on with reproaches, to publish and at last bring to the light the book which had lain in my study not 9 years merely, but already going on 4 times 9. Not a few other very eminent and scholarly men made the same request, urging that I should no longer through fear refuse to give out my work for the common benefit of students of mathematics. They said I should find that the more absurd most men now thought this theory of mine concerning the motion of the earth, the more admiration and gratitude it would command after they saw in the publication of my commentaries the mist of absurdity cleared away by most transparent proofs. So, influenced by these advisers and this hope, I have at length allowed my friends to publish the work, as they had long besought me to do. But perhaps your Holiness will not so much wonder that I have ventured to publish these studies of mine, after having taken such pains in elaborating them that I have not hesitated to commit to writing my views of the motion of the earth, as you will be curious to hear how it occurred to me to venture, contrary to the accepted view of mathematicians, and well nigh contrary to common sense, to form a conception of any terrestrial motion whatsoever. Therefore I would not have it unknown to your Holiness that the only thing which induced me to look for another way of reckoning the movements of the heavenly bodies was that I knew that mathematicians by no means agree in their investigations thereof. For, in the first place, they are so much in doubt concerning the motion of the sun and the moon that they cannot even demonstrate and prove by observation the constant length of a complete year, and, in the second place, in determining the motions of both of these and of the 5 other planets, they fail to employ consistently one set of first principles and hypotheses, but use methods of proof based only upon the apparent revolutions and motions. For some employ concentric circles only, others eccentric circles and epicycles, and even by these means they do not completely attain the desired end. For, although those who have depended upon concentric circles have shown that certain diverse motions can be deduced from these, yet they have not succeeded thereby in laying down any sure principle corresponding indisputable to the phenomena. These, on the other hand, who have devised systems of eccentric circles, although they seem in great part to have solved the apparent movements by calculations which by these eccentrics are made to fit, have nevertheless introduced many things which seem to contradict the first principles of the uniformity of motion. Nor have they been able to discover or calculate from these the main point, which is the shape of the world and the fixed symmetry of its parts, but their procedure has been as if some one were to collect hands, feet, a head, and other members from various places, all very fine in themselves, but not proportionate to one body, and no single one corresponding in its turn to the others, so that a monster rather than a man would be formed from them. Thus, in their process of demonstration, which they term a method, they are found to have omitted something essential, or to have included something foreign and not pertaining to the matter in hand. This certainly would never have happened to them if they had followed fixed principles, for if the hypotheses they assumed were not false, all that resulted therefrom would be verified indubitably. Those things which I am saying now may be obscure, yet they will be made clearer in their proper place. Therefore, having turned over in my mind for a long time this uncertainty of the traditional mathematical methods of calculating the motions of the celestial bodies, I began to grow disgusted that no more consistent scheme of the movements of the mechanism of the universe, set up for our benefit by that best and most law-abiding architect of all things, was agreed upon by philosophers who otherwise investigate so carefully the most minute details of this world. Wherefore I undertook the task of rereading the books of all the philosophers I could get access to see whether any one ever was of the opinion that the motions of the celestial bodies were other than those postulated by the men who taught mathematics in the schools. And I found first, indeed, in Cicero, that Niceta perceived that the earth moved, and afterwards in Plutarch I found that some others were of this opinion, whose words I have seen fit to quote here, that they may be accessible to all. Quote, "Some maintain that the earth is stationary, but Philolaus, the Pythagorean, says that it revolves in a circle about the fire of the ecliptic, like the sun and moon. Heraclides of Pontus and Ekphantus, the Pythagorean, make the earth move, not changing its position, however, confined in its falling and rising around its own center in the manner of a wheel." End quote. Taking this as a starting point, I began to consider the mobility of the earth, and although the idea seemed absurd, yet because I knew that the liberty had been granted to others before me to postulate all sorts of little circles for explaining the phenomena of the stars, I thought I also might easily be permitted to try whether by postulating some motion of the earth more reliable conclusions could be reached regarding the revolution of the heavenly bodies than those of my predecessors. And so, after postulating movements which, farther on in the book, I ascribe to the earth, I have found by many and long observations that if the movements of the other planets are assumed for the circular motion of the earth, and are substituted for the revolution of each star, not only do their phenomena follow logically therefrom, but the relative positions and magnitudes both of the stars and all their orbits, and of the heavens themselves, become so closely related that in none of its parts can anything be changed without causing confusion in the other parts and in the whole universe. Therefore, in the course of the work I have followed this plan. I describe in the first book all the positions of the orbits, together with the movements which I ascribe to the earth, in order that this book might contain, as it were, the general scheme of the universe. Thereafter, in the remaining books, I set forth the motions of the other stars, and of all their orbits together with the movement of the earth, in order that one may see from this to what extent the movements and appearances of the other stars and their orbits can be saved, if they are transferred to the movement of the earth. Nor do I doubt that ingenious and learned mathematicians will sustain me, if they are willing to recognize and weigh, not superficially, but with that thoroughness which philosophy demands above all things, those matters which have been adduced by me in this work to demonstrate these theories. In order, however, that both the learned and the unlearned equally may see that I do not avoid any one's judgment, I have preferred to dedicate these lucubrations of mine to your Holiness rather than to any other, because, even in this remote corner of the world where I live, You are considered to be the most eminent man in dignity of rank and in love of all learning and even of mathematics, so that by your authority and judgment you can easily suppress the bites of slanderers, albeit the proverb hath it that there is no remedy for the bite of a sycophant. If perchance there shall be idle talkers, who, though they are ignorant of all mathematical sciences, nevertheless assume the right to pass judgment on these things, and if they should dare to criticize and attack this theory of mine because of some passage of Scripture, which they have falsely distorted for their own purpose, I care not at all. I will even despise their judgment as foolish. For it is not unknown that Lactantius, otherwise a famous writer but a poor mathematician, speaks most childishly of the shape of the earth when he makes fun of those who said that the earth has the form of a sphere. It should not seem strange, then, to zealous students, if some such people shall ridicule us also. Mathematics are written for mathematicians, to whom, if my opinion does not deceive me, our labors will seem to contribute something to the ecclesiastical state whose chief office your Holiness now occupies. For when not so very long ago, under Leo X, in the Lateran Council, the question of revising the ecclesiastical calendar was discussed, it then remained unsettled, simply because the length of the years and months, and the motions of the sun and moon, were held to have been not yet sufficiently determined. Since that time I have given my attention to observing these more accurately, urged on by a very distinguished man, Paul, Bishop of Fossombrone, who at that time had charge of the matter. But what I have may accomplished herein I leave to the judgment of your Holiness in particular, and to that of all other learned mathematicians. And lest I seem to your Holiness to promise more regarding the usefulness of the work than I can perform, I now pass to the work itself. End of section 5.
Section 6 of Prefaces and Prologues to Famous Books. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Double Mirrors. Prefaces and Prologues to Famous Books. Edited by Charles W. Eliot. Preface to the History of the Reformation in Scotland by John Knox, 1566. Footnote: John Knox, 1505 to 1571, the leader of the Scottish Reformation and its historian, was educated at Glasgow University, was pastor to English congregations at Frankfurt-on-Main and Geneva, where he met Calvin, returned to Scotland in 1559, and from that time till his death was active in the establishment of the Presbyterian organisation, through which his powerful personality has continued to influence the Scottish character to the present day. His preface, which is printed here in the original Scottish spelling, gives some indication of the sternness, not to say the virulence, of his temper towards the Roman Church. It is no unknown, Christian reader, that the same cloud of ignorance that long hath darkened many realms under this accursed kingdom of that Roman Antichrist, hath also overcoured this poor realm. That idolatry hath been maintained, the blood of innocents hath been shed, and Christ Jesus, his eternal truth, hath been abhorred, detested, and blasphemed. But that same God that caused light to sink out of darkness in the multitude of his mercies, hath long time opened his eyes of some even with this realm, to see the vanity of that which then was universally embraced for true religion. And he's given unto them strength to oppone themselves of the same, and now into these our last and moist corrupt days hath made his truth so to triumph among us, that in despite of Satan, hypocrisy is disclosed, and the true worshipping of God is manifested to all the inhabitants of this realm, whose eyes Satan blindeth not, either by their filthy lusts, or else by ambition and insatiable covetousness, which make them repugn to the power of God working by his word. And because we are not ignorant what diverse brutes were dispersed of us, the professions of Jesus Christ within this realm, in the beginning of our enterprise, our doer was taken, that all our proceedings should be committed to register, as that they were, by such as then painfully travelled both by tongue and pen, and so was collected a just volume, as after will appear, containing things done from the 50th year of God till the arrival of the Queen's Majestic further France, with which the collector and writer of that time was content, and never minded further to have travelled that kind of writing. But after invocation of the name of God, and after consultation with some faithful, what was thought by them expedient to advance God's glory, and to edify this present generation, and the posterity to come, it was concluded that faithful rehearsal should be made of such personages as God had made instruments of his glory, by appointing of themselves to manifest abuses, superstition, and idolatry. And albeit there are no great number, yet are they more than the collector would have looked for at the beginning, and therefore is the volume somewhat enlarged above his expectation. And yet in the beginning, moan we crave all the genteel readers not to look of us as such ain history as shall express all things that have occurred within this realm, during the time of this terrible conflict that lies betwixt the sanctity of God and these bloody wolves who claim to themselves the title of clergy, and to have authenticer the souls of men. For with the policy, mind we to meddle no further than it hath religion mixed with it. And therefore, albeit that many things which were done to be omitted, yet if we invent no lees, we think ourselves blameless on that behalf. Of one other thing we moan forewarn, that discreet readers, which is, that they be not offended that the simple truth was spoken without pertellate, for seeing that of men we neither hunt for reward, nor yet for vain glory, we little pass by the approbation of such as seldom judge weel of God and of his works. Let not therefore the reader wonder, albeit that our style vary, and speak diversely of men, according as they have been declared themselves sometimes enemies, and sometimes friends, sometimes fervent, sometimes cold, sometimes constant, sometimes changeable, in the cause of God and his holy religion. For this is our simplicity. We suppose that the godly shall espy our purpose, which is, that God may be praised for his mercy shown, this present age may be admonished to be thankful for God's benefits offered, and the posterity to come may be instructed how wondrously hath the light of Christ Jesus prevailed against darkness in this land and most corrupted age. End of section 6. Recording by Double Mirrors.
Section 7 of Prefaces and Prologues to Famous Books. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. Prefaces and Prologues to Famous Books. Edited by Charles W. Eliot. Prefatory Letter to Sir Walter Raleigh on the Faerie Queen by Edmund Spenser, 1589. Footnote: Edmund Spenser was born in London about 1552 and died there in 1599. He was the greatest of the non-dramatic poets of the age of Elizabeth, and the Faerie Queen is the longest and most famous of his works. The first 3 books were published in 1590, the second 3 in 1596. Of the remaining 6 which he had planned, some fragments were issued after his death. The poem is a combination of allegory and romance, and in this prefatory letter to Raleigh, the poet himself explains the plan of the work and its main allegorical signification. A letter of the author's expounding his whole intention in the course of this work, which, for that it giveth great light to the reader for the better understanding, is hereunto annexed. To the right noble and valorous Sir Walter Raleigh, Knight, Lord Warden of the Stannaries, and Her Majesty's Lieutenant of the County of Cornwall. Sir, knowing how doubtfully all allegories may be construed, and this book of mine, which I have entitled The Faerie Queen, being a continued allegory, or dark conceit, I have thought good, as well for avoiding of jealous opinions and misconstructions, as also for your better light in reading thereof, being so by you commanded, to discover unto you the general intention and meaning, which in the whole course thereof I have fashioned, without expressing of any particular purposes, or by accidents therein occasioned. The general end, therefore, of all the book is to fashion a gentleman or noble person in virtuous and gentle discipline, which, for that I conceived should be most plausible and pleasing, being coloured with an historical fiction, the which the most part of men delight to read, rather for variety of matter than for profit of the ensample, I chose the history of King Arthur, as most fit for the excellency of his person, being made famous by many men's former works, and also furthest from the danger of envy and suspicion of present time. In which I have followed all the antique poets historical, first Homer, who in the persons of Agamemnon and Ulysses hath ensampled a good governor and a virtuous man, the one in his Ilias, the other in his Odysseus. Then Virgil, whose like intention was to do in the person of Aeneas. After him Ariosto comprised them both in his Orlando. And lately Tasso dissevered them again, and formed both parts in two persons, namely that part which they in philosophy call Ethic, or virtues of a private man, coloured in his Rinaldo, the other named Politic in his Godfredo. By ensample of which excellent poets I labour to portray in Arthur, before he was king, the image of a brave knight, perfected in the 12 private moral virtues, as Aristotle hath devised, the which is the purpose of these first 12 books, which if I find to be well accepted, I may be perhaps encouraged to frame the other part of politic virtues in his person after that he came to be king. To some, I know, this method will seem displeasant, which had rather have good discipline delivered plainly in way of precepts, or sermoned at large, as they use, than thus cloudily enwrapped in allegorical devices. But such, meseem, should be satisfied with the use of these days, seeing all things accounted by their shows, and nothing esteemed of that is not delightful and pleasing to common sense. For this cause is Xenophon preferred before Plato, for that the one, in the exquisite depth of his judgment, formed a commonwealth such as it should be, but the other, in the person of Cyrus and the Persians, fashioned a government such as might best be. So much more profitable and gracious is doctrine by ensample than by rule. So have I laboured to do in the person of Arthur, whom I conceive, after his long education by Timon, to whom he was by Merlin delivered to be brought up, as soon as he was born of the Lady Igraine, to have seen in a dream or vision the Fairy Queen, with whose excellent beauty ravished, he awaking resolved to seek her out, and so being by Merlin armed, and by Timon thoroughly instructed, he went to seek her forth in Fairyland. In that Fairy Queen I mean Glory in my general intention, but in my particular I conceive the most excellent and glorious person of our sovereign the Queen, and her kingdom in Fairyland. And yet in some places else I do otherwise shadow her. For considering she beareth two persons, the one of a most royal queen or empress, the other of a most virtuous and beautiful lady, this latter part in some places I do express in Belphoebe, fashioning her name according to your own excellent conceit of Cynthia, Phoebe and Cynthia being both names of Diana. So in the person of Prince Arthur I set forth magnificence in particular, which virtue, for that according to Aristotle and the rest, it is the perfection of all the rest, and containeth in it them all. Therefore in the whole course I mention the deeds of Arthur applicable to that virtue which I write of in that book. But of the 12 other virtues I make 12 other knights the patrons, for the more variety of the history, of which these 3 books contain 3. The first, of the Knight of the Red Cross, in whom I express holiness. The second of Sir Guyon, in whom I set forth temperance. The third of Britomartis, a lady knight, in whom I picture chastity. But because the beginning of the whole work seemeth abrupt, and as depending upon other antecedents, it needs that ye know the occasion of these 3 knights' several adventures. For the method of a poet historical is not such as of an historiographer. For an historiographer discourseth of affairs orderly as they were done, accounting as well the times as the actions. But a poet thrusteth into the middest, even where it most concerneth him, and there recoursing to the things forepast, and divining of things to come, maketh a pleasing analysis of all. The beginning, therefore, of my history, if it were to be told by an historiographer, should be the 12th book, which is the last, where I devise that the Fairy Queen kept her annual feast 12 days, upon which 12 several days the occasions of the 12 several adventures happened, which being undertaken by 12 several knights, are in these 12 books severally handled and discoursed. The first was this. In the beginning of the feast there presented himself a tall clownish young man, who, falling before the Queen of Fairies, desired a boon, as the manner then was, which during that feast she might not refuse, which was that he might have the achievement of any adventure which during that feast should happen. That being granted, he rested himself on the floor, unfit through his rusticity for a better place. Soon after entered a fair lady in mourning weeds, riding on a white ass, with a dwarf behind her leading a warlike steed, that bore the arms of a knight, and his spear in the dwarf's hand. She, falling before the Queen of the Fairies, complained that her father and mother, an ancient king and queen, had been by an huge dragon many years shut up in a brazen castle, who then suffered them not to issue, and therefore besought the Fairy Queen to assign her some one of her knights to take on him that exploit. Presently that clownish person, upstarting, desired that adventure. Whereat the Queen much wondering, and the lady much gainsaying, yet he earnestly importuned his desire. In the end the lady told him that unless that armour which she brought would serve him, that is, the armour of a Christian man specified by St. Paul, 6th Ephesians, that he could not succeed in that enterprise. Which being forthwith put upon him with due furnitures thereunto, he seemed the goodliest man in all that company, and was well liked of the lady. And eftsoons taking on him knighthood, and mounting on that strange courser, he went forth with her on that adventure, where beginneth the first book. Videlicet, a gentle knight was pricking on the plain, etc. The second day there came in a palmer, bearing an infant with bloody hands, whose parents he complained to have been slain by an enchanteress called Acrasia, and therefore craved of the Fairy Queen to appoint him some knight to perform that adventure. Which being assigned to Sir Guyon, he presently went forth with that same palmer, which is the beginning of the second book, and the whole subject thereof. The third day there came in a groom, who complained before the Fairy Queen that a vile enchanter called Busirane had in hand a most fair lady called Amoretta, whom he kept in most grievous torment, because she would not yield him the pleasure of her body. Whereupon Sir Scudamour, the lover of that lady, presently took on him that adventure. But being unable to perform it by reason of the hard enchantments, after long sorrow, in the end met with Britomartis, who succoured him and rescued his love. But by occasion hereof many other adventures are intermeddled, but rather as accidents than intendments; as the love of Britomart, the overthrow of Marinell, the misery of Florimel, the virtuousness of Belphoebe, the lasciviousness of Helenora, and many the like. Thus much, Sir, I have briefly overrun, to direct your understanding to the wellhead of the history, that from thence, gathering the whole intention of the conceit, ye may, as in a handful, grip all the discourse, which otherwise may happily seem tedious and confused. So, humbly craving the continuance of your honourable favour towards me, and the eternal establishment of your happiness, I humbly take leave. 23rd January 1589. Yours most humbly affectionate, Edmund Spenser. End of section 7. Recording by Martin Geeson in Haslemere, Surrey.
Section 8 of Prefaces and Prologues to Famous Books. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bob Neufeld. Prefaces and Prologues to Famous Books, edited by Charles W. Eliot. Preface to the History of the World by Sir Walter Raleigh. Introduction. A sketch of the life of Raleigh will be found prefixed to his discovery of Guiana in the volume of Voyages and Travels. His History of the World was written during his imprisonment in the Tower of London, which lasted from 1603 to 1616. The Preface is interesting not only as a fine piece of Elizabethan prose, but as exhibiting the attitude toward history, and the view of the relation of history to religion and philosophy, which characterized one who represented with exceptional vigor the typical Elizabethan man of action, and who was also a man of thought and imagination. Part I. How unfit and how unworthy a choice I have made of myself to undertake a work of this mixture, my own reason, though exceeding weak, has sufficiently resolved me. For had it been begotten then with my first dawn of day, when the light of common knowledge began to open itself to my younger years, and before any wound received either from fortune or time, I might yet well have doubted that the darkness of age and death would have covered over before it and me long before the performance. For, beginning with the creation, I have proceeded with the history of the world, and lastly purposed, some few sallies excepted, to confine my discourse with this our renowned island of Great Britain. I confess that it had better sorted with my disability, the better part of whose times are run out in other travails, to have set together, as I could, the unjointed and scattered frame of our English affairs, than of the universal, in whom, had there been no other defect, who am all defect, than the time of day, it were enough, the day of a tempestuous life, drawn on to the very evening ere I began. But those inmost and soul-piercing wounds, which are ever aching while uncured, with the desire to satisfy those few friends which I have tried by the fire of adversity, the former enforcing, the latter persuading, have caused me to make my thoughts legible, and myself the subject of every opinion, wise or weak. To the world I represent them, to which I am nothing indebted. Neither have others that were, fortune changing, sped much better in any age. For prosperity and adversity have evermore tied and untied vulgar affections. And as we see it in experience that dogs do always bark at those they know not, and that it is their nature to accompany one another in those clamors, so it is with the inconsiderable multitude, who, wanting that virtue which we call honesty in all men, and that especial gift of God which we call charity in Christian men, condemn without hearing, and wound without offence given, led thereunto by uncertain report only, which his Majesty truly acknowledged for the author of all lies. Blame no man, said Siracides, before thou have inquired the matter. Understand first, and then reform righteously. Rumor rest sine teste, sine judice, maligna fallax. Rumor is without witness, without judge, malicious and deceivable. This vanity of vulgar opinion it was that gave St. Augustine argument to affirm, that he feared the praise of good men, and detested that of the evil. And herein no man hath given a better rule than this of Seneca: Conscientiae satisfaciamus, nihil infamam laboremus, sequatur vel mala dum bene meriaris. Let us satisfy our own consciences, and not trouble ourselves with fame. Be it never so ill, it is to be despised, so we deserve well. For myself, if I have in anything served my country, and prized it before my private, the general acceptation can yield me no other profit at this time, than doth a fair sunshine day to a seaman after shipwreck; and the contrary, no other harm, than an outrageous tempest after the port attained. I know that I lost the love of many for my fidelity towards her, whom I must still honor in the dust; though further than the defence of her excellent person I never persecuted any man. Of those that did it, and by what device they did it, he that is the supreme judge of all the world hath taken the account. so as for this kind of suffering, I must say, with Seneca, mala opinio bene parte delectat. As for other men, if there be any that have made themselves fathers of that fame which hath been begotten for them, I can neither envy at such their purchased glory, nor such lament mine own mishap in that kind; but content myself to say with Virgil, sic vos non vobis, in many particulars. To labor other satisfaction were an act of frenzy, not of hope, seeing it is not truth, but opinion, that can travel the world without a passport. For were it otherwise, and were there not as many internal forms of the mind as there are external figures of men, there were then some possibility to persuade by the mouth of one advocate, even equity alone. But such is the multiplying and extensive virtue of dead earth, and of that breath-giving life which God hath cast upon time and dust, as that among those that were, of whom we read and hear, and among those that are, whom we see and converse with, every one hath received a several picture of face, and every one a diverse picture of mind; every one a form apart, every one a fancy and cogitation differing, there being nothing within nature so much triumpheth as in dissimilitude. From whence it cometh, that there is found so great diversity of opinions, so strong a contrariety of inclinations, so many natural and unnatural, wise, foolish, manly, and childish affectations and passions in mortal men. For it is not the visible fashion and shape of plants and of reasonable creatures, that makes the difference of working in the one, and of condition in the other, but the form internal. And though it hath pleased God to reserve the art of reading men's thoughts to himself, yet as the fruit tells the name of the tree, so do the outward works of men, so far as their cogitations are acted, give us whereof to guess at the rest. Nay, it were not hard to express the one by the other very near the life, did not craft in many, fear in the most, and the world's love in all, teach every capacity, according to the compass it hath, to qualify and make over their inward deformities for a time. Though it be also true, nemo potest Dio personam ferre fictum, cito in naturam suam residunt quibus veritas non subist. No man can long continue masked in a counterfeit behavior. The things that are forced for pretenses having no ground of truth, cannot long dissemble their own natures. Neither can any man, saith Plutarch, so change himself, but that his heart may be sometimes seen at his tongue's end. In this great discord and dissimilitude of reasonable creatures, if we direct ourselves to the multitude, omnis honestae re malus judex est vulgus. Common people are evil judges of honest things, and whose wisdom, saith Ecclesiastes, is to be despised, if to the better sort every understanding hath a peculiar judgment by which it both censureth other men, and valueth itself. And therefore unto me it will not seem strange, though I find these my worthless papers torn with rats; seeing the slothful censurers of all ages have not spared to tax the reverend fathers of the Church with ambition, the severest men to themselves with hypocrisy, the greatest lovers of justice with popularity, and those of the truest valor and fortitude with vainglory. But of these natures which lie in wait to find fault, and to turn good into evil, seeing Solomon complained long since; and that the very age of the world renders it every day after other more malicious, I must leave the professors to their easy ways of reprehension, than which there is nothing of more facility. To me it belongs in the first part of this preface, following the common and approved custom of those who have left the memories of time past to after ages, to give, as near as I can, the same right to history which they have done. Yet, seeing therein I should but borrow other men's words, I will not trouble the reader with the repetition. True it is that among many other benefits for which it hath been honoured, in this one it triumpheth over all human knowledge, that it hath given us life in our understandings, since the world itself had life and beginning, even to this day: yea, it hath triumphed over time, which besides it nothing but eternity hath triumphed over. For it hath carried our knowledge over the vast and devouring space of many thousands of years, and given so fair and piercing eyes to our mind, that we plainly behold living now, as if it had lived then, that great world, Magne Dei sapiens opus, the wise work, saith Hermes, of a great God, as it was then, when but new to itself. Be it, I say, it is, that we live in the very time when it was created. We behold how it was governed, how it was covered with waters and again repeopled, how kings and kingdoms have flourished and fallen, and for what virtue and piety God made prosperous, and for what vice and deformity he made wretched, both the one and the other. And it is not the least debt which we owe unto history, that it hath made us acquainted with our dead ancestors, and out of the depth and darkness of the earth delivered us their memory and fame. In a word, we may gather out of history a policy no less wise than eternal, by the comparison and application of other men's forepast miseries with our own like errors and ill-deservings. But it is neither of examples the most lively instruction, nor the words of the wisest men, nor the terror of future torments, that hath yet so wrought in our blind and stupefied minds, to make us remember, that the infinite eye and wisdom of God doth pierce through all our pretenses; to make us remember, that the justice of God doth require none other accuser than our own consciences; which neither the false beauty of our apparent actions, nor all the formality which, to pacify the opinions of men, we put on, can in any or the least kind cover from his knowledge. And so much did that heathen wisdom confess no way as yet qualified by the knowledge of a true God. If any, saith Euripides, having in his life committed wickedness, thinks he can hide it from the everlasting gods, he thinks not well. To repeat God's judgments in particular upon those of all degrees which have played with his mercies, would require a volume apart, for the sea of examples hath no bottom. The marks set on private men are, with their bodies, cast into the earth, and their fortunes written only in the memories of those that lived with them: so as they who succeed, and have not seen the fall of others, do not fear their own faults. God's judgments upon the greater and greatest have been left to posterity: first, by those happy hands which the Holy Ghost hath guided; and secondly, by their virtue, who have gathered the acts and ends of men mighty and remarkable in the world. Now to point far off, and to speak of the conversion of angels into devils for ambition, or of the greatest and most glorious kings, who have gnawn the grass of the earth with beasts for pride and ingratitude towards God; or of that wise working of Pharaoh, when he slew the infants of Israel ere they had recovered their cradles; or of the policy of Jezebel in covering the murder of Naboth, by a trial of the elders according to the law, with many thousands of the like: what were it other than to make an hopeless proof, that far off examples would not be left to the same far off respects, as heretofore? For who hath not observed what labor, practice, peril, bloodshed, and cruelty, the kings and princes of the world have undergone, exercised, taken on them, and committed to make themselves and their issues masters of the world? And yet hath Babylon, Persia, Syria, Macedon, Carthage, Rome, and the rest, no fruit, no flower, grass, nor leaf, springing upon the face of the earth of those seeds: no, their very roots and ruins do hardly remain. Omnia quae manu hominum facta sunt, vel manu hominum evertantur, vel stando et durando deficiunt. all that the hand of man can make is either overturned by the hand of man, or at length by standing and continuing consumed. The reasons of whose ruins are diversely given by those that ground their opinions on second causes. All kingdoms and states have fallen, say the politicians, by outward and foreign force, or by inward negligence and dissension, or by a third cause arising from both. Others observe that the greatest have sunk down under their own weight, of which Livy hath a touch. Eo crevit, ut magnitudine laboret sua. Others, that the divine providence, which Cratippus objected to Pompey, hath set down the date and period of every estate before their first foundation and erection. But hereof I will give myself a day over to resolve. Foreseeing the first hooks of the following story, having undertaken the discourse of the first kings and kingdoms, and that it is impossible for the short life of a preface to travel after and overtake far off antiquity and to judge of it, I will for the present examine what profit hath been gathered by our own kings and their neighbor princes, who, having beheld both in divine and human letters the success of infidelity, injustice, and cruelty, have, notwithstanding, planted after the same pattern. True it is that the judgments of all men are not agreeable, nor, which is more strange, the affection of any one man stirred up alike with examples of like nature: but every one is touched most with that which most nearly seemeth to touch his own privates, or otherwise best suiteth with his apprehension. But the judgments of God are forever unchangeable. Neither is he wearied by the long process of time, and wont to give his blessing in one age to that which he hath cursed in another. Wherefore those that are wise, or whose wisdom, if it be not great, yet is true and well grounded, will be able to discern the bitter fruits of irreligious policy, as well among those examples that are found in ages removed far from the present, as in those of latter times. And that it may no less appear by evident proof than by asseveration that ill doing hath always been attended with ill success, I will here, by way of preface, run over some examples which the work ensuing hath not reached. Among our kings of the Norman race, we have no sooner passed over the violence of the Norman conquests, than we encounter with a singular and most remarkable example of God's justice upon the children of Henry the First. For that king, when both by force, craft, and cruelty he had dispossessed, overreached, and lastly made blind and destroyed his elder brother Robert Duke of Normandy, to make his own sons lords of this land, God cast them all, male and female, nephews and nieces, Maud excepted, into the bottom of the sea, with above 150 others that attended them, whereof a great many were noble, and of the king dearly beloved. To pass over the rest, till we come to Edward the Second, it is certain that after the murder of that king, the issue of blood then made, though it had sometimes of stay and stopping, did again break out; and that so often, and in such abundance, as all our princes of the masculine race, very few excepted, died of the same disease. And although the young years of Edward the Third made his knowledge of that horrible fact no more than suspicious, yet in that afterwards he caused his own uncle, the Earl of Kent, to die for no other offence than the desire of his brother's redemption, whom the Earl as then supposed to be living; the king making that to be treated in his uncle, which was indeed treason in himself, had his uncle's intelligence been true. This I say made it manifest, that he was not ignorant of what had passed, nor greatly desirous to have had it otherwise, though he caused Mortimer to die for the same. This cruelty the secret and unsearchable judgment of God revenged on the grandchild of Edward the Third; and so it fell out, even to the last of that line, that in the second or third descent they were all buried under the ruins of those buildings of which the mortar had been tempered with innocent blood. For Richard the Second, who saw both his treasurers, his chancellor, and his steward, with divers others of his counsellors, some of them slaughtered by the people, others in his absence executed by his enemies, yet he always took himself for overwise to be taught by examples. The Earls of Huntingdon and Kent, Montague and Spenser, who thought themselves as great politicians in those days as others have done in these, hoping to please the king, and to secure themselves by the murder of Gloucester, died soon after, with many other their adherents, by the like violent hands, and far more shamefully than did the Duke. And as for the king himself, who in regard of many deeds, unworthy of his greatness, cannot be excused, as the disavowing himself by breach of faith, charters, pardons, and patents, he was in the prime of his youth deposed and murdered by his cousin german and vassal Henry of Lancaster, afterwards Henry the Fourth. This king, whose title was weak, and his obtaining the crown traitorous, who brake faith with the lords at his landing, protesting to intend only the recovery of his proper inheritance, brake faith with Richard himself, and brake faith with all the kingdom in Parliament, to whom he swore that the deposed king should live. And after that he had enjoyed this realm some few years, and in that time had been set upon all sides by his subjects, and never free from conspiracies and rebellions, he saw, if souls immortal see and discern anything after the body's death, his grandchild Henry the Sixth, and his son the Prince, suddenly and without mercy murdered, the possession of the crown, for which he had caused so much blood to be poured out, transferred from his race, and by the issues of his enemies worn and enjoyed; enemies, whom by his own practice he supposed that he had left no less powerless than the succession of the king questionless, by entailing the same upon his own issues by Parliament. And out of doubt, human reason could have judged no otherwise, but that these cautious provisions of the father, seconded by the valor and signal victories of his son Henry the Fifth, had buried the hopes of every competitor under the despair of all reconquest and recovery. I say, that human reason might so have judged, were not this passage of Casaubon also true: Dies, hora, momentum, evertendis dominationibus sufficit, quae adamantinis credibantur radicibus esse fundatae. A day, an hour, a moment, is enough to overturn the things that seem to have been founded and rooted in adamant. Now for Henry the Sixth, upon whom the great storm of his grandfather's grievous faults fell, as it formerly had done upon Richard the grandchild of Edward, although he was generally esteemed for a gentle and innocent prince, yet as he refused the daughter of Armagnac of the house of Navarre, the greatest of the princesses of France, to whom he was affianced, by which match he might have defended his inheritance in France, and married the daughter of Anjou, by which he lost all that he had in France; so in condescending to the unworthy death of his uncle of Gloucester, the main and strong pillar of the house of Lancaster, he drew on himself and this kingdom the greatest joint loss and dishonor that ever it sustained since the Norman conquest; of whom it may truly be said, which a counsellor of his own spake of Henry the Third of France, qu'il était mais fort gentil prince, mais son règne est advenu en un fort mauvais temps. He was a very gentle prince, but his reign happened in a very unfortunate season. It is true that Buckingham and Suffolk were the practisers and contrivers of the Duke's death. Buckingham and Suffolk, because the Duke gave instructions to their authority, which otherwise under the Queen had been absolute; the Queen in respect of her personal wound, spretaque injuria formae, because Gloucester dissuaded her marriage. But the fruit was answerable to the seed, the success to the counsel, For after the cutting down of Gloucester, York grew up so fast as he dared to dispute his right both by arguments and arms; in which quarrel Suffolk and Buckingham, with the greatest number of their adherents, were dissolved. And although for his breach of oath by sacrament it pleased God to strike down York, yet his son, the Earl of March, following the plain path which his father had trodden out, despoiled Henry the father and Edward the son, both of their lives and kingdom. And what was the end now of the politic lady the Queen, other than this, that she lived to behold the wretched ends of all her partakers, that she lived to look on, while her husband the King, and her only son the Prince, were hewn in sunder, while the crown was set on his head that did it? She lived to see herself despoiled of her estates and of her movables. And lastly, her father, by rendering up to the crown of France the earldom of Provence, and other places for the payment of 50,000 crowns for her ransom, to become a stark beggar. And this was the end of that subtility which Siracides calleth fine but unrighteous: for other fruit hath it not yielded since the world was. Now it came to Edward the Fourth's turn, though after many difficulties, to triumph. For all the plants of Lancaster were rooted up, one only Earl of Richmond excepted, whom also he had once bought of the Duke of Brittany, but could not hold him. And yet was not this of Edward such a plantation as could any way promise itself stability. For this Edward the King, to omit more than many of his other cruelties, beheld and allowed the slaughter which Gloucester, Dorset, Hastings, and others made of Edward the Prince in his own presence; of which tragical actors there was not one that escaped the judgment of God in the same kind. And he, which, besides the execution of his brother Clarence, for none other offence than he himself had formed in his own imagination, instructed Gloucester to kill Henry the Sixth his predecessor, taught him also by the same art to kill his own sons and successors, Edward and Richard. For those kings which have sold the blood of others at a low rate, have but made the market for their own enemies to buy of theirs at the same price. To Edward the Fourth succeeded Richard the Third, the greatest master in mischief of all that forewent him; who, although for the necessity of his tragedy he had more parts to play, and more to perform in his own person than all the rest, yet he so well fitted every affection that played with him, as if each of them had but acted his own interest. For he wrought so cunningly upon the affections of Hastings and Buckingham, enemies to the Queen and to all her kindred, as he easily allured them to condescend that Rivers and Grey, the King's maternal uncle and half-brother, should, for the first, be severed from him; secondly, he wrought their consent to have them imprisoned; and lastly, for the avoiding of future inconvenience, to have their heads severed from their bodies. And having now brought those his chief instruments to exercise that common precept which the devil hath written on every post, namely, to depress those whom they have grieved, and destroy those whom they had depressed, he urged that argument so far and so forcibly, as nothing but the death of a young king himself and of his brother could fashion the conclusion. For he caused it to be hammered into Buckingham's head, that whensoever the king or his brother should have able years to exercise their power, they would take a most severe revenge of that cureless wrong offered to their uncle and brother, Rivers and Grey. But this was not his manner of reasoning with Hastings, whose fidelity to his master's sons was without suspect; and yet the devil, who never dissuades by impossibility, taught him to try him. And so he did. But when he found by Catesby, who sounded him, that he was not fordable, he first resolved to kill him sitting in council; wherein, having failed with his sword, he set the hangman upon him with a weapon of more weight; and because nothing else could move his appetite, he caused his head to be stricken off before he ate his dinner. A greater judgment of God than this upon Hastings I have never observed in any story. for the self-same day that the Earl Rivers, Grey, and others, were, without trial of law of offence given, by Hastings' advice executed at Pomfret. I say Hastings himself in the same day, and as I take it, in the same hour, in the same lawless manner, had his head stricken off in the Tower of London. But Buckingham lived a while longer, and with an eloquent oration persuaded the Londoners to elect Richard for their king, and having received the earldom of Hereford for reward, besides the high hope of marrying his daughter to the king's only son, after many grievous vexations of mind and unfortunate attempts, being in the end betrayed and delivered up by his trustiest servant, he had his head severed from his body at Salisbury, without the trouble of any of his peers. And what success had Richard himself, after all these mischiefs and murders, policies and counter-policies to Christian religion, and after such time as with a most merciless hand he had pressed out the breath of his nephews and natural lords, other than the prosperity of so short a life, as it took end ere himself could well look over and discern it? The great outcry of innocent blood obtained at God's hands the effusion of his, who became a spectacle of shame and dishonor both to his friends and enemies. This cruel King Henry the Seventh cut off, and was therein no doubt the immediate instrument of God's justice. A politic prince he was, if ever there were any, who, by the engine of his wisdom, beat down and overturned as many strong oppositions both before and after he wore the crown as ever King of England did. I say by his wisdom, because as he ever left the reins of his affections in the hands of his prophet, so he always weighed his undertakings by his abilities, leaving nothing more to hazard than so much as cannot be denied it in all human actions. He had well observed the proceedings of Louis the 11th, whom he followed in all that was royal or royal-like, but he was far more just, and begun not their processes whom he hated or feared by the execution, as Louis did. He could never endure any mediation in rewarding his servants, and therein exceedingly wise. For whatsoever himself gave, he himself received back the thanks and the love, knowing it well that the affections of men, purchased by nothing so readily as by benefits, were trains that better became great kings than great subjects. On the contrary, in whatsoever he grieved his subjects, he wisely put it off on those that had found fit ministers for such actions. Howsoever the taking off of Stanley's head, who set the crown on his, and the death of the young Earl of Warwick, son to George, Duke of Clarence, shows, as the success also did, that he held somewhat of the errors of his ancestors. For this possession in the first line ended in his grandchildren, as that of Edward the Third and Henry the Fourth had done. Now for Henry the Eighth. If all the pictures and patterns of a merciless prince were lost in the world, they might all again be painted to the life out of the story of this king. For how many servants did he advance in haste, but for what virtue no man could suspect, and with the change of his fancy ruined again, no man knowing for what offence? From how many others of more desert gave he abundant flowers from whence to gather honey, and in the end of harvest burned them in the hive? How many wives did he cut off and cast off, as his fancy and affection changed? How many princes of the blood, whereof some of them for age could hardly crawl towards the block, with a world of others of all degrees, of whom our common chronicles have kept the account, did he execute? Yea, in his very death-bed, and when he was at the point to have given his account to God for the abundance of blood already spilt, he imprisoned the Duke of Norfolk the father, and executed the Earl of Surrey the son. The one, whose deservings he knew not how to value, having never omitted anything that concerned his own honor and the king's service, and the other never having committed anything worthy of his least displeasure. The one exceedingly valiant and advised, the other no less valiant than learned and of excellent hope. But besides the sorrows which he heaped upon the fatherless and widows at home, and besides the vain enterprises abroad, wherein it is thought that he consumed more treasure than all our victorious kings did in their several conquests, what causeless and cruel wars did he make upon his own nephew King James the First! What laws and wills did he devise to cut off and cut down those branches which sprang from the same root that himself did! And in the end, notwithstanding these his so many irreligious provisions, it pleased God to take away all his own without increase, though for themselves in their several kinds all princes of eminent virtue. For these words of Samuel to Agag, king of the Amalekites, have been verified upon many others: as thy sword hath made other women childless, so shall thy mother be childless among other women. And that blood which the same King Henry affirmed, that the cold air of Scotland had frozen up in the north, God hath diffused by the sunshine of his grace, from whence his Majesty now living, and long to live, is descended. Of whom I may say it truly, that if all the malice of the world were infused into one's eye, yet could it not discern in his life even to this day any one of those foul spots by which the consciences of all the forenamed princes in effect have been defiled, nor any drop of that innocent blood on the sword of his justice, with which the most that forewent him have stained both their hands and fame. And for this crown of England it may truly be avowed, that he hath received it even from the hand of God, and hath stayed the time of putting it on, howsoever he were provoked to hasten it: that he never took revenge of any man that sought to put him beside it: that he refused the assistance of her enemies that wore it long with us as great glory as ever princess did: that his Majesty entered not by a breach, nor by blood, but by the ordinary gate, which his own right set upon, and into which by a general love and obedience he was received. And howsoever his Majesty's preceding title to this kingdom was preferred by many princes, witness the treaty at Cambray in the year 1559, yet he never pleased to dispute it during the life of that renowned lady his predecessor: no, notwithstanding the injury of not being declared heir in all the time of her long reign. Neither ought we to forget or neglect our thankfulness to God for the uniting of the northern parts of Britain to the south, to wit, of Scotland to England, which though they were severed by but small brooks and banks, yet by reason of the long continued war, and the cruelties exercised upon each other in the affections of the nations, they were infinitely severed. This, I say, is not the least of God's blessings, which his Majesty hath brought with him into this land. No, put all our petty grievances together, and heap them up to their height, they will appear but as a molehill compared with the mountain of this concord. And if all the historians since then have acknowledged the uniting of the red rose and the white for the greatest happiness, Christian religion excepted, that ever this kingdom received from God, certainly the peace between the two lions of gold and gules, and the making them one, doth by many degrees exceed the former. For by it, besides the sparing of our British blood, heretofore and during the difference, so often and abundantly shed, the state of England is more assured, the kingdom more enabled to recover her ancient honor and rights, and by it made more invincible than by all our former alliances, practices, policies, and conquests. It is true, that hereof we do not yet find the effect. But had the Duke of Parma in the year 1588 joined the army which he commanded with that of Spain, and landed it on the south coast, and had his Majesty at the same time declared himself against us in the north, it is easy to divine what had become of the liberty of England. Certainly we would then without murmur have bought this union at a far greater price than it hath since cost us. It is true that there was never any common weal or kingdom in the world wherein no man had cause to lament. Kings live in the world, and not above it. They are not infinite to examine every man's cause, or to relieve every man's wants. And yet in the latter, though to his own prejudice, his Majesty hath had more comparison of other men's necessities than of his own coffers, of whom it may be said, as of Solomon, Dedit Deus Solomon, lautitudinem cordis; which if other men do not understand with Pineda to be meant by liberality, but by latitude of knowledge, yet may it be better spoken of his Majesty than of any king that ever England had, who as well in divine as human understanding hath exceeded all that forewent him, by many degrees. I could say much more the King's Majesty, without flattery, did I not fear the imputation of presumption, and withal suspect that it might befall these papers of mine, though the loss were little, as it did the pictures of Queen Elizabeth made by unskilful and common painters, which by her own commandment were knocked in pieces and cast into the fire. For ill artists, in setting out the beauty of the external, and weak writers, in describing the virtues of the internal, do often leave to posterity of well-formed faces a deformed memory, and of the most perfect and princely minds a most defective representation. It may suffice, and there needs no other discourse, if the honest reader but compare the cruel and turbulent passages of our former kings, and of other their neighbor princes, of whom for that purpose I have inserted this brief discourse, with his Majesty's temperate, revengeless, and liberal disposition. I say, that if the honest reader weigh them justly, and with an even hand, and withal but bestow every deformed child on his true parent, he shall find that there is no man that hath so just cause to complain as the King himself hath. End of Section 8. Section 9 of Prefaces and Prologues to Famous Books. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bob Neufeld. Prefaces and Prologues to Famous Books, edited by Charles W. Eliot. Preface to the History of the World by Sir Walter Raleigh. Part 2. Now, as we have told the success of the trumperies and cruelties of our own kings and other great personages, so we find that God is everywhere the same God. And as it pleased him to punish the usurpation and unnatural cruelty of Henry the First and of our third Edward in their children for many generations, so dealt he with the sons of Louis de Bonnaire, the son of Charles the Great, or Charlemagne. For after such time as de Bonnaire of France had torn out the eyes of Bernard his nephew, the son of Pepin, the oldest son of Charlemagne, and heir of the empire, and then caused him to die in prison, as did our Henry to Robert his eldest brother, there followed nothing but murders upon murders, poisoning, imprisonments, and civil war, till the whole race of that famous emperor was extinguished. And though de Bonnaire, after he had rid himself of his nephew by a violent death, and of his bastard brothers by a civil death, having enclosed them with sure guard all the days of their lives within a monastery, held himself secure from all opposition, yet God raised up against him, which he suspected not, his own sons, to vex him, to invade him, to take him prisoner, and to depose him. His own sons, with whom, to satisfy their ambition, he had shared his estate, and given them crowns to wear and kingdoms to govern during his own life. Yea, his eldest son, Lothair, for he had four, three by his first wife, and one by his second, to wit, Lothair, Pepin, Louis, and Charles, made it the cause of his deposition that he had used violence towards his brothers and kinsmen, and that he had suffered his nephew, whom he might have delivered, to be slain. Eo quod, saith the text, fratribus, et propinquis violentiam intulerit, et nepotem suum, quern ipse liberate proterat, interfici permiserit. Because he used violence to his brothers and kinsmen, and suffered his nephew to be slain, whom he might have delivered. Yet did he that which few kings do, namely, repent him of his cruelty. For among many other things which he performed in the general assembly of the states, it follows, post haec autem palam se erasse confessus, et imitatus imperitoris Theodosi exemplum, penitentiam sponteam suscepit, tande his quamque in Bernardum proprium nepotem gesserat. After this he did openly confess himself to have erred, and following the example of the Emperor Theodosius, he underwent voluntary penance, as well for his other offences, as for that which he had done against Bernard his own nephew. This he did, and it was praiseworthy. But the blood that is unjustly spilt is not again gathered up from the ground by repentance. These medicines, ministered to the dead, have but dead rewards. This king, as I have said, had 4 sons. To Lothair his eldest he gave the kingdom of Italy, as Charlemagne his father had done to Pepin, the father of Bernard, who was to succeed him in the empire. To Pepin, the second son, he gave the kingdom of Aquitaine, to Louis the kingdom of Bavaria, and to Charles, whom he had by a second wife called Judith, the remainder of the kingdom of France. But this second wife, being a mother-in-law to the rest, persuaded de Bonner to cast his son Pepin out of Aquitaine, thereby to greaten Charles, which, after the death of his son Pepin, he prosecuted to effect against his grandchild bearing the same name. In the meanwhile, being invaded by his son Louis of Bavaria, he dies for grief. De Bonner dead, Louis of Bavaria, and Charles, afterwards called the Bald, and their nephew Pepin of Aquitaine, join in league against the Emperor Lothair, their oldest brother. They fight near Auxerre the most bloody battle that ever was stroken in France, in which the marvellous loss of nobility and men of war gave courage to the Saracens to invade Italy, to the Huns to fall upon Almaine, and the Danes to enter upon Normandy. Charles the Bald by treason seizeth upon his nephew Pepin, kills him in a cloister. Carloman rebels against his father Charles the Bald. The father burns out the eyes of his son Carloman. Bavaria invades the Emperor Lothair his brother. Lothair quits the empire. He is assailed and wounded to the heart by his own conscience, for his rebellion against his father, and for his other cruelties, and dies in a monastery. Charles the Bald, the uncle, oppresseth his nephews the sons of Lothair. He usurpeth the empire to the prejudice of Louis of Bavaria, his elder brother. Bavaria's armies and his son Carloman are beaten, he dies of grief, and the usurper Charles is poisoned by Zedechias, a Jew, his physician. His son Louis le Bègue dies of the same drink. Bègue had Charles the Simple and 2 bastards, Louis and Carloman. They rebel against their brother, but the eldest breaks his neck, the younger is slain by a wild boar. The son of Bavaria had the same ill destiny, and brake his neck by a fall out of a window in sporting with his companions. Charles the Gross becomes lord of all that the sons of de Bonner held in Germany, wherewith not contented, he invades Charles the Simple, but being forsaken of his nobility, of his wife, and of his understanding, he dies a distracted beggar. Charles the Simple is held in wardship by Eudes, mayor of the palace, then by Robert, the brother of Eudes, and lastly, being taken by the Earl of Vermandois, He is forced to die in the prison of Péronne. Louis, the son of Charles the Simple, breaks his neck in chasing a wolf, and of the two sons of this Louis the one dies of poison, the other dies in the prison of Orleans, after whom Hugh Capet, of another race, and a stranger to the French, makes himself king. These miserable ends had the issues of Debonair, who, after he had once apparelled injustice with authority, his sons and successors took up the fashion, and wore that garment so long without other provision, as when the same was torn from their shoulders, every man despised them as miserable and naked beggars. The wretched success they had, saith a learned Frenchman, shows qu'en cette mort il avait plus du fait des homines que de Dieu ou de la justice. That in the death of that prince, to wit, of Bernard the son of Pepin, the true heir of Charlemagne, men had more meddling than either God or justice had. But, to come nearer home, it is certain that Francis the First, one of the worthiest kings, except for that fact, that every Frenchman had, did never enjoy himself after he had commended the destruction of the Protestants of Mirandol and Cabrieres to the Parliament of Provence, which poor people were thereupon burnt and murdered, men, women, and children. It is true that the said King Francis repented himself of the fact, and gave charge to Henry his son to do justice upon the murderers, threatening his son with God's judgments if he neglected it. But this unseasonable care of his, God was not pleased to accept for payment. For after Henry himself was slain in sport by Montgomery, we all may remember what became of his 4 sons, Francis, Charles, Henry, and Hercules, of which, although 3 of them became kings, and were married to beautiful and virtuous ladies, yet were they, one after another, cast out of the world without stock or seed. And notwithstanding their subtility, and breach of faith, with all their massacres upon those of the religion, and great effusion of blood, the crown was set on his head, whom they all labored to dissolve. The Protestants remain more in number than ever they were, and hold to this day more strong cities than ever they had. Let us now see if God be not the same God in Spain, as in England and France, towards whom we will look no further back than to Don Pedro of Castile, in respect of which prince all the tyrants of Sicile, our Richard III, and the great Ivan Vasilovich of Moscow, were but petty ones. This Castilian, of all Christian and heathen kings, having been the most merciless. For, besides those of his own blood and nobility, which he caused to be slain in his own court and chamber, as Sancho Ruiz, the great master of Calatrava, Ruiz Gonzales, Alfonso Tello, and Don John of Aragon, whom he cut in pieces and cast into the streets, denying him Christian burial, I say, besides these, and the slaughter of Gomez Moriquez, Diego Perez, Alfonso Gomez, and the great commander of Castile, he made away the 2 infants of Aragon, his cousin germans, his brother Don Frederick, Don John de la Serde, Albuquerques, Nunez de Guzman, Cornel, Cabrera, Tenorio, Mendez de Toledo, Gutierrez, his great treasurer, and all his kindred, and a world of others. Neither did he spare his 2 youngest brothers, innocent princes, whom, after he had kept in close prison from their cradles, till one of them had lived 16 years, and the other 14, he murdered them there. Nay, he spared not his mother, nor his wife, the Lady Blanche of Bourbon. Lastly, as he caused the Archbishop of Toledo and the Dean to be killed of purpose to enjoy their treasures, so did he put to death Mohammed Aben Alhamar, king of Barbary, with 37 of his nobility, that came unto him for succor with a great sum of money, to levy by his favour some companies of soldiers to return withal. Yea, he would needs assist the hangman with his own hand, in the execution of the old king, insomuch as Pope Urban declareth him an enemy both to God and man. But what was his end? Having been formally beaten out of his kingdom, and re-established by the valour of the English nation, led by the famous Duke of Lancaster, he was stabbed to death by his younger brother the Earl of Astramara, who dispossessed all his children of their inheritance, which, but for the father's injustice and cruelty, had never been in danger of any such thing. If we can parallel any man with this king, it must be Duke John of Bourgogne, who, after his traitorous murder of the Duke of Orleans, caused the Constable of Armagnac, the Chancellor of France, the Bishops of Constance, Bayeux, Heureux, Senlis, Saintes, and other religious and reverend churchmen, the Earl of Grandpré, Hector of Chartres, and in effect all the officers of justice, of the Chamber of Accounts, Treasury, and Request, with 1600 others to accompany them, to be suddenly and violently slain. Hereby, while he hoped to govern and to have mastered France, he was soon after, with an axe in the face, in the presence of the Dauphin, and without any leisure to repent his misdeeds, presently slain. These were the lovers of other men's miseries, and misery found them out. Now for the kings of Spain, which lived both with Henry the Seventh, Henry the Eighth, Queen Mary, and Queen Elizabeth. Ferdinand of Aragon was the first, and the first that laid the foundation of the present Austrian greatness. For this king did not content himself to hold Aragon by the usurpation of his ancestor, and to fasten thereunto the kingdom of Castile and Leon, which Isabel his wife held by strong hand, and his assistance, from her own niece, the daughter of the last Henry. But most cruelly and craftily, without all colour or pretence of right, he also cast his own niece out of the kingdom of Navarre, and contrary to faith, and the promise that he made to restore it, fortified the best places, and so wasted the rest. There was no means left for any army to invade it. This king, I say, that betrayed also Ferdinand and Frederick, kings of Naples, princes of his own blood, and by double alliance tied unto him, sold them to the French, and with the same army, sent for their succour under Gonzalvo, cast them out, and shared their kingdom with the French, whom afterwards he most shamefully betrayed. This wise and politic king, who sold heaven and his own honour to make his son, the Prince of Spain, the greatest monarch of the world, saw him die in the flower of his years, and his wife, great with child, with her untimely birth, at once and together buried. His eldest daughter married unto Don Alfonso, a prince of Portugal, beheld her first husband break his neck in her presence, and being with child by her second, died with it. A just judgment of God upon the race of John, father to Alfonso, now wholly extinguished, who had not only left many disconsolate mothers in Portugal, by the slaughter of their children, but had formerly slain with his own hand the son and only comfort of his aunt, the Lady Beatrice, Duchess of Viseo. The second daughter of Ferdinand, married to the Archduke Philip, turned fool, and died mad and deprived. His third daughter, bestowed on King Henry the Eighth, he saw cast off by the king, the mother of many troubles in England, and the mother of a daughter that in her unhappy zeal shed a world of innocent blood, lost Calais to the French, and died heartbroken without increase. To conclude, all those kingdoms of Ferdinand have masters of a new name, and by a strange family are governed and possessed. Charles the Fifth, son to the Archduke Philip, in whose vain enterprises upon the French, upon the Almains, and other princes and states, so many multitudes of Christian soldiers and renowned captains were consumed, who gave the whole a most perilous entrance to the Turks, and suffered Rhodes, the key of Christendom, to be taken, was in conclusion chased out of France, and in a sort out of Germany, and left to the French Mentz, Toul, and Verdun, places belonging to the empire, stole away from Innsprück, and scaled the Alps by torchlight, pursued by Duke Maurice, having hoped to swallow up all those dominions wherein he concocted nothing save his own disgraces; and having, after the slaughter of so many millions of men, no 1 foot of ground in either, he crept into a cloister, and made himself a pensioner of 100,000 ducats by the year to his son Philip, from whom he very slowly received his mean and ordinary maintenance. His son again, King Philip the Second, not satisfied to hold Holland and Zealand, wrested by his ancestors from Jacqueline their lawful princess, and to possess in peace many other provinces of the Netherlands, persuaded by that mischievous Cardinal of Granville, and other Romish tyrants, not only forgot the most remarkable services done to his father the Emperor by the nobilities of those countries, not only forgot the present made him upon his entry, of 40 millions of florins, called the Nouvelle Aide, nor only forgot that he had twice most solemnly sworn to the General States to maintain and preserve their ancient rights and privileges and customs, which they had enjoyed under their 35 earls before him, conditional princes of these provinces, but beginning first to constrain them and enthrall them by the Spanish Inquisition, and then to impoverish them by many new devised and intolerable impositions, he lastly, by strong hand and main force, attempted to make himself not only an absolute monarch over them, like unto the kings and sovereigns of England and France, but Turk-like, to tread under his feet all their natural and fundamental laws, privileges, and ancient rights. To effect which, after he had easily obtained from the Pope a dispensation of his former oaths, which dispensation was the true cause of the war and bloodshed since then, and after he had tried what he could perform, by dividing of their own nobility, under the government of his base sister Margaret of Austria, and the Cardinal Granville, he employed that most merciless Spaniard, Don Ferdinand Alvarez of Toledo, Duke of Alva, followed with a powerful army of strange nations, by whom he first slaughtered that renowned captain, the Earl of Egmont, Prince of Gavard, and Philip Montmorency, Earl of Horn, made away Montigue and the Marquis of Berguez, and cut off in those 6 years that Alva governed, of gentlemen and others, 18,600 by the hands of the hangman, besides all his other barbarous murders and massacres; by whose ministry, when he could not yet bring his affairs to their wished ends, having it in his hope to work that by subtility, which he had failed to perform by force, he sent for governor his bastard brother Don John of Austria, a prince of great hope, and very gracious to those people; but he, using the same papal advantage that his predecessors had done, made no scruple to take oath upon the holy evangelists, to observe the treaty made with the General Estates, and to discharge the Low Countries of all Spaniards, and other strangers therein garrisoned; towards whose pay and passport the Netherlands strained themselves to make payment of 600,000 pounds, which moneys received, he suddenly surprised the citadels of Antwerp and Namur, not doubting, being unsuspected by the States, to have possessed himself of all the mastering places of those provinces. For whatsoever he overtly pretended, he held in secret a contrary council with the Secretary Escovedo, Rodus, Barlaymont, and others, ministers of the Spanish tyranny, formerly practised, and now again intended. But let us now see the effect and end of this perjury, and of all other the Duke's cruelties. First, for himself, after he had murdered so many of the nobility, executed, as aforesaid, 18,600 in 6 years, and most cruelly slain man, woman, and child in Mechlin, Zutphen, Naerden, and other places, notwithstanding his Spanish vaunt, that he would suffocate the Hollanders in their own butter barrels and milk tubs, he departed the country no otherwise accompanied than with the curse and detestation of the whole nation, leaving his master's affairs in a tenfold worse estate than he found them at his first arrival. For Don John, whose haughty conceit of himself overcame the greatest difficulties, though his judgment were over weak to manage the least, what wonders did his fearful breach of faith bring forth, other than the king, his brothers, jealousy and distrust, with the untimely death that seized him, even in the flower of his youth? And for Escovedo, his sharp-witted secretary, who in his own imagination had conquered for his master both England and the Netherlands, being sent into Spain upon some new project, he was at the first arrival, and before any access to the king, by certain ruffians appointed by Anthony Perez, though by better warrant than his, rudely murdered in his own lodging. Lastly, if we consider the King of Spain's carriage, his counsel, and success in this business, there is nothing left to the memory of man more remarkable. For he hath paid above 100 millions, and the lives of above 400,000 Christians, for the loss of all those countries, which for beauty give place to none, and for revenue did equal his West Indies, for the loss of a nation which most willingly obeyed him, and who at this day, after 40 years' war, are in despite of all his forces become a free estate, and far more rich and powerful than they were when he first began to impoverish and oppress them. Oh, by what plots, by what forswearings, betrayings, oppressions, imprisonments, tortures, poisonings, and under what reasons of state and politic subtlety, have these forenamed kings, both strangers and of our own nation, pulled the vengeance of God upon themselves, upon theirs, and upon their prudent ministers, and in the end have brought those things to pass for their enemies, and seen an effect so directly contrary to all their own counsels and cruelties, as the one could have never hoped for themselves, and the other never have succeeded, if no such opposition had ever been made. God hath said it, and performed it well. Pedam sapientiam sapientiam. I will destroy the wisdom of the wise. But what of all this? And to what end do we lay before the eyes of the living the fall and fortunes of the dead, seeing the world is the same that it hath been, and the children of the present time will still obey their parents? It is in the present time that all the wits of the world are exercised. To hold the times we have, we hold all things lawful, and either we hope to find them forever, or at least we hope that there is nothing after them to be hoped for. For as we are content to forget our own experience, and to counterfeit the ignorance of our own knowledge, in all things that concern ourselves, or persuade ourselves, that God hath given us letters patents to pursue all our irreligious affections with a non obstante, so we neither look behind us what hath been, nor before us what shall be. It is true that the quantity which we have is of the body. We are by it joined to the earth. We are compounded of earth, and we inhabit it. The heavens are high, far off, and unsearchable. We have sense and feeling of corporal things, and of eternal grace, but by revelation. No marvel then that our thoughts are also earthly, and it is less to be wondered at, that the words of worthless men cannot cleanse them, seeing their doctrine and instruction, whose understanding the Holy Ghost vouchsafed to inhabit, have not performed it. For as the prophet Isaiah cried out long ago, Lord, who hath believed our reports? And out of doubt, as Isaiah complained then for himself and others, so are they less believed every day after other. For although religion, and the truth thereof, be in every man's mouth, yea, in the discourse of every woman, who for the greatest number are but idols of vanity, what is it other than an universal dissimulation? We profess that we know God, but by works we deny him. For beatitude doth not consist in the knowledge of divine things, but in a divine life. For the devils know them better than men. Beatitudo non est divonorum cognitio, sed vita divina. And certainly there is nothing more to be admired, and more to be lamented, than the private contention, the passionate dispute, the personal hatred, and the perpetual war, massacres, and murders for religion among Christians. The discourse whereof hath so occupied the world, as it hath well near driven the practice thereof out of the world. Who would not soon resolve, that took knowledge but of the religious disputations among men, and not of their lives which dispute, that there were no other thing in their desires than the purchase of heaven, and that the world itself were but used as it ought, and as an inn or place, wherein to repose ourselves in passing on towards our celestial habitation; when, on the contrary, besides the discourse and outward profession, the soul hath nothing but hypocrisy. We are all, in effect, become comedians in religion, and while we act in gesture and voice, divine virtues, in all the course of our lives we renounce our persons, and the parts we play. For charity, justice, and truth have but their being in terms, like the philosopher's materia prima. Neither is it that wisdom, which Solomon defineth to be the schoolmistress of the knowledge of God, that hath valuation in the world. It is enough that we give it our good word; but the same which is altogether exercised in the service of the world as the gathering of riches chiefly, by which we purchase and obtain honor, with the many respects which attend it. These indeed be the marks, which, when we have bent our consciences to the highest, we all shoot at; for the obtaining whereof it is true, that the care is our own, the care our own in this life, the peril our own in the future: and yet when we have gathered the greatest abundance, we ourselves enjoy no more thereof, than so much as belongs to one man. For the rest, he that had the greatest wisdom, and the greatest ability that ever man had, hath told us that this is the use. When goods increase, saith Solomon, they also increase that eat them. And what good cometh to the owners, but the beholding thereof with their eyes? As for those that devour the rest, and follow us in fair weather, they again forsake us in the first tempest of misfortune, and steer away before the sea and wind, leaving us to the malice of our destinies. Of these, among 1,000 examples, I will take but one out of Master Danner, and use his own words. Whilst the Emperor Charles V, after the resignation of his estates, stayed at Flushing for wind, to carry him his last journey into Spain, he conferred on a time with Seldius, his brother Ferdinand's ambassador, till the deep of the night. And when Seldius should depart, the Emperor, calling for some of his servants, and nobody answering him, for those that attended upon him were some gone to their lodgings, and all the rest asleep, the Emperor took up the candle himself, and went before Seldius to light him down the stairs, and so did, notwithstanding all the resistance that Seldius could make. And when he was come to the stairs' foot, he said thus unto him, Seldius, remember this of Charles the Emperor, when he shall be dead and gone, that him, whom thou hast known in thy time environed with so many mighty armies and guards of soldiers, thou hast also seen alone, abandoned and forsaken, yea, even of his own domestical servants, etc. I acknowledge this change of fortune to proceed from the mighty hand of God, which I will by no means go about to withstand. But you will say, that there are some things else, and of greater regard than the former. The first is the reverend respect that is held of great men, and the honor done unto them by all sorts of people. And it is true indeed, provided that an inward love for their justice and piety accompany the outward worship given to their places and power, without which what is the applause of the multitude but as the outcry of an herd of animals, who, without knowledge of any true cause, please themselves with the noise they make? For seeing it is a thing exceeding rare to distinguish virtue and fortune, the most impious, if prosperous, have been ever applauded; the most virtuous, if unprosperous, have ever been despised. For as Fortune's man rides the horse, so Fortune herself rides the man; who, when he is descended and on foot, the man taken from his beast, and Fortune from the man, a base groom beats the one, and a bitter contempt spurns at the other with equal liberty. The second is the greatening of our posterity, and the contemplation of their glory whom we leave behind us. Certainly, of those which conceive that their souls departed take any comfort therein, it may be truly said of them, which Lactantius spake of certain heathen philosophers, quod sapientes sunt in re stulta. For when our spirits immortal shall be once separate from our mortal bodies, and disposed by God, there remaineth in them no other joy of their posterity which succeed, than there doth of pride in that stone which sleepeth in the wall of the king's palace, nor any other sorrow for their poverty, than there doth of shame in that which beareth up a beggar's cottage. Nesciunt mortui etiam sancti, quid agunt vivi, etiam eorum fili quia anime mortuorum rebus viventiem non intersunt. The dead, though holy, know nothing of the living, no, not of their own children: for the souls of those departed are not conversant with their affairs that remain. And if we doubt of St. Augustine, we cannot of Job, who tells us, that we know not if our sons shall be honorable, neither shall we understand concerning them whether they shall be of low degree. Which Ecclesiastes also confirmeth. Man walketh in a shadow, and disquieteth himself in vain. He heapeth up riches, and cannot tell who shall gather them. The living, saith he, know that they shall die, but the dead know nothing at all, for who can show unto man what shall be after him under the sun? He therefore accounteth it among the rest of worldly vanities, to labor and travail in the world, not knowing after death whether a fool or a wise man should enjoy the fruits thereof: which made me, saith he, endeavor even to abhor mine own labor. And what can other men hope, whose blessed or sorrowful estates after death God hath reserved? Man's knowledge lying but in his hope, seeing the prophet Isaiah confesseth of the elect, that Abraham is ignorant of us, and Israel knows us not. But hereof we are assured, that the long and dark night of death, of whose following day we shall never behold the dawn till his return that hath triumphed over it, shall cover us over till the world be no more: after which, and when we shall again receive organs glorified and incorruptible, the seats of angelical affections, in so great admiration shall the souls of the blessed be exercised, as they cannot admit the mixture of any second or less joy, nor any return of foregone and mortal affection towards friends, kindred, or children: of whom, whether we shall retain any particular knowledge, or in any sort distinguish them, no man can assure us, and the wisest men doubt. But on the contrary, if a divine life return any of those faculties which the soul exercised in a mortal body, we shall not at that time so divide the joys of heaven, as to cast any part thereof on the memory of their facilities which remain in the world. No, be their estates greater than ever the world gave, we shall, by the difference known unto us, even detest their consideration. And whatsoever comfort shall remain of all forepast, the same will consist in the charity which we exercise living, and in that piety, justice, and firm faith, for which it pleased the infinite mercy of God to accept of us, and receive us. Shall we therefore value honor and riches at nothing, and neglect them as unnecessary and vain? Certainly no. For that infinite wisdom of God, which hath distinguished his angels by degrees, which hath given greater and less light and beauty to heavenly bodies, which hath made differences between beasts and birds, created the eagle and the fly, the cedar and the shrub, and among stones given the fairest tincture to the ruby, and the quickest light to the diamond, hath also ordained kings, dukes, or leaders of the people, magistrates, judges, and other degrees among men. And as honor is left to posterity, for a mark and ensign of the virtue and understanding of their ancestors, so, seeing Siracides preferreth death before beggary, and that titles, without proportional estates, fall under the miserable succor of other men's pity, I account it foolishness to condemn such a care, provided that worldly goods be well gotten, and that we raise not our own buildings out of the other man's ruins. For as Plato doth first prefer the perfection of bodily health, secondly the form and beauty, and thirdly divitias nulla frauda quaesitas, so Jeremiah cries, Woe unto them that erect their houses by unrighteousness, and their chambers without equity. And Isaiah the same, Woe to those that spoil, and were not spoiled. And it was out of the true wisdom of Solomon that he commanded us, not to drink the wine of violence, not to lie in wait for blood, and not to swallow them up alive, whose riches we covet. For such are the ways, saith he, of every one that is greedy of grain. And if we could afford ourselves but so much leisure as to consider, that he which hath most in the world, hath in respect of the world nothing in it, and that he which hath the longest time lent him to live in it, hath yet no proportion at all therein, setting it either by that which is past, when we were not, or by that time which is to come, in which we shall abide for ever. I say, if both, to wit, our proportion in the world, and our time in the world, differ not much from that which is nothing. It is not out of any excellency of understanding, that we so much prize the one, which hath in effect no being, and so much neglect the other, which hath no ending, coveting those mortal things of the world, as if our souls were therein immortal, and neglecting those things which are immortal, as if ourselves after the world were but mortal. But let every man value his own wisdom as he pleaseth. Let the rich man think all fools that cannot equal his abundance. The revenger esteem all negligent that have not trodden down their opposites. The politician all gross that cannot merchandise their faith. Yet when we once come in sight of the report of death, to which all the winds drive us, and when by letting fall that fatal anchor, which can never be weighed again, the navigation of this life takes end, then it is, I say, that our own cogitations, those sad and severe cogitations, formerly beaten from us by our health and felicity, return again, and pay us to the uttermost for all of the pleasing passages of our lives past. It is then that we cry out to God for mercy. Then when ourselves can no longer exercise cruelty to others. And it is only then that we are strucken through the soul with this terrible sentence, that God will not be mocked. For if, according to St. Peter, the righteous scarcely be saved, and that God spared not his angels, where shall those appear, who having served their appetites all their lives, presume to think that the severe commandments of the all-powerful God were given but in sport, and that the short breath, which we draw when death presseth us, if we can but fashion it to the sound of mercy, without any kind of satisfaction or amends, is sufficient. O quam multi, saith a reverend father, cum hoc spe ad aeternus labores et bella descendunt. I confess that it is a great comfort to our friends to have it said that we ended well, for we all desire, as Balaam did, to die the death of the righteous. But what shall we call a disesteeming, an opposing, or indeed a mocking of God? If those men do not oppose him, disesteem him, and mock him, that think it enough for God to ask him forgiveness at leisure, with the remainder and last drawing of a malicious breath. For what do they otherwise, that die this kind of well-dying, but say unto God as followeth, We beseech thee, O God, that all the falsehoods, forswearings, and treacheries of our lives past may be pleasing unto thee, that thou wilt for our sakes, that have no leisure to do anything for thine, change thy nature, though impossible, and forget to be a just God, that thou wilt love injuries and oppressions, call ambition wisdom, and charity foolishness. For I shall prejudice my son, which I am resolved not to do, if I make restitution, and confess myself to have been unjust, which I am too proud to do, if I deliver the oppressed. Certainly these wise worldlings have either found out a new God, or made one, and in all likelihood such a leaden one as Louis XI wore in his cap, which when he had caused any that he feared or hated to be killed, he would take it from his head and kiss it, beseeching it to pardon him this one evil act more, and it should be the last, which, as at other times, he did, when by the practice of a cardinal and a falsified sacrament, he caused the Earl of Armagnac to be stabbed to death, mockeries indeed fit to be used towards a leaden, but not towards the ever-living God. But of this composition are all devout lovers of the world, that they fear all that is dureless and ridiculous. They fear the plots and practices of their opposites, and their very whisperings. They fear the opinions of men, which beat but upon shadows. They flatter and forsake the prosperous and unprosperous, be they friends or kings. Yea, they dive under water like ducks at every pebble-stone, that is but thrown toward them by a powerful hand. And, on the contrary, they show an obstinate and giant-like valor against the terrible judgments of the all-powerful God. Yea, they show themselves gods against God, and slaves towards men whose bodies and consciences are alike rotten. End of Section 9. Section 10 of Prefaces and Prologues to Famous Books. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bob Neufeld. Prefaces and Prologues to Famous Books, edited by Charles W. Eliot. Preface to the History of the World, by Sir Walter Raleigh. Part 3. Now for the rest. If we truly examine the difference of both conditions, to wit, of the rich and mighty, whom we call fortunate, and of the poor and oppressed, whom we account wretched, we shall find the happiness of the one and the miserable estate of the other so tied by God to the very instant, and both so subject to interchange, witness the sudden downfall of the greatest princes, and the speedy uprising of the meanest persons, as the one hath nothing so certain whereof to boast, nor the other so uncertain whereof to bewail itself. For there is no man so assured of his honor, of his riches, health, or life, but that he may be deprived of either, or all, the very next hour or day to come. Quid vesper vehat incertum est. What the evening will bring with it, it is uncertain. And yet he cannot tell, saith St. James, what shall be tomorrow. Today he is set up, and tomorrow he shall not be found, for he is turned into dust, and his purpose perisheth. And although the air which compasseth adversity be very obscure, yet therein we better discern God, than in that shining light which environeth worldly glory, through which for the clearness thereof there is no vanity which escapeth our sight. And let adversity seem what it will, to happy men ridiculous, who make themselves merry at other men's misfortunes, and to those under the cross grievous, yet this is true, that for all that is past, to the very instant the portions remaining are equal to either. For be it that we have lived many years, and according to Solomon in them all we have rejoiced, or be it that we have measured the same length of days, and therein have evermore sorrowed, yet looking back from our present being, we find both the one and the other, to wit, the joy and the woe, sailed out of sight, and death, which doth pursue us and hold us in chase from our infancy, hath gathered it. Quicquid aetatis reto est, mors tenet. Whatsoever of our age is past, death holds it. So as whosoever he be, to whom fortune hath been a servant, and the time a friend, let him but take the account of his memory, for we have no other keeper of our pleasures past, and truly examine what it hath reserved, either beauty or youth or foregone delights, what it hath saved, that it might last of his dearest affections, or of whatever else the amorous springtime gave his thoughts of contentment then unvaluable. And he shall find that all the art which his elder years have, can draw no other vapor out of these dissolutions, than heavy, secret, and sad sighs. He shall find nothing remaining but those sorrows which grow up after our fast springing youth, overtake it when it is at a stand, and overtopped it utterly when it begins to wither. Insomuch as looking back from the very instant time, and from our now being, the poor diseased and captive creature hath as little sense of all his former miseries and pains, as he that is most blessed in common opinions hath of his forepast pleasure and delights. For whatsoever is cast behind us, is just nothing, and what is to come, deceitful hope hath it. Omnia quae eventura sunt in incerto jacent. Only those few black swans I must except, who having had the grace to value worldly vanities at no more than their own price, do by retaining the comfortable memory of a well acted life, behold death without dread, and the grave without fear, and embrace both as necessary guides to endless glory. For myself, this is my consolation, and all that I can offer to others, that the sorrows of this life are of but two sorts, whereof the one hath respect to God, the other to the world. In the first we complain to God against ourselves, for our offences against him, and confess, et tu justus es in omnibus quae venerunt super nos, and thou, O Lord, art just in all that hath befallen us. In the second we complain to ourselves against God, as if he had done us wrong, either in not giving us worldly goods and honors, answering our appetites, or for taking them again from us having had them, forgetting that humble and just acknowledgment of Job, the Lord hath given, and the Lord hath taken. To the first of which St. Paul hath promised blessedness, to the second death. And out of doubt he is either a fool or ungrateful to God, or both, that doth not acknowledge, how mean soever his estate be, that the same is yet far greater than that which God oweth him; or doth not acknowledge, how sharp soever his afflictions be, that the same are yet far less than those which are due unto him. And if an heathen wise man call the adversities of the world but tributa vivendi, the tributes of living, a wise Christian man ought to know them, and bear them, but as the tributes of offending. He ought to bear them manlike and resolvedly, and not as those whining soldiers do, qui gementes secuntur, imperatorem. Foreseeing God, who is the author of all our tragedies, hath written out for us and appointed us all the parts we are to play, and hath not, in their distribution, been partial to the most mighty princes of the world, that gave unto Darius the part of the greatest emperor, and the part of the most miserable beggar, a beggar begging water of an enemy, to quench the great drought of death, that appointed Bayezid to play the grand seigneur of the Turks in the morning, and in the same day the footstool of Tamerlane, both which parts Valerian had also played, being taken by Sapores, that made Belisarius play the most victorious captain, and lastly the part of a blind beggar, of which examples many thousands may be produced, why should other men, who are but as the least worms, complain of wrong? Certainly there is no other account to be made of this ridiculous world, than to resolve that the change of fortune on the great theatre is but as the change of garments on the less. For when on the one and the other every man wears but his own skin, the players are all alike. Now if any man out of weakness prize the passages of this world otherwise, for, saith Petrarch, magni ingenia est revocare mentem a sensibus, it is by reason of that unhappy fantasy of ours, which forgeth in the brains of man all the miseries, the corporal excepted, whereunto he is subject. Therein it is that misfortunes and adversity work all that they work. Foreseeing death in the end of the play takes from all whatsoever fortune or force takes from any one, it were a foolish madness in the shipwreck of worldly things, where all sinks but the sorrow to save it. That were, as Seneca saith, fortunae succumbere quod tristius est omne fato, to fall under fortune, of all other the most miserable destiny. But it is now time to sound a retreat, and to desire to be excused of this long pursuit, and withal that the good intent which hath moved me to draw the picture of time past, which we call history, in so large a table, may also be accepted in place of a better reason. The examples of divine providence everywhere found, the first divine histories being nothing else but a continuation of such examples, have persuaded me to fetch my beginning from the beginning of all things, to wit, creation. For though these two glorious actions of the Almighty be so near, and as it were linked together, that the one necessarily implieth the other, creation inferring providence, for what father forsaketh the child that he hath begotten, and providence presupposing creation, yet many of those that have seemed to excel in worldly wisdom have gone about to disjoin this coherence: the Epicure denying both creation and providence, but granting the world had a beginning; the Aristotelian granting providence, but denying both the creation and the beginning. Now although this doctrine of faith, touching the creation in time, for by faith we understand that the world was made by the word of God, be too weighty a work for Aristotle's rotten ground to bear up, upon which he hath notwithstanding founded the defences and fortresses of all his verbal doctrine, yet that the necessity of infinite power, and the world's beginning, and the impossibility of the contrary, even in the judgment of natural reason, wherein he believed, had not better informed him, it is greatly to be marvelled at. And it is no less strange, that those men which are desirous of knowledge, seeing Aristotle hath failed in this main point, and taught little other than terms in the rest, have so retrenched their minds from the following and overtaking of truth, and so absolutely subjected themselves to the law of those philosophical principles, as all contrary kind of teaching, in the search of causes, they have condemned either for fantastical or curious. But doth it follow, that the positions of heathen philosophers are undoubted grounds and principles indeed, being so called? Or that ipsi dixerunt doth make them to be such? Certainly no. But this is true, that where natural reason hath built anything so strong against itself, as the same reason can hardly assail it, much less batter it down, the same in every question of nature and infinite power may be approved for a fundamental law of human knowledge. For saith Charron in his Book of Wisdom, toute proposition humaine a autant d'autorité que l'autre, si la raison n'en fait la différence. Every human proposition hath equal authority, if reason make not the difference, the rest being but the fables of principles. But hereof how shall the upright and impartial judgment of man give a sentence, where opposition and examination are not admitted to give in evidence? And to this purpose it is well said of Lactantius, sapientiam sibi adimunt, qui sine ulle judicio inventa maiorem probant, et ab alis pecudum more ducuntur. They neglect their own wisdom, who without any judgment approve the invention of those that forewent them, and suffer themselves after the manner of beasts to be led by them. By the advantage of which sloth and dullness, ignorance is now become so powerful a tyrant, as it hath set true philosophy, physics, and divinity in a pillory, and written over the first, Contra negantem principia, over the second, Virtus specifica, over the third, Ecclesta Romana. But for myself, I shall never be persuaded that God hath shut up all light of learning within the lanthorn of Aristotle's brains, or that it was ever said unto him, as unto Esdras, Ascendam in corde tuo lacernam intellectus, that God hath given invention but to the heathen, and that they only invaded nature, and found the strength and bottom thereof, the same nature having consumed all her store, and left nothing of price to after ages. That these and these be the causes of these and these effects, time hath taught us, and not reason, and so hath experience without art. The cheesewife knoweth it as well as the philosopher that sour rennet doth coagulate her milk into a curd. But if we ask a reason of this cause, why the sourness doth it, whereby it doth it, and the manner how, I think there is nothing to be found in vulgar philosophy to satisfy this and many other like vulgar questions. But man, to cover his ignorance in the least things, who cannot give a true reason for the grass under his feet, why it should be green rather than red, or any other color, that could never yet discover the way and reason of nature's working in those which are far less noble creatures than himself, who is far more noble than the heavens themselves, man, saith Solomon, that can hardly discern the things that are upon the earth, and with great labor find out the things that are before us, that hath so short a time in the world, as he no sooner begins to learn than to die, that hath in his memory but borrowed knowledge, in his understanding nothing truly, that is ignorant of the essence of his own soul, and which the wisest of the naturalists, if Aristotle be he, could never so much as define, but by the action and effect, telling us what it works, which all men know as well as he, but not what is, which neither he nor any one else doth know, but God hath created it. For though I were perfect, yet I know not my soul, saith Job. Man, I say, that is but an idiot in the next cause of his own life, and in the cause of all actions of his life, will, notwithstanding, examine the art of God in creating the world of God, who, saith Job, is so excellent as we know him not, and examine the beginning of the work, which had end before mankind had a beginning of being. He will disable God's power to make a world, without matter to make it of. He will rather give the motes of the air for a cause, cast the work on necessity or chance, bestow the honor thereof on nature, make two powers, the one to be the author of the matter, the other of the form, and lastly, for want of a workman, have it eternal, which latter opinion Aristotle, to make himself the author of a new doctrine, brought into the world, and his sectators have maintained it. Parate ac conjurate, quos secuntur philosophorum animas invictus opiniones tueri. For Hermes, who lived at once with, or soon after, Moses, Zoroaster, Mosaeus, Orpheus, Linus, Anaximenes, Anaxagoras, Empedocles, Melissus, Pherecydes, Thales, Cleanthes, Pythagoras, Plato, and many other, whose opinions are exquisitely gathered by Stuckius Eugubinus, found in the necessity of invincible reason one eternal and infinite being to be the parent of the universal. Horum omnium sententia quam vis sit incerta, eodem tamen spectat, ut providentiam unam esse consentiant, sive enim natura, sive ether, sive ratio, sive mens, sive fatalis necessitas, sive divine lex, idem ist quod a nobis dicitur Deus. All these men's opinions, saith Lactantius, though uncertain, come to this, that they agree upon one providence, whether the same be nature, or light, or reason, or understanding, or destiny, or divine ordinance, that it is the same which we call God. Certainly, as all the rivers in the world, though they have diverse risings and diverse runnings, though they sometimes hide themselves for a while under ground, and seem to be lost in sea-like lakes, do at last find and fall into the great ocean, so, after all the searches that human capacity hath, and after all philosophical contemplation and curiosity, in the necessity of this infinite power, all the reason of man ends and dissolves itself. As for the others, the first touching those which conceive the matter of the world to have been eternal, and that God did not create the world, ex nihilo, but ex materia preexistente, the supposition is so weak as is hardly worth the answering. For, saith Eusebius, mihi videntur qui hoc dicunt, fortunam quoque Deo annectere. They seem unto me, which affirm this, to give part of the work to God, and part to fortune, insomuch as if God had not found this first matter by chance, he had neither been author, nor father, nor creator, nor lord of the universal. For were the matter or chaos eternal, it then follows, that either this supposed matter did fit itself to God, or God accommodate himself to the matter. For the first, it is impossible that things without sense could proportion themselves to the workman's will. For the second, it were horrible to conceive of God, that as an artificer he applied himself according to the proportion of matter which he lighted upon. But let it be supposed that this matter hath been made by any power, not omnipotent and infinitely wise. I would gladly learn how it came to pass that the same was proportionable to his intention that was omnipotent and infinitely wise, and no more nor no less than served to receive the form of the universal. For had it wanted anything of what was sufficient, then must it be granted that God created out of nothing so much new matter as served to finish the work of the world: or had there been more of this matter than sufficed, then God did dissolve and annihilate whatsoever remained and was superfluous. And this must every reasonable soul confess, that it is the same work of God alone to create anything out of nothing, and by the same art and power, and by none other, can those things, or any part of that eternal matter, be again changed into nothing, by which those things that once were nothing obtained a beginning of being. Again, to say that this matter was the cause of itself, this of all other were the greatest idiotism. For if it were the cause of itself at any time, then there was also a time when it itself was not, at which time of not being, it is easy enough to conceive that it could not procure itself, nor anything else. For to be and not to be at once is impossible. Nihil autem seipsum praecedit neque, seipsum componit corpus. There is nothing that doth precede itself, neither do bodies compound themselves. For the rest, those that feign this matter to be eternal must of necessity confess that infinite cannot be separate from eternity. But then had infinite matter left no place for infinite form, but that the first matter was finite, the form which it received proves it. For conclusion of this part, whosoever will make choice rather to believe in eternal deformity, or in eternal dead matter, than in eternal light and eternal life, let eternal death be his reward. For it is a madness of that kind as wanteth terms to express it. For what reason of man, whom the curse of presumption hath not stupefied, hath doubted that infinite power, of which we can comprehend but a kind of shadow, quia comprehensio est intra terminos qui infinito repugnant, Hath anything wanting in itself, either for matter of form, yea, for as many worlds, if such had been God's will, as the sea hath sands? For where the power is without limitation, the work hath no other limitation than the workman's will. Yea, reason itself finds it more easy for infinite power to deliver from itself a finite world without the help of matter prepared, than for a finite man, a fool and dust, to change the form of matter made to his hands. They are Dionysius' his words, Deus in una existentia omne praehabit. And again, esse omnium ist ipsa divinitas, omne quod vides et quod non vides. To wit, causaliter, or in better terms, non tanquam forma sed tanquam causa universalis. Neither hath the world universal closed up all of God, for the most part of his works, saith Siradices, are hid. Neither can the depth of his wisdom be opened by the glorious work of the world, which never brought to knowledge all it can, for then were his infinite power bounded and made finite. And hereof it comes, that we seldom entitle God the all-showing or the all-willing, but the Almighty, that is, infinitely able. But now for those who from that ground, that out of nothing nothing is made, infer the world's eternity, and yet not so savage therein as those are, which give an eternal being to dead matter. It is true, if the word nothing be taken in the affirmative, and the making imposed upon natural agents and finite power, that out of nothing nothing is made. But seeing their great Doctor Aristotle himself confesseth, quod omnes antiqui decreverunt quasi quodam return principium, ipsumque infinitum, that all the ancient decree a kind of beginning, and the same to be infinite, and a little after more largely and plainly, principium eius est nullam, sed ipsum omnium cernitur esse principium, ac omnia completi ac regere. It is strange that this philosopher with his followers should rather make choice out of falsehood, to conclude falsely, than out of truth, to resolve truly. For if we compare the world universal, and all the unmeasurable orbs of heaven, and those marvelous bodies of the sun, moon, and stars, with ipsum infinitum, it may truly be said of them all, which himself affirms of his imaginary materia prima, that they are neither quid, quale, nor quantum, and therefore to bring finite, which hath no proportion with infinite, out of infinite, qui destruit omnem proportionem, is no wonder in God's power. And therefore Anaximander, Melissus, and Empedocles call the world universal, but particulum universitatis and infinitatis, a parcel of that which is the universality and the infinity itself, and Plato but a shadow of God. But the other, to prove the world's eternity, urgeth this maxim, that a sufficient and effectual cause being granted, an answerable effect thereof is also granted; inferring that God being forever a sufficient and effectual cause of the world, the effect of the cause should also have been forever, to wit, the world universal. But what a strange mockery is this in so great a master, to confess a sufficient and effectual cause of the world, to wit, an almighty God, in his antecedent, and the same God to be a God restrained in his conclusion, to make God free in power and bound in will, able to effect, unable to determine, able to make all things, and yet unable to make choice of the time when. For this was impiously to resolve of God as of natural necessity, which hath neither choice, nor will, nor understanding, which cannot but work matter being present, as fire to burn things combustible. Again he thus disputeth, that every agent which can work and doth not work, if it afterward work, it is either thereto moved by itself, or by somewhat else, and so it passeth from power to act. But God, saith he, is immovable, and is neither moved by himself, nor by any other, but being always the same, doth always work. Whence he concluded, if the world were caused by God, that he was forever the cause thereof, and therefore eternal. The answer to this is very easy. for that God's performing in due time that which he ever determined at length to perform, doth not argue any alteration or change, but rather constancy in him. For the same action of his will, which made the world forever, did also withhold the effect to the time ordained. To this answer, in itself sufficient, others add further, that the pattern or image of the world may be said to be eternal, which the Platonics call spiritualem mundum, and do in this sort distinguish the idea and creation in time. Spiritualis ille mundus munde huius exemplar, primumque Deu opus, vita aequale est architecto, fruit semper cum illo, eritque semper, mundus autem corporalis, quod secundum opus est Dei, Resedet iam ab apifice ex parte una, quia non fuit semper, retenet alteram, quia sit semper futurus. That representative, or the intentional world, say they, the simpler of this visible world, the first work of God, was equally ancient with the architect, for it was forever with him, and ever shall be. This material world, this second work or creature of God, doth differ from the worker in this, that it was not from everlasting, and in this it doth agree, that it shall be forever to come. The first point, that it was not forever, all Christians confess. The other they understand no otherwise, than that after the consummation of this world, there shall be a new heaven and a new earth, without any creation of matter. But of these things we need not here stand to argue, though such opinions be not unworthy the propounding in this consideration of an eternal and unchangeable cause, producing a changeable and temporal effect. Touching which point Proclus the Platonist disputeth, that the compounded essence of the world, and because compounded therefore dissipable, is continued, and knit to the divine being, by an individual and inseparable power, flowing from divine unity, and that the world's natural appetite of God showeth that the same proceedeth from a good and understanding divine, and that this virtue, by which the world is continued and knit together, must be infinite, that it may infinitely and everlastingly continue and preserve the same. Which infinite virtue, the finite world, saith he, is not capable of, but receiveth it from the divine infinite, according to the temporal nature it hath, successively every moment by little and little; even as the whole material world is not altogether, but the abolished parts are departed by small degrees, and the parts yet to come do by the same small degrees succeed; as the shadow of a tree in a river seemeth to have continued the same a long time in the water, but is perpetually renewed in the continual ebbing and flowing thereof. End of Section 10. Section 11 of Prefaces and Prologues to Famous Books. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bob Neufeld. Prefaces and Prologues to Famous Books, edited by Charles W. Eliot. Preface to the History of the World, by Sir Walter Raleigh, Part 4. But to return to them, which denying that ever the world had any beginning, withal deny that ever it shall have any end, and to this purpose affirm, that it was never heard, never read, never seen; no, not by any reason perceived that the heavens have ever suffered corruption, or that they appear any way the older by continuance, or in any sort otherwise than they were; which, had they been subject to final corruption, some change would have been discerned in so long a time. To this it is answered, that the little change as yet perceived doth rather prove their newness, and that they have not continued so long, than that they will continue forever as they are. And if conjectural arguments may receive answer by conjectures, it then seemeth that some alteration may be found. For either Aristotle, Pliny, Strabo, Beda, Aquinas, and others were grossly mistaken, or else those parts of the world lying within the burnt zone were not in elder times habitable by reason of the sun's heat, neither were the seas under the equinoctial navigable. But we know by experience that those regions, so situate, are filled with people and exceeding temperate, and the sea over which we navigate passable enough. We read also many histories of deluges, and how in the time of Phaeton divers places in the world were burnt up by the sun's violent heat. But in a word, this observation is exceeding feeble. For we know it for certain, that stone walls of matter mouldering and friable have stood 2,000 or 3,000 years; that many things have been digged up out of the earth of that depth, as supposed to have been buried by the general flood, without any alteration either of substance or figure. Yea, it is believed, and it is very probable, that the gold which is daily found in mines and rocks underground was created together with the earth. And if bodies elementary and compounded the eldest times have not invaded and corrupted, what great alteration should we look for in celestial and quintessential bodies? And yet we have reason to think that the sun, by whose help all creatures are generate, doth not in these latter stages assist nature as heretofore. We have neither giants, such as the eldest world had, nor mighty men such as the elder world had, but all things in general are reputed of less virtue, which from the heavens receive virtue. Whence, if the nature of a preface would permit a large discourse, we might easily fetch store of proof, as that this world shall at length have end, as that once it had beginning. And I see no good answer that can be made to this objection: if the world were eternal, why not all things in the world eternal? If there were no first, no cause, no father, no creator, no incomprehensible wisdom, but that every nature had been alike eternal, and man more rational than every other nature, why had not the eternal reason of man provided for his eternal being in the world? For if all were equal, why not equal conditions to all? Why should heavenly bodies live forever, and the bodies of men rot and die? Again, who was it that appointed the earth to keep the center, and gave order that it should hang in the air, that the sun should travel between the tropics, and never exceed those bounds, nor fail to perform that progress once in every year; the moon to live by borrowed light; the fixed stars, according to common opinion, to be fastened like nails in a cartwheel; and the planets to wander at their pleasure? Or if none of these had power over other, was it out of charity and love, that the sun by his perpetual travel within these two circles hath visited, given light unto, and relieved all parts of the earth and the creatures therein, by terms and times? Out of doubt, if the sun have of his own accord kept this course in all eternity, he may justly be called eternal charity and everlasting love. The same may be said of all the stars, who being all of them most large and clear fountains of virtue and operation, may also be called eternal virtues. The earth may be called eternal patience; the moon an eternal borrower and beggar; and man of all other the most miserable eternal mortal. And what were this, but to believe again in the old play of the gods? Yea, in more gods by millions, than ever Hesiodus dreamed of. But instead of this mad folly, we see it well enough with our feeble and mortal eyes; and the eyes of our reason discern it better, that the sun, moon, stars, and the earth, are limited, bounded, and constrained. Themselves they have not constrained, nor could. Omne determinatum causam habet aliquam efficientem, quae illud determinaverit. Everything bounded hath some efficient cause, by which it is bounded. Now for nature, as by the ambiguity of this name, the soul of Aristotle hath both commended many errors unto us, and sought also thereby to obscure the glory of the high moderator of all things, shining in the creation, and in the governing of the world. So if the best definition be taken out of the second of Aristotle's Physics, or primo de coelo, or out of the fifth of his Metaphysics, I say that the best is but nominal, and serving only to difference the beginning of natural motion from artificial; which yet the academics open better, when they call it a seminary strength, infused into matter by the soul of the world; who gave the first place to Providence, the second to Fate, and but the third to Nature. Providentia, by which they understand God, dux et caput, fatum medium ex providentia prodiens, natura prostremum. But be it what he will, or be it any of these, God excepted, or participating of all, yet that it hath choice or understanding, both which are necessarily in the cause of all things, no man hath avowed. For this is unanswerable of Lactantius: is autem facit aliquid, qui aut voluntatum faciende habet, aut scientiam. He can only be said to be the doer of a thing, that hath either will or knowledge in the doing it. But the will and science of nature are in these words truly expressed by Ficinus: potest ubique natura, vel per diversa media, vel ex diversis materis, diversa facere, sublata vero materiatumque, diversitate, vel unicum vel similium operatur, neque potest quando adest materia non operare. It is the power of nature by the diversity of means, or out of diversity of matter, to produce diverse things. But taking away the diversity of means, and the diversity of matter, it then works but one or the like work; neither can it but work, matter being present. Now if nature made choice of diversity of matter, to work all these variable works of heaven and earth, it had then both understanding and will; it had counsel to begin, reason to dispose, virtue and knowledge to finish, and power to govern: without which all things had been but one and the same, all the matter of heaven, or all of the matter of earth. And if we grant nature this will, and this understanding, this coarse reason and power, cur natura potius quam Deus nominetur, why should we then call such a cause rather nature than God? God, of whom all men have notion, and give the first and highest place to divine power. Omnes homines notionem Deorum habent, omnesque summun locum divino quidam numini assignant. And this I say in short, that it is a true effect of true reason in man, were there no authority more binding than reason, to acknowledge and adore the first and most sublime power. Vera philosophia est absensus ab his quae fluunt, et oriuntur, et occidunt, ad quae vera sunt, et semper eadem. True philosophy is an ascending from the things which flow and arise and fall, to the things that are forever the same. For the rest, I do also account it not the meanest, but an impiety monstrous, to confound God and nature, be it but in terms: for it is God that only disposeth of all things according to his own will, and maketh of one earth vessels of honor and dishonor. It is nature that can dispose of nothing, but according to the will of the matter wherein it worketh. It is God that commandeth all, it is nature that is obedient to all. It is God that doth good unto all, knowing and loving the good he doth. It is nature that secondarily doth also good, but it neither knoweth nor loveth the good it doth. It is God which is the Father, and hath begotten all things. It is nature which is begotten by all things, in which it liveth and laboureth: for by itself it existeth not. For shall we say, that it is out of affection to the earth, that heavy things fall towards it? Shall we call it reason, which doth conduct every river into the salt sea? Shall we term it knowledge in fire, that makes it to consume combustible matter? If it be affection, reason, and knowledge in these, by the same affection, reason, and knowledge it is that nature worketh. And therefore, seeing all things work as they do, call it form, or nature, or by what you please: yet because they work by an impulsion, which they cannot resist, or by a faculty infused by the supremest power, we are neither to wonder at, nor to worship the faculty that worketh, nor the creature wherein it worketh. But herein lies the wonder: and to him is the worship due, who hath created such a nature in things, and such a faculty, as neither knowing itself the matter wherein it worketh, nor the virtue and power which it hath, do yet work all things to their last and uttermost perfection. And therefore every reasonable man, taking to himself for a ground that which is granted by all antiquity, and by all men truly learned that ever the world had, to wit, that there is a power infinite and eternal, which also necessity doth prove unto us, without the help of faith and reason, without the force of authority, all things do easily follow which have been delivered by divine letters, as the waters of a running river do successfully pursue each other from the first fountains. This much I say it is that reason itself hath taught us, and this is the beginning of knowledge. Sapientia praecedit religio sequitur, quia prius est Deum scire, consequens colere. Sapiens goes before, religion follows, because it is first to know God, and then to worship him. This sapiens Plato calleth absoluti boni scientiam, the science of the absolute good; and another, scientiam rerum primarum, sempiternarum perpetuarum. For faith, saith Isidore, is not extorted by violence, but by reason and examples persuaded. Fides nequaquam vi extorquetur, sed ratione et exemplis suadetur. I confess it, that to inquire further as to the essence of God, of his power, of his art, and by what means he created the world, or of his secret judgment, and the causes, is not an effect of reason. Sed cum ratione insaniunt. But they grow mad with reason that inquire after it. For as it is no shame, no dishonor, saith a French author, de faire arrêt au but qu'on nascu surpasser, for a man to rest himself there where he finds it impossible to pass on further, so whatsoever is beyond and out of the reach of true reason, it acknowledged it to be so, as understanding itself not to be infinite, but according to the name and nature it hath, to be a teacher that best knows the end of his own art. For seeing both reason and necessity teach us, reason, which is pars divini spiritus in corpus humanum mersi, that the world was made by a power infinite, and yet how it was made it cannot teach us, and seeing the same reason and necessity make us know, that the same infinite power is everywhere in the world, and yet how everywhere it cannot inform us, our belief hereof is not weakened, but greatly strengthened by our ignorance, because it is the same reason that tells us that such a nature cannot be said to be God, that can be in all conceived by man. I have already been overlong to make any large discourse either of the parts of the following story, or in mine own excuse, especially in the excuse of this or that passage, seeing the whole is exceeding weak and defective. Among the grossest, the unsuitable division of the books, I could not know how to excuse, had I not been directed to enlarge the building after the foundation was laid, and the first part finished. All men know that there is no great art in the dividing evenly of these things, which are subject to number and measure. For the rest, it suits well enough with a great many books of this age, which speak too much, and yet say little. Ipsi nobis furto subducimur. We are stolen away from ourselves, setting a high price on all that is our own. But hereof, though a late good writer make complaint, yet shall it not lay hold on me. Because I believe as he doth, that whoso thinks himself the wisest man, is but a poor and miserable ignorant. Those that are the best men of war against all the vanities and fooleries of the world, do always keep the strongest guards against themselves, to defend them from themselves, from self-love, self-estimation, and self-opinion. Generally, considering the order of the work, I have only taken counsel from the argument. For of the Assyrians, which after the downfall of Babel take up the first part, and were the first great kings of the world, there came little to the view of posterity. Some few enterprises greater in fame than faith, of Ninus and Semiramis, excepted. It was the story of the Hebrews, of all before the Olympiads, that overcame the consuming disease of time, and preserved itself from the very cradle and beginning to this day; and yet not so entire, but that the large discourses thereof, to which in many scriptures we have referred, are nowhere found. the fragments of other stories, with the actions of those kings and princes which shot up here and there in the same time, I am driven to relate by way of digression, of which we may say with Virgil, apparant rarenantes in gurgite vasto. They appear here and there, floating in the great gulf of time. To the same first ages do belong the report of many inventions therein found, and from them derived to us, though most of the authors' names have perished in so long a navigation. For these ages had their laws, they had diversity of government, they had kingly rule, nobility, policy in war, navigation, and all or the most of needful trades. To speak therefore of these, seeing in a general history we should have left a great deal of nakedness by their omission, it cannot properly be called a digression. True it is that I have made also many others, which, if they shall be laid to my charge, I must cast a fault into the great heap of human error. For seeing we digress in all the ways of our lives, yea, seeing the life of man is nothing else but digression, I may the better be excused in writing their lives and actions. I am not altogether ignorant in the laws of history, and of the kinds. The same hath been taught by many, but no man better, and with greater brevity, than by that excellent learned gentleman, Sir Francis Bacon. Christian laws are also taught us by the prophets and apostles, and every day preached unto us. But we still make large digressions. Yea, the teachers themselves do not, in all, keep the path which they point out to others. For the rest, after such time as the Persians had wrested the empire from the Chaldeans, and had raised a great monarchy, producing actions of more importance than were elsewhere to be found, it was agreeable to the order of the story to attend this empire, whilst it so flourished that the affairs of the nations adjoining had reference thereunto. The like observance was to be used towards the fortunes of Greece, when they again began to get ground upon the Persians, as also towards the affairs of Rome, when the Romans grew more mighty than the Greeks. As for the Medes, the Macedonians, the Sicilians, the Carthaginians, and other nations who resisted the beginnings of the former empires, and afterwards became but parts of their composition and enlargement, it seemed best to remember what was known of them from their several beginnings, in such times and places as they in their flourishing estates opposed these monarchies, which in the end swallowed them up. And herein I have followed the best geographers, who seldom give names to those small brooks whereof many joined together make great rivers, till such times as they become united, and run in main stream to the ocean sea. If the phrase be weak, and the style not everywhere like itself, the first shows their legitimation and true parent, the second will excuse itself upon the variety of matter. For Virgil, who wrote his eclogues Gracili Avena, used stronger pipes, when he sounded the wars of Aeneas. It may also be laid to my charge, that I use divers Hebrew words in my first book, and elsewhere; in which language others may think, and I myself acknowledge it, that I am altogether ignorant: but it is true that some of them I find in Montanus, others in Latin characters in S. Senensis, and of the rest I have borrowed the interpretation of some of my friends. But say I had been holding to neither, yet were it not to be wondered at, having had an 11 years' leisure, to attain the knowledge of that or any other tongue. Howsoever, I know that it will be said by many, that I might have been pleasing to the reader, if I had written the story of mine own times, having been permitted to draw water as near the wellhead as another. To this I answer, that whosoever in writing a modern history shall follow truth too near the heels, it may haply strike out his teeth. There is no mistress or guide that hath led her followers and servants into greater miseries. He that goes after her too far off, loseth her sight, and loseth himself: and he that walks after her at a middle distance, I know not whether I should call that kind of course temper or baseness. It is true that I never travelled after men's opinions, when I might have made the best use of them: and I have now too few days remaining to imitate those, that either out of extreme ambition, or out of extreme cowardice, or both, do yet, when death hath them on his shoulders, flatter the world between the bed and the grave. It is enough for me, being in that state I am, to write of the eldest times. Wherein also why may it not be said, that in speaking of the past, I point at the present, and tax the vices of those that are yet living, in their persons that are long since dead, and have it laid to my charge? But this I cannot help, though innocent. And certainly, if there be any, that finding themselves spotted like the tigers of old time, shall find fault with me for painting them over anew, they shall therein accuse themselves justly, and me falsely. For I protest before the majesty of God, that I malice no man under the sun. Impossible I know it is to please all, seeing few or none are so pleased with themselves, or so assured of themselves, by reason of their subjection to their private passions, but that they seem diverse persons in one and the same day. Seneca hath said it, and so do I. Unus mihi pro populo erat. And to the same effect Epicurus, hoc ego non multis sed tibi. Or, as it hath since lamentably fallen out, I may borrow the resolution of an ancient philosopher, satis est unus, satis est nullus. For it was for the service of that inestimable Prince Henry, the successive hope, and one of the greatest of the Christian world, that I undertook this work. It pleased him to peruse some part thereof, and to pardon what was amiss. It is now left to the world without a master; from which all that is presented hath received both blows and thanks. Eadum probamus, eadum preprehendimus, hic exitus est omnis judiciae, in quolis secundum plures datur. But these discourses are idle. I know that as the charitable will judge charitably, so against those, qui gloriantur in malitia. My present adversity hath disarmed me. I am on the ground already, and therefore have not far to fall. And for rising again, as in the natural privation there is no recession to habit, so it is seldom seen in the privation politic. I do therefore forbear to style my readers gentle, courteous, and friendly, thereby to beg their good opinions, or to promise a second and third volume, which I also intend, if the first receive grace and good acceptance. For that which is already done may be thought enough, and too much. And it is certain, let us claw the reader with never so many courteous phrases, yet shall we evermore be thought fools that write foolishly. For conclusion, all the hope I have lies in this, that I have already found more ungentle and uncourteous readers of my love towards them, and well deserving of them, than ever I shall do again. For had it been otherwise, I should hardly have had this leisure to have made myself a fool in print. End of Section 11. End of Preface to the History of the World, by Sir Walter Raleigh. Section 12 of Prefaces and Prologues to Famous Books. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bob Neufeld. Prefaces and Prologues to Famous Books, edited by Charles W. Eliot. Part 1. Proemium, Epistle Dedicatory, Preface, and Plan of the Instauratio Magna, etc., by Francis Bacon. Footnote: a sketch of Bacon's life will be found prefixed to his essays in another volume of the Harvard Classics. His Instauratio Magna, or Great Renewal, the great work by which he hoped to create a scientific revolution and deliver mankind from Aristotelianism, was left far from complete. But the nature of his scheme and the scale on which it was planned are indicated in these prefaces, which are typical both of the man and of the age in which he lived. Francis of Verulam reasoned thus with himself, and judged it to be for the interest of the present and future generations that they should be made acquainted with his thoughts. Being convinced that the human intellect makes its own difficulties, not using the true helps which are at a man's disposal soberly and judiciously, whence follows manifold ignorance of things, and by reason of that ignorance mischiefs innumerable, he thought all trial should be made, whether that commerce between the man of mind and the nature of things, which is more precious than anything on earth, or at least than anything that is of the earth, might by any means be restored to its perfect and original condition, or, if that may not be, yet reduced to a better condition than that in which it now is. Now that the errors which have hitherto prevailed, and which will prevail forever, should, if the mind be left to go its own way, either by the natural force of the understanding, or by help of the aids and instruments of logic, one by one correct themselves, was a thing not to be hoped for, because the primary notions of things, which the mind readily and passively imbibes, stores up, and accumulates, and it is from them that all the rest flow, are false, confused, and over hastily abstracted from the facts, nor are the secondary and subsequent notions less arbitrary and inconstant. Whence it follows that the entire fabric of human reason, which we employ in the inquisition of nature, is badly put together and built up, and like some magnificent structure, without any foundation. For while men are occupied in admiring and applauding the false powers of the mind, they pass by and throw away those true powers, which, if it be supplied with the proper aids, and can itself be content to wait upon nature, instead of vainly affecting to overrule her, are within its reach. There was but one course left, therefore, to try the whole thing anew upon a better plan, and to commence a total reconstruction of sciences, arts, and all human knowledge, raised upon the proper foundations. And this, though in the project and undertaking it may seem a thing infinite and beyond the powers of man, yet when it comes to deal with it will be found sound and sober, more so than what has been done hitherto. For of this there is some issue, whereas in what is now done in the matter of science there is only a whirling round about and perpetual agitation, ending where it began. And although he was well aware how solitary an enterprise it is, and how hard a thing to win faith and credit for, nevertheless he was resolved not to abandon either it or himself, nor to be deterred from trying and entering upon that one path which is alone open to the human mind. For better it is to make a beginning of that which may lead to something, than to engage in a perpetual struggle and pursuit in courses which have no exit. And certainly the two ways of contemplation are much like those two ways of action, so much celebrated, in this, that the one, arduous and difficult in the beginning, leads out at last into the open country, while the other, seeming at first sight easy and free from obstruction, leads to pathless and precipitous places. Moreover, because he knew not how long it might be before these things would occur to any one else, judging especially from this, that he has found no man hitherto who has applied his mind to the like, he resolved to publish at once so much as he has been able to complete, the cause of which haste was not ambition for itself, but solicitude for the work, that in case of his death there might remain some outline and project of that which he had conceived, and some evidence likewise of his honest mind and inclination towards the benefit of the human race. Certain it is that all other ambition whatsoever seemed poor in his eyes compared with the work which he had in hand, seeing that the matter at issue is either nothing, or a thing so great that it may well be content with its own merit, without seeking other recompense. Epistle dedicatory to the Instauratia Magna, to our most gracious and mighty Prince and Lord James, by the grace of God, of Great Britain, France, and Ireland, King, Defender of the Faith, etc. Most gracious and mighty king, your Majesty may perhaps accuse me of larceny, having stolen from your affairs so much time as was required for this work. I know not what to say for myself, for of time there can be no restitution, unless it be that what has been abstracted from your business may perhaps go to the memory of your name and the honor of your age, if these things are indeed worth anything. Certainly they are quite new, totally new in their very kind, and yet they are copied from a very ancient model, even the world itself and the nature of things and of the mind. And, to say truth, I am wont for my own part to regard this work as a child of time rather than of wit, the only wonder being that the first notion of the thing, and such great suspicions concerning matters long established, should have come into any man's mind. All the rest follows readily enough. And no doubt there is something of accident, as we call it, and luck as well, in what men think as in what they do or say. But for this accident which I speak of, I wish that if there be any good in what I have to offer, it may be ascribed to the infinite mercy and goodness of God, and to the felicity of your Majesty's times, to which, as I have been an honest and affectionate servant in my life, so after my death I may yet perhaps, through the kindling of this new light in the darkness of philosophy, be the means of making this age famous to posterity. And surely to the times of the wisest and most learned of kings belongs of right the regeneration and restoration of the sciences. Lastly, I have a request to make, a request no way unworthy of your Majesty, and which especially concerns the work in hand. Namely, that you, who resemble Solomon in so many things, in the gravity of your judgments, in the peacefulness of your reign, in the largeness of your heart, in the noble variety of the books which you have composed, would further follow his example in taking order for the collecting and perfecting of a natural and experimental history, true and severe, unencumbered with literature and book-learning, such as philosophy may be built upon, such, in fact, as I shall in its proper place describe. That so at length, after the lapse of so many ages, philosophy and the sciences may no longer float in air, but rest on the solid foundation of experience of every kind, and the same well examined and weighed. I have provided the machine, but the stuff must be gathered from the facts of nature. May God Almighty long preserve your Majesty. Your Majesty's most bounden and devoted servant, Francis Verulam, Chancellor. Preface to the Instauratio Magna. That the state of knowledge is not prosperous nor greatly advancing, and that a way must be opened for the human understanding entirely different from any hitherto known, and other helps provided, in order that the mind may exercise over the nature of things the authority which properly belongs to it. It seems to me that men do not rightly understand how either their store or their strength, but overrate the one and underrate the other. Hence it follows that either from an extravagant estimate of the value of the arts which they possess they seek no further, or else from too mean an estimate of their own powers they spend their strength in small matters, and never put it fairly to the trial in those which go to the main. These are as the pillars of fate set in the path of knowledge, for men have neither desire nor hope to encourage them to penetrate further. And since opinion of store is one of the chief causes of want, and satisfaction with the present induces neglect of provision for the future, it becomes a thing not only useful but absolutely necessary that the excess of honor and admiration with which our existing stock of inventions is regarded be in the very entrance and threshold of the work, and that frankly and without circumlocution stripped off and men be duly warned not to exaggerate or make too much of them. For let a man look carefully into all that variety of books with which the arts and sciences abound, he will find everywhere endless repetitions of the same thing, varying in the method of treatment, but not new in substance, insomuch that the whole stock, numerous as it appears at first view, proves an examination to be but scanty. And for its value and utility it must be plainly avowed that that wisdom which we have derived principally from the Greeks is but like the boyhood of knowledge, and has the characteristic property of boys. It can talk, but it cannot generate, for it is fruitful of controversies, but barren of works. So that the state of learning as it now is appears to be represented to the life in the old fable of Scylla, who had the head and face of a virgin, but her womb was hung round with barking monsters, from which she could not be delivered. For in like manner the sciences, to which we are accustomed, have certain general positions which are specious and flattering, but as soon as they come to particulars, which are as the parts of generation, when they should produce fruit and works, then arise contentions and barking disputations, which are the end of the matter, and all the issue they can yield. Observe also that if sciences of this kind had any life in them, that could never have come to pass which has been the case now for many ages, that they stand almost at a stay, without receiving any augmentations worthy of the human race; insomuch that many times not only what was asserted once is asserted still, but what was a question once is a question still, and instead of being resolved by discussion, is only fixed and fed, and all the tradition and successions of schools is still a succession of masters and scholars, not of inventors, and those who bring to further perfection the things invented. In the mechanical arts we do not find it so. They, on the contrary, as having in them some breath of life, are continually growing and becoming more perfect. As originally invented, they are commonly rude, clumsy, and shapeless. Afterwards they acquire new powers, and more commodious arrangements and constructions, in so far that men shall sooner leave the study in pursuit of them and turn to something else, than they arrive at the ultimate perfection of which they are capable. Philosophy and the intellectual sciences, on the contrary, stand like statues, worshipped and celebrated, but not moved or advanced. Nay, they sometimes flourish most in the hands of the first author, and afterwards degenerate. For when men have once made over the judgments to others' keeping, and, like those senators whom they called Epidari, have agreed to support some one person's opinion, from that time they make no enlargement of the sciences themselves, but fall to the servile office of embellishing certain individual authors and increasing their retinue. And let it not be said that the sciences have been growing gradually till they have at last reached their full stature, and so, their course being completed, have settled in the works of a few writers, and that there being now no room for the invention of better, all that remains is to embellish and cultivate those things which have been invented already. Would it were so! But the truth is, that this appropriating of the sciences has its origin in nothing better than the confidence of a few persons and the sloth and indolence of the rest. For after the sciences have been in several parts perhaps cultivated and handled diligently, there has risen up some man of bold disposition, and famous for methods and short ways which people like, who has in appearance reduced them to an art, while he has in fact only spoiled all that the others had done. And yet this is what posterity likes, because it makes the work short and easy, and saves further inquiry, of which they are weary and impatient. And if any one take this general acquiescence and consent for an argument of weight, as being the judgment of time, let me tell him that the reasoning on which he relies is most fallacious and weak. For first, we are far from knowing all that in the matter of sciences and arts has in various ages and places been brought to light and published, much less all that has been by private persons secretly attempted and stirred, so neither the births nor the miscarriages of time are entered in our records, nor, secondly, is the consent itself and the time it has continued a consideration of much worth. For however various are the forms of civil politics, there is but one form of polity in the sciences, and that has always been and always will be popular. Now the doctrines which find most favour with the populace are those which are either contentious and pugnacious, or specious and empty. Such, I say, as either entangle assent or tickle it. And therefore no doubt the greatest wits in each successive age have been forced out of their own course. Men of capacity and intellect above the vulgar have been fain, for reputation's sake, to bow to the judgment of the time and the multitude. And thus, if any contemplations of a higher order take light anywhere, they are presently blown out by the winds of vulgar opinions. So that time is like a river which has brought down to us things light and puffed up, while those which are weighty and solid have sunk. Nay, those very authors who have usurped a kind of dictatorship in the sciences, and taken upon them to lay down the law with such confidence, yet when from time to time they come to themselves again, they fall to complaints of the subtlety of nature, the hiding-places of truth, the obscurity of things, the entanglement of causes, the weakness of the human mind, wherein nevertheless they show themselves never the more modest, seeing that they will rather lay the blame upon the common condition of man and nature than upon themselves. And then, whenever any art fails to attain, they ever set it down upon the authority of that art itself as impossible of attainment. And how can art be found guilty when it is judge in its own cause? So it is but a device for exempting ignorance from ignominy. Now for those things which are delivered and received, this is their condition, barren of works, full of questions, in point of enlargement slow and languid, carrying a show of perfection in the whole, but in the parts ill filled up, in selection popular, and unsatisfactory even to those who propound them, and therefore fenced round and set forth with sundry artifices. And if there be any who have determined to make trial for themselves, and put their own strength to the work of advancing the boundaries of the sciences, yet have they not ventured to cast themselves completely loose from received opinions or to seek their knowledge at the fountain. But they think they have done some great thing, if they do but add and introduce into the existing sum of science something of their own, prudently considering with themselves that by making the addition they can assert their liberty, while they retain the credit of modesty by assenting to the rest. But these mediocrities and middle ways so much praised, in deferring to opinions and customs, turn to the great detriment of the sciences. For it is hardly possible at once to admire an author and to go beyond him, knowledge being as water, which will not rise above the level from which it fell. Men of this kind, therefore, amend some things, but advance little, and improve the condition of knowledge, but do not extend its range. Some, indeed, there have been who have gone more boldly to work, and taking it all from an open matter and giving their genius full play, have made a passage for themselves and their own opinions by pulling down and demolishing former ones. And yet all their stir has but little advanced the matter, since their aim has been not to extend philosophy and the arts in substance and value, but only to change doctrines and transfer the kingdom of opinions to themselves, whereby little has indeed been gained, for though the error be the opposite of the other, the causes of erring are the same in both. And if there have been any, who, not binding themselves either to other men's opinions or to their own, but loving liberty, have desired to engage others along with themselves in search, These, though honest in intention, have been weak in endeavour, for they have been content to follow probable reasons, and are carried round in a whirl of arguments, and the promiscuous liberty of search have relaxed the severity of inquiry. There is none who has dwelt upon experience and the facts of nature as long as is necessary. Some there are indeed who have committed themselves to the waves of experience, and almost turn mechanics. Yet these again have in their very experiments pursued a kind of wandering inquiry, without any regular system of operations. And besides, they have mostly proposed to themselves certain petty tasks, taking it for a great matter to work out some single discovery, a course of proceeding at once poor in aim and unskilful in design. For no man can rightly and successfully investigate the nature of anything in the thing itself. Let him vary his experiments as laboriously as he will, he never comes to a resting place, but still finds something to seek beyond. And there is another thing to be remembered, namely, that all industry in experimenting has begun with proposing to itself certain definite works to be accomplished, and has pursued them with premature and unseasonable eagerness. It has sought, I say, experiments of fruit, not experiments of light, not imitating the divine procedure, which in its first day's work created light only, and assigned to it one entire day, on which day it produced no material work, but proceeded to that on the days following. As for those who have given the first place to logic, supposing that the surest helps to the sciences were to be found in that, they have indeed most truly and excellently perceived that the human intellect, left to its own course, is not to be trusted. But then the remedy is altogether too weak for the disease, nor is it without evil in itself. For the logic which is received, though it be very properly applied to civil business, and to those arts which rest in discourse and opinion, it is not nearly subtle enough to deal with nature, and in offering at what it cannot master, has done more to establish and perpetuate error than to open the way to truth. Upon the whole, therefore, it seems that men have not been happy hitherto either in the trust which they have placed in others, or in their own industry with regard to the sciences, especially as neither the demonstrations nor the experiments as yet known are much to be relied upon. But the universe, to the eye of the human understanding, is framed like a labyrinth, presenting as it does on every side so many ambiguities of way, such deceitful resemblances of objects and signs, natures so irregular in their lines, and so knotted and entangled. And then the way is still to be made by the uncertain light of the sense, sometimes shining out, sometimes clouded over, through the woods of experience and particulars, while those who offer themselves for guides are, as was said, themselves also puzzled, and increase the number of errors and wanderers. In circumstances so difficult, neither the natural force of men's judgment nor even any accidental felicity offers any chance of success. No excellence of wit, no repetition of chance experiments can overcome such difficulties as these. Our steps must be guided by a clue, and the whole way from the very first perception of the senses must be laid out upon a sure plan. Not that I would be understood to mean that nothing whatsoever has been done in so many ages by so great labours. We have no reason to be ashamed of the discoveries which have been made, and no doubt the ancients proved themselves, in everything that turns on wit and abstract meditation, wonderful men. But, as in former ages, when men sailed only by the observation of the stars, they could indeed coast along the shores of an old continent, or cross a few small and Mediterranean seas. But before the ocean could be traversed and the new world discovered, the use of the mariner's needle, as a more faithful and certain guide, had to be found out. In like manner the discoveries which have been hitherto made in the arts and sciences are such as might be made by practice, meditation, observation, argumentation, for they lay near to the senses, and immediately beneath common notions. But before we can reach the remoter and more hidden parts of nature, it is necessary that a more perfect use and application of the human mind and intellect be introduced. For my own part, at least, in obedience to the everlasting love of truth, I have committed myself to the uncertainties and difficulties and solitudes of the ways, and relying on the divine assistance, have upheld my mind both against the shocks and embattled ranks of opinion, and against my own private and inward hesitations and scruples, and against the fogs and clouds of nature, and the phantoms flitting about on every side, in the hope of providing at last for the present and future generations guidance more faithful and secure. Wherein, if I have made any progress, the way has been opened to me by no other means than the true and legitimate humiliation of the human spirit. For all those who before me have applied themselves to the invention of arts have but cast a glance or two upon facts and examples and experience, and straightway proceeded, as if invention were nothing more than an exercise of thought, to invoke their own spirits to give them oracles. I, on the contrary, dwelling purely and constantly among the facts of nature, withdraw my intellect from them no further than may suffice to let the images and rays of natural objects meet in a point, as they do in the sense of vision. Whence it follows that the strength and excellency of the wit has little to do in the matter. And the same humility which I used in inventing I employ likewise in teaching. For I do not endeavor, either by triumphs of confutation, or pleadings of antiquity, or assumption of authority, or even by the veil of obscurity, to invest these inventions of mine with any majesty, which might easily be done by one who sought to give lustre to his own name rather than light to other men's minds. I have not sought, I say, nor do I seek, either to force or ensnare men's judgments, but I lead them to things themselves and the concordances of things, that they may see for themselves what they have, what they can dispute, what they can add and contribute to the common stock. If in anything I have been either too credulous or too little awake and attentive, or if I have fallen off by the way and left the inquiry incomplete, nevertheless I so present these things naked and open, that my errors can be marked and set aside before the mass of knowledge be further infected by them. And it will be easy also for others to continue and carry on my labors. And by these means I suppose that I have established forever a true and lawful marriage between the empirical and the rational faculty, the unkind and ill-starred divorce and separation of which has thrown into confusion all the affairs of the human family. Wherefore, seeing that these things do not depend upon myself, at the outset of the work I most humbly and fervently pray to God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Ghost, that remembering the sorrows of mankind and the pilgrimage of this our life, wherein we wear out days few and evil, they will vouchsafe through my hands to endow the human family with new mercies. This likewise I humbly pray, that things human may not interfere with things divine, and that from the opening of the ways of sense and the increase of natural light there may arise in our minds no incredulity or darkness with regard to the divine mysteries, but rather that the understanding being thereby purified and purged of fancies and vanity, and yet not the less subject and entirely submissive to the divine oracles, may give to faith that which is faith's. Lastly, that knowledge being now discharged of that venom which the serpent infused into it, and which makes the mind of man to swell, we may not be wise above measure and sobriety, but cultivate truth in charity. And now, having said my prayers, I turn to men. to whom I have certain salutary admonitions to offer, and certain fair requests to make. My first admonition, which was also my prayer, is that men confine the sense within the limits of duty in respect to things divine. For the sense is like the sun, which reveals the face of earth, but seals and shuts up the face of heaven. My next, that in flying from this evil they fall not into the opposite error, which they will surely do if they think that the inquisition of nature is in any part interdicted or forbidden. For it was not the pure and uncorrupted natural knowledge whereby Adam gave names to the creatures according to their propriety, which gave occasion to the fall. It was the ambitious and proud desire of moral knowledge to judge of good and evil, to the end that man may revolt from God and give laws to himself, which was the form and manner of the temptation. Whereas of the sciences which regard nature, the divine philosopher declares that it is the glory of God to conceal a thing, but it is the glory of the king to find a thing out. Even as though the divine nature took pleasure in the innocent and kindly sport of children playing at hide-and-seek, and vouchsafed of his kindness and goodness to admit the human spirit for his playfellow at that game. Lastly, I would address one general admonition to all, that they consider what are the true ends of knowledge, and that they seek it not either for pleasure or the mind, or for contention, or for superiority to others, or for profit, or fame, or power, or any of these inferior things, but for the benefit and use of life, and that they perfect and govern it in charity. For it was from lust of power that the angels fell, from lust of knowledge that man fell. But of charity there can be no excess, neither did angel or man ever come in danger by it. The requests I have to make are these. Of myself I say nothing, but in behalf of the business which is in hand I entreat men to believe that it is not an opinion to be held, but a work to be done, and to be well assured that I am laboring to lay the foundation, not of any sect or doctrine, but of human utility and power. Next, I ask them to deal fairly by their own interests, and laying aside all emulations and prejudices in favor of this or that opinion, to join in consultation for the common good, and being now freed and guarded by the securities and helps which I offer, from the errors and impediments of the way, to come forward themselves and take part in that which remains to be done. Moreover, to be of good hope, nor to imagine that this instauration of mine is a thing infinite and beyond the power of man, when it is in fact the true end and termination of infinite error, and seeing also that it is by no means forgetful of the conditions of mortality and humanity, for it does not suppose that the work can be altogether completed within one generation, but provides for its being taken up by another, and finally that it seeks for the sciences not arrogantly in the little cells of human wit, but with reverence in the greater world. But it is the empty things that are vast, things solid are most contracted and lie in little room. And now I have only one favor more to ask, else injustice to me may perhaps imperil the business itself, that men will consider well how far, upon that which I must needs assert, if I am to be consistent with myself, they are entitled to judge and decide upon these doctrines of mine, inasmuch as all that premature human reasoning which anticipates inquiry, and is abstracted from the facts rashly and sooner than is fit, is by me rejected, so far as the inquisition of nature is concerned, as a thing uncertain, confused, and ill built up, and I cannot be fairly asked to abide by the decision of a tribunal which is itself on its trial. End of Part 1. Section 13 of Prefaces and Prologues to Famous Books. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bob Neufeld. Prefaces and Prologues to Famous Books, edited by Charles W. Eliot. Proemium, Epistle Dedicatory, Preface, and Plan of the Instauratio Magna, etc. Part 2. The plan of the Instauratio Magna. The work is in 6 parts. 1. The divisions of the sciences. 2. The new organon, or directions concerning the interpretation of nature. 3. The phenomena of the universe, or a natural and experimental history for the foundation of philosophy. 4. The ladder of the intellect. 5. The forerunners, or anticipations of the new philosophy. 6. The new philosophy, or active science. It being part of my design to set everything forth, as far as may be, plainly and perspicuously, for nakedness of the mind is still, as nakedness of the body once was, the companion of innocence and simplicity, let me first explain the order and plan of the work. I distribute it into 6 parts. The first part exhibits a summary or general description of the knowledge which the human race at present possesses, for I thought it good to make some pause upon that which is received, that thereby the old may be more easily made perfect and the new more easily approached, and I hold the improvement of that which we have to be as much an object as the acquisition of more. Besides which it will make me the better listened to, for he that is ignorant, says the proverb, receives not the words of knowledge, unless thou first tell him that which is in his own heart. We will therefore make a coasting voyage along the shores of the arts and sciences received, not without importing into them some useful things by the way. In laying out the divisions of the sciences, however, I take into account not only things already invented and known, but likewise things omitted which ought to be there. For there are found in the intellectual as in the terrestrial globe waste regions as well as cultivated ones. It is no wonder, therefore, if I am sometimes obliged to depart from the ordinary divisions. For in adding to the total you necessarily alter the parts and sections, and the received divisions of the sciences are fitted only to the received sum of them as it stands now. With regard to those things which I shall mark down as omitted, I intend not merely to set down a simple title or concise argument of that which is wanted. For as often as I have occasion to report anything as deficient, the nature of which is at all obscure, so that men may not perhaps easily understand what I mean or what the work is which I have in my head, I shall always, provided it be a matter of any worth, take care to subjoin either directions for the execution of such work, or else a portion of the work itself executed by myself, as a sample of the whole, thus giving assistance in every case either by work or by counsel. For if it were for the sake of my reputation only, and other men's interests were not concerned in it, I would not have any man think that in such cases merely some light and vague notion has crossed my mind, and that the things which I desire and offer at are no better than wishes, when they have in fact things which men may certainly command if they will, and of which I have formed in my own mind a clear and detailed conception. For I do not propose merely to survey those regions in my mind, like an augur taking auspices, but to enter them like a general who means to take possession. So much for the first part of the work. Having thus coasted past the ancient arts, the next point is to equip the intellect for passing beyond. To the second part, therefore, belongs the doctrine concerning the better and more perfect use of human reason in the acquisition of things, and the true helps of the understanding. That thereby, as far as the condition of mortality and humanity allows, the intellect may be raised and exalted, and made capable of overcoming the difficulties and obscurities of nature. The art which I introduce with this view, which I call interpretation of nature, is a kind of logic, though the difference between it and the ordinary logic is great, indeed immense. For the ordinary logic professes to contrive and prepare helps and guards for the understanding, as mine does, and in this one point they agree, but mine differs from it in 3 points especially, viz., in the end aimed at, in the order of demonstration, and in the starting point of the inquiry. For the end which this science of mine proposes is the invention not of arguments, but of arts, not of things in accordance with principles, but of principles themselves, not of probable reasons, but of designations and directions for works. And as the intention is different, so accordingly is the effect. The effect of the one being to overcome an opponent in argument, of the other to command nature in action. In accordance with this end is also the nature and order of the demonstrations, for in the ordinary logic almost all work is spent about the syllogism. Of induction the logicians seem hardly to have taken any serious thought, but they pass it by with a slight notice, and hasten on to the formulae of disputation. I, on the contrary, reject demonstration by syllogism as acting too confusedly, and letting nature slip out of its hands. For although no one can doubt that things which agree in a middle term agree with one another, which is a proposition of mathematical certainty, yet it leaves an opening for deception, which is this: the syllogism consists of propositions, propositions of words, and words are the tokens and signs of notions. Now, if the very notions of the mind, which are as the soul of words and the basis of the whole structure, be improperly and over hastily abstracted from facts, vague, not sufficiently definite, faulty in short in many ways, the whole edifice tumbles. I therefore reject the syllogism, and that not only as regards principles, for to principles the logicians themselves do not apply it, but also as regards middle propositions, which, though obtainable no doubt by the syllogism, are, when so obtained, barren of works, remote from practice, and altogether unavailable for the active department of the sciences. Although therefore I leave to the syllogism and these famous and boasted modes of demonstration their jurisdiction over popular arts, and such as are matter of opinion, in which department I leave all as it is, yet in dealing with the nature of things I use induction throughout, and that in the minor propositions as well as the major. For I consider induction to be that form of demonstration which upholds the sense, and closes with nature, and comes to the very brink of operation, if it does not actually deal with it. Hence it follows that the order of demonstration is likewise inverted, for hitherto the proceeding has bent to fly at once from the sense and particulars up to the most general propositions, as certain fixed poles for the argument to turn upon, and from these to derive the rest by middle terms a short way, no doubt, but precipitate, and one which shall never lead to nature, though it offers an easy and ready way to disputation. Now, my plan is to proceed regularly and gradually from one axiom to another, so that the most general are not reached till the last, but then when you do come to them, you find them to be not empty notions, but well defined, and such as nature would really recognize as her first principles, and such as lie at the heart and marrow of things. For the greatest change I introduce is in the form itself of induction, and the judgment made thereby. For the induction of which the logicians speak, which proceeds by simple enumeration, is a puerile thing, concludes at hazard, is always liable to be upset by a contradictory instance, takes into account only what is known and ordinary, and leads to no result. Now, what the sciences stand in need of is a form of induction which shall analyze experience and take it to pieces, and by a due process of exclusion and rejection lead to an inevitable conclusion. And if that ordinary mode of judgment practised by the logicians was so laborious, and found exercise for such great wits, how much more labour must we be prepared to bestow upon this other, which is extracted not merely out of the depths of the mind, but out of the very bowels of nature. Nor is this all, for I also sink the foundations of the sciences deeper and firmer, and I begin the inquiry nearer the source than men have done heretofore, submitting to examination those things which the common logic takes on trust. For first, the logicians borrow the principles of each science from the science itself. Secondly, they hold in reverence the first notions of the mind. And lastly, they receive as conclusive the immediate informations of the sense, when well disposed. Now, upon the first point, I hold that true logic ought to enter the several provinces of science armed with a higher authority than belongs to the principles of those sciences themselves, and ought to call those putative principles to account until they are fully established. Then, with regard to the first notions of the intellect, there is not one of the impressions taken by the intellect, when left to go its own way, for I hold it for suspected, and in no way established, until it has submitted to a new trial and a fresh judgment has been thereupon pronounced. And lastly, the information of the sense itself I sift and examine in many ways, for certain it is that the senses deceive, but then at the same time they supply the means of discovering their own errors. Only the errors are here. The means of discovery are to seek. The sense fails in two ways. Sometimes it gives no information. Sometimes it gives false information. For first, there are very many things which escape the sense, even when best disposed, and no way obstructed, by reason either of the subtlety of the whole body, or the minuteness of the parts, or distance of place, or slowness, or else swiftness of motion, or familiarity of the object, or other causes. And again, when the sense does apprehend a thing, its apprehension is not much to be relied upon, for the testimony and information of the sense has reference always to man, not to the universe, and it is a great error to assert that the sense is the measure of things. To meet these difficulties, I have sought on all sides diligently and faithfully to provide helps for the sense, substitutes to supply its failures, rectifications to correct its errors, and this I endeavor to accomplish not so much by instruments as by experiments. For the subtlety of experiments is far greater than that of the sense itself, even when assisted by exquisite instruments. Such experiments, I mean, as are skilfully and artificially devised for the express purpose of determining the point in question. To the immediate and proper perception of the sense, therefore, I do not give much weight, but I contrive that the office of the sense shall be only to judge of the experiment, and that the experiment itself shall judge of the thing. And thus I conceive that I perform the office of a true priest of the sense, from which all knowledge in nature must be sought, unless men mean to go mad, and a not unskilful interpreter of its oracles, and that while others only profess to uphold and cultivate the sense, I do so in fact. Such then are the provisions I make for finding the genuine light of nature, and kindling and bringing it to bear. And they would be sufficient of themselves, if the human intellect were even, and like a fair sheet of paper with no writing on it. But since the minds of men are strangely possessed and beset, so that there is no true and even surface left to reflect the genuine rays of things, it is necessary to seek a remedy for this also. Now the idols or phantoms by which the mind is occupied are either adventitious or innate. The adventitious come into the mind from without, namely, either from the doctrines and sects of philosophers, or from perverse rules of demonstration. but the innate are inherent in the very nature of the intellect, which is far more prone to error than the sense is. For let men please themselves as they will in admiring and almost adoring the human mind, this is certain, that as an uneven mirror distorts the rays of objects according to its own figure and section, so the mind, when it receives impressions of objects through the sense, cannot be trusted to report them truly, but in forming its notions mixes up its own nature with the nature of things. And as the first two kinds of idols are hard to eradicate, so idols of this last kind cannot be eradicated at all. All that can be done is to point them out, so that this insidious action of the mind may be marked and reproved, else as fast as old errors are destroyed new ones will spring up out of the complexion of the mind itself, and so we shall have but a change of errors, and not a clearance. And to lay it down once and for all as a fixed and established maxim, that the intellect is not qualified to judge except by means of induction, an induction in its legitimate form. This doctrine, then, of the expurgation of the intellect to qualify it for dealing with truth, is comprised in three refutations: the refutation of the philosophies, the refutation of the demonstrations, and the refutation of the natural human reason. The explanation of these things, and of the true relation between the nature of things and the nature of the mind, is as the strewing and decoration of the bridal chamber of the mind and the universe, the divine goodness assisting; out of which marriage, let us hope, and be this the prayer of the bridal song, there may spring helps to man, and a line and race of inventions that may in some degree subdue and overcome the necessities and miseries of humanity. This is the second part of the work. But I design not only to indicate and mark out the ways, but also to enter them; and therefore the third part of the work embraces the phenomena of the universe, that is to say, experience of every kind, and such a natural history as may serve for a foundation to build philosophy upon. For a good method of demonstration, or form of interpreting nature, may keep the mind from going astray or stumbling, but it is not any excellence of method that can supply it with the material of knowledge. Those, however, who aspire not to guess and divine, but to discover and know, who propose not to devise mimic and fabulous worlds of their own, but to examine and dissect the nature of this very world itself, must go to facts themselves for everything. Nor can the place of this labor and search and world-wide perambulation be supplied by any genius or meditation or argumentation. No, not if all men's wits could meet in one. This, therefore, we must have, or the business must be forever abandoned. But up to this day such has been the condition of men in this matter, that it is no wonder if nature will not give herself into their hands. For first, the information of the sense itself, sometimes failing, sometimes false, observation careless, irregular, and led by chance, tradition vain and fed on rumor, practice slavishly bent upon its work, experiment blind, stupid, vague, and prematurely broken off, lastly natural history, trivial and poor. All these have contributed to supply the understanding with very bad materials for philosophy and the sciences. Then an attempt is made to mend the matter by a preposterous subtlety and winnowing of argument. But this comes too late, the case being already past remedy, and is far from setting the business right, or setting away the errors. The only hope, therefore, of any great increase or progress lies in a reconstruction of the sciences. Of this reconstruction the foundation must be laid in natural history, and that of a new kind and gathered on a new principle. For it is in vain that you polish the mirror if there are no images to be reflected, and it is as necessary that the intellect should be supplied with fit matter to work upon, as with safeguards to guide its working. But my history differs from that in use, as my logic does, in many things, in end and office, in mass and composition, in subtlety, in selection also and setting forth, with a view to the operations which are to follow. For first, the object of a natural history which I propose is not so much to delight with variety of matter or to help with present use of experiments, as to give light to the discovery of causes, and supply a suckling philosophy with its first food. For though it be true that I am principally in pursuit of works and the active department of the sciences, yet I wait for harvest time, and do not attempt to mow the moss or to reap the green corn. For I well know that axioms once rightly discovered will carry whole troops of works along with them, and produce them, not here and there one, but in clusters. And that unseasonable and puerile hurry to snatch by way of earnest at the first works which come within reach, I utterly condemn and reject, as an Atalanta's apple that hinders the race. Such then is the office of this natural history of mine. Next, with regard to the mass and composition of it, I mean it to be a history not only of nature free and at large, when she is left to her own course and does her work her own way, such as that of the heavenly bodies, meteors, earth and sea, minerals, plants, animals, but much more of nature under constraint and vexed, that is to say, when by art and the hand of man she is forced out of her natural state, and squeezed and moulded. Therefore I set down at length all experiments of the mechanical arts, of the operative part of the liberal arts, of the many crafts which have not yet grown into arts properly so called, so far as I have been able to examine them, and as they conduce to the end in view. Nay, to say the plain truth, I do in fact, low and vulgar as men may think it, count more upon this part, both for helps and safeguards, than upon the other, seeing that the nature of things betrays itself more readily under the vexations of art than in its natural freedom. Nor do I confine the history to bodies, but I have thought it my duty besides to make a separate history of such virtues as may be considered cardinal in nature. I mean those original passions or desires of matter which constitute the primary elements of nature, such as dense and rare, hot and cold, solid and fluid, heavy and light, and several others. Then again, to speak of subtlety, I seek out and get together a kind of experiment much subtler and simpler than those which occur accidentally, for I drag into light many things which no one who was not proceeding by a regular and certain way to the discovery of causes would have thought of inquiring after, being indeed in themselves of no great use, which shows that they were not sought for on their own account, but having just the same relation to things and works which the letters of the alphabet have to speech and words, which, though in themselves useless, are the elements of which all discourse is made up. Further, in the selection of the relation and experiments I conceive, I have been a more cautious purveyor than those who have hitherto dealt with natural history, for I admit nothing but on the faith of eyes, or at least of careful and severe examination, so that nothing is exaggerated for wonder's sake, but what I state is sound and without mixture of fables or vanity. All received or current falsehoods also, which by strange negligence have been allowed for many ages to prevail and become established, I proscribe and brand by name, that the sciences may be no more troubled with them. For it has been well observed that the fables and superstitions and follies which nurses instil into children do serious injury to their minds, and the same consideration makes me anxious, having the management of the childhood, as it were, of philosophy, in its course of natural history, not to let it accustom itself in the beginning to any vanity. Moreover, whenever I come to a new experiment of any subtlety, though it be in my own opinion certain and approved, I nevertheless subjoin a clear account of the manner in which I made it, that men knowing exactly how each point was made out, may see whether there be any error connected with it, and may arouse themselves to devise proofs more trustworthy and exquisite, if such can be found. And finally, I interpose everywhere admonitions and scruples and cautions, with a religious care to eject, repress, and as it were exorcise every kind of phantasm. Lastly, knowing how much the sight of man's mind is distracted by experience and history, and how hard it is at the first, especially for minds either tender or preoccupied, to become familiar with nature, I not infrequently subjoin observations of my own, being as the first offers inclinations, and as it were glances of history towards philosophy, both by way of an assurance to men that they will be kept for ever tossing on the waves of experience, and also that when the time comes for the intellect to begin its work, it may find everything the more ready. By such a natural history, then, as I have described, I conceive that a safe and convenient approach may be made to nature, and matter supplied of good quality, and well prepared for the understanding to work upon. And now that we have surrounded the intellect with faithful helps and guards, and got together with most careful selection a regular army of divine works, it may seem that we have no more to do but to proceed to philosophy itself, and yet in a matter so difficult and doubtful there are still some things which it seems necessary to premise, partly for convenience of explanation, partly for present use. Of these, the first is to set forth examples of inquiry and invention according to my method, exhibited by anticipation in some particular subjects, choosing such subjects as are at once the most noble in themselves among those under inquiry, and most different one from another, that there may be an example in every kind. I do not speak of those examples which are joined to the several precepts and rules by way of illustration, for of these I have given plenty in the second part of the work, but I mean actual types and models, by which the entire process of the mind, and the whole fabric and order of invention from the beginning to the end, in certain subjects, and those various and remarkable, should be set as it were before the eyes. For I remember that in the mathematics it is easy to follow the demonstration when you have a machine beside you, whereas without that help all appears involved and more subtle than it really is. To examples of this kind, being in fact nothing more than an application of the second part in detail and at large, the fourth part of the work is devoted. The fifth part is for temporary use only, pending the completion of the rest, like interest payable from time to time until the principal be forthcoming. For I do not make so blindly for the end of my journey as to neglect anything useful that may turn up by the way, and therefore I include in this fifth part such rules as I have myself discovered, proved, or added, not, however, according to the true rules and methods of interpretation, but by the ordinary use of the understanding in inquiring and discovering. For besides that I hope my speculations may in virtue of my continual conversancy with nature have a value beyond the pretensions of my wit, they will serve in the meantime for wayside inns, in which the mind may rest and refresh itself on its journey to more certain conclusions. Nevertheless, I wish it to be understood in the meantime that they are conclusions by which, as not being discovered and proved by the true form of interpretation, I do not at all mean to bind myself. Nor need any one be alarmed at such suspension of judgment in one who maintains not simply that nothing can be known, but only that nothing can be known except in a certain course and way, and yet establishes provisionally certain degrees of assurance for use and relief until the mind shall arrive at a knowledge of causes in which it can rest. For even those schools of philosophy which hold the absolute impossibility of knowing anything were not inferior to those which took upon them to pronounce. But then they did not provide helps for the sense and understanding, as I have done, but simply took away all their authority, which is quite a different thing, almost the reverse. The sixth part of my work, to which the rest is subservient and ministrant, discloses and sets forth that philosophy which by the legitimate, chaste, and severe course of inquiry, which I have explained and provided, is at length developed and established. The completion, however, of this last part is a thing both above my strength and beyond my hopes. I have made a beginning of the work, a beginning, as I hope, not unimportant. The fortune of the human race will give the issue. Such an issue it may be, as in the present condition of things in men's minds cannot easily be conceived of or imagined. For the matter in hand is no mere felicity of speculation, but the real business and fortunes of the human race, and all power of operation. For man is but the servant and interpreter of nature. What he does and what he knows is only what he has observed of nature's order, in fact or in thought. Beyond this he knows nothing and can do nothing. For the chain of causes cannot by any force be loosed or broken, nor can nature be commanded except by being observed, and so those twin objects, human knowledge and human power, do really meet in one, and it is from ignorance of causes that operation fails. And all depends on keeping the eye steadily fixed upon the facts of nature, and so receiving their images simply as they are. For God forbid that we should give out a dream of our own imagination for a pattern of the world. Rather may he graciously grant to us to write an apocalypse or true vision of the footsteps of the Creator imprinted on his creatures. Therefore do thou, O Father, who gavest the visible light as the first fruits of creation, and didst breathe into the face of man the intellectual light as the crown and consummation thereof, guard and protect this work, which, coming from thy goodness, returneth to thy glory. Thou, when thou turnest to look upon the works which thy hands had made, sawest that all was very good, and didst rest from thy labours. But man, when he turned to look upon the work which his hands had made, saw that all was vanity and vexation of spirit, and could find no rest therein. Wherefore, if we labour in thy works with the sweat of our brows, thou wilt make us partakers of thy vision and thy Sabbath. Humbly we pray that this mind may be steadfast in us, and that through these, our hands and the hands of others to whom thou shalt give the same Spirit, thou wilt vouchsafe to endow the human family with new mercies. End of Part 2.
Section 14 of Prefaces and Prologues to Famous Books. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Gradwell. Prefaces and Prologues to Famous Books, edited by Charles W. Eliot. Preface to the Novum Organum by Francis Bacon. Those who have taken upon them to lay down the law of nature as a thing already searched out and understood, whether they have spoken in simple assurance or professional affectation, have therein done philosophy and the sciences great injury. For as they have been successful in inducing belief, so they have been effective in quenching and stopping inquiry, and have done more harm by spoiling and putting an end to other men's efforts than good by their own. Those, on the other hand, who have taken a contrary course, and asserted that absolutely nothing can be known, whether it were from the hatred of the ancient sophists, or from uncertainty and fluctuation of mind, or even from a kind of fullness of learning, that they fell upon this opinion, have certainly advanced reasons for it that are not to be despised. But yet they have neither started from true principles, nor rested in the just conclusion, zeal and affectation having carried them much too far. The more ancient of the Greeks, whose writings are lost, took up with better judgment a position between these two extremes, between the presumption of pronouncing on everything, and the despair of comprehending anything, and though frequently and bitterly complaining of the difficulty of inquiry and the obscurity of things, and like impatient horses champing the bit, they did not the less follow up their object and engage with nature, thinking, it seems, that this very question, viz., whether or no anything can be known, was to be settled not by arguing, but by trying. And yet they too, trusting entirely to the force of their understanding, applied no rule, but made everything turn upon hard thinking and perpetual working and exercise of the mind. Now my method, though hard to practice, is easy to explain, and it is this. I propose to establish progressive stages of certainty. The evidence of the sense, helped and guarded by a certain process of correction, I retain. But the mental operation which follows the act of sense, I for the most part reject, and instead of it, I open and lay out a new and certain path for the mind to proceed in, starting directly from the simple sensuous perception. The necessity of this was felt, no doubt, by those who attributed so much importance to logic, showing thereby that they were in search of helps for the understanding, and had no confidence in the native and spontaneous process of the mind. But this remedy comes too late to do any good, when the mind is already, through the daily intercourse and conversation of life, occupied with unsound doctrines and beset on all sides by vain imaginations, and therefore that art of logic, coming, as I said, too late to the rescue, and no way able to set matters right again, has had the effect of fixing errors rather than disclosing truth. There remains but one course for the recovery of a sound and healthy condition, namely, that the entire work of the understanding be commenced afresh, and the mind itself be from the very outset not left to take its own course, but guided at every step, and the business be done as if by machinery. Certainly, if in things mechanical men had set to work with their naked hands, without help or force of instruments, just as in things intellectual they have set to work with little else than the naked force of the understanding, very small would the matters have been which, even with their best efforts applied in conjunction, they could have attempted or accomplished. Now, to pause while upon this example and look in it as in a glass, let us suppose that some vast obelisk were, for the decoration of a triumph or some such magnificence, to be removed from its place, and that men should set to work upon it with their naked hands. Would not any sober spectator think them mad? And if they should then send for more people, thinking that in that way they might manage it, would he not think them all the madder? And if they then proceeded to make a selection, putting away the weaker hands and using only the strong and vigorous, would he not think them madder than ever? And if lastly, not content with this, they resolved to call in aid the art of athletics, and required all their men to come with hands, arms, and sinews well anointed and medicated, according to the rules of art, would he not cry out that they were only taking pains to show a kind of method and discretion in their madness? Yet just so it is that men proceed in matters intellectual, with just the same kind of mad effort and useless combination of forces, when they hope great things, either from the number and cooperation, or from the excellency and acuteness of individual wits. Yea, and when they endeavour by logic, which may be considered as a kind of athletic art, to strengthen the sinews of the understanding, and yet with all this study and endeavour it is apparent to any true judgment that they are but applying the naked intellect all the time, whereas in every great work to be done by the hand of man it is manifestly impossible without instruments or machinery, either for the strength of each to be exerted, or the strength of all to be united. Upon these premises two things occur to me, of which, that they may not be overlooked, I would have men reminded. First, it falls out fortunately, as I think, for the allaying of contradictions and heart-burnings, that the honour and reverence due to the ancients remains untouched and undiminished, while I may carry out my designs and at the same time reap the fruit of my modesty. For if I should profess that I, going the same road as the ancients, have something better to produce, there must needs have been some comparison or rivalry between us, not to be avoided by any art of words, in respect of excellency or ability of wit. And though in this there would be nothing unlawful or new, for if there be anything misapprehended by them, or falsely laid down, why may not I, using a liberty common to all, take exception to it? Yet the contest, however just and allowable, would have been an unequal one perhaps, in respect of the measure of my own powers. As it is, however, my object being to open a new way for the understanding, a way by them untried and unknown, the case is altered. Party zeal and emulation are at an end, and I appear merely as a guide to point out the road, an office of small authority, and depending more upon a kind of luck than any ability or excellency, and thus much relates to the persons only. The other point of which I would have men reminded relates to the matter itself. Be it remembered, then, that I am far from wishing to interfere with the philosophy which now flourishes, or with any other philosophy more correct and complete than this which has been or may hereafter be propounded. For I do not object to the use of this received philosophy, or others like it, for supplying matters for disputations or ornaments for discourse, for the professor's lecture, and for the business of life. Nay, more, I declare openly that for these uses the philosophy which I bring forward will not be much available. It does not lie in the way. It cannot be caught up in passage. It does not flatter the understanding by conformity with preconceived notions, nor will it come down to the apprehension of the vulgar except by its utility and effects. Let there be, therefore, and may it be for the benefit of both, two streams and two dispensations of knowledge, and in like manner two tribes or kindreds of students in philosophy, tribes not hostile or alien to each other, but bound together by mutual services. Let there, in short, be one method for the cultivation, another for the invention of knowledge. And for those who prefer the former, either from hurry or from considerations of business, or for want of mental power to take in and embrace the other, which must needs be most men's case, I wish that they may succeed to their desire in what they are about, and obtain what they are pursuing. But if any man there be who, not content to rest in and use the knowledge which has already been discovered, aspires to penetrate further, to overcome not an adversary in argument, but nature in action, to seek not pretty and probable conjectures, but certain and demonstrable knowledge, I invite all such to join themselves, as true sons of knowledge, with me, that, passing by the outer courts of nature, which numbers have trodden, we may find a way at length into her inner chambers. And to make my meaning clearer, and to familiarize the thing by giving it a name, I have chosen to call one of these methods or ways anticipation of the mind, the other interpretation of nature. Moreover, I have one request to make. I have, on my own part, made it my care and study that the things which I shall propound should not only be true, but should also be presented to men's minds, however strangely soever preoccupied and obstructed, in a manner not harsh or unpleasant. It is but reasonable, however, especially in so great a restoration of learning and knowledge, that I should claim of men one favour in return, which is this: if any one would form an opinion or judgment, either out of his own observation, or out of the crowd of authorities, or out of the forms of demonstration, which have now acquired a sanction like that of judicial laws, concerning these speculations of mine, let him not hope that he can do it in passage or by the by, but let him examine the thing thoroughly. Let him make some little trial for himself of the way which I describe and lay out. Let him familiarize his thoughts with that subtlety of nature to which experience bears witness. Let him correct, by seasonable patience and due delay, the depraved and deep-rooted habits of his mind. And when all this is done, and he has begun to be his own master, let him, if he will, use his own judgment. End of section 14. Recording by Martin Gradwell.
Section 15 of Prefaces and Prologues to Famous Books. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. Prefaces and Prologues to Famous Books, edited by Charles W. Eliot. Preface to the first folio edition of Shakespeare's plays, 1623. Little more than half of Shakespeare's plays were published during his lifetime, and in the publication of these there is no evidence that the author had any hand. 7 years after his death, John Heminge and Henry Condell, two of his fellow actors, collected the unpublished plays, and in 1623 issued them along with the others in a single volume, usually known as the First Folio. When one considers what would have been lost had it not been for the enterprise of these men, it seems safe to say that the volume they introduced by this quaint and not too accurate preface is the most important single book in the imaginative literature of the world. To the great variety of readers, from the most able to him that can but spell, there you are numbered. We had rather you were weighed, especially when the fate of all books depends upon your capacities, and not of your heads alone, but of your purses. Well, it is now public, and you will stand for your privileges, we know, to read and censure. Do so, but buy it first. That doth best commend a book, the stationer says. Then, how odd soe'er your brains be, or your wisdoms, make your licence the same, and spare not. Judge your sixpennorth, your shillingsworth, your 5 shillingsworth at a time, or higher, so you rise to the just rates, and welcome. But whate'er you do, buy. Censure will not drive a trade, or make the jack go. And though you be a magistrate of wit, and sit on the stage at Blackfriars or the Cockpit to arraign plays daily, no, these plays had their trial already, and stood out all appeals, and do now come forth quitted rather by a decree of court than any purchased letters of commendation. It had been a thing, we confess, worthy to have been wished that the author himself had lived to have set forth and o'erseen his own writings. But since it hath been ordained otherwise, and he by death departed from that right, we pray you do not envy his friends the office of their care and pain to have collected and published them, and so to have published them as where before you were abused with divers stolen and surreptitious copies, maimed and deformed by the frauds and stealths of injurious impostors that exposed them. E'en those are now offered to your view, cured and parfit of their limbs, and all the rest absolute in their numbers, as he conceived them, who, as he was a happy imitator of nature, was a most gentle expresser of it. His mind and hand went together, and what he thought he uttered with that easiness that we scarce receive from him a blot in his papers. But it is not our province, who only gather his works and give them you, to praise him. It is yours that read him. And there we hope to your divers capacities you will find enough both to draw and hold you, for his wit can no more lie hid than it could be lost. Read him therefore, and again and again. And if then you do not like him, surely you are in some manifest danger not to understand him. And so we leave you to other of his friends, whom if you need can be your guides. If you need them not, you can lead yourselves and others. And such readers we wish him. John Heminge. Henry Condell. End of section 15. Recording in Early Modern English by Martin Geeson in Haslemere, Surrey.
Section 16 of Prefaces and Prologues to Famous Books. Sir Isaac Newton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availly in August 2010. Prefaces and Prologues to Famous Books. Edited by Charles W. Eliot. Preface to the Philosophiae Naturalis Principia Mathematica by Sir Isaac Newton, 1686. Footnote. Sir Isaac Newton, the great English mathematician and physicist, was born at Woolsthorpe in 1642, and died at Kensington in 1727. He held a professorship at Cambridge, represented the University in Parliament, as Master of the Mint reformed the English coinage, and for 25 years was President of the Royal Society. His theory of the law of universal gravitation, the most important of his many discoveries, is expounded in his Philosophiae Naturalis Principia Mathematica, usually known merely as the Principia, from which this preface is translated. Since the ancients, as we are told by Pappus, made great account of the science of mechanics in the investigation of natural things, and the moderns, laying aside substantial forms and occult qualities, have endeavored to subject the phenomena of nature to the laws of mathematics, I have in this treatise cultivated mathematics so far as it regards philosophy. The ancients considered mechanics in a twofold respect, as rational, which proceeds accurately by demonstration, and practical. To practical mechanics all the manual arts belong, from which mechanics took its name. But as artificers do not work with perfect accuracy, it comes to pass that mechanics is so distinguished from geometry, that what is perfectly accurate is called geometrical, what is less so is called mechanical. But the errors are not in the art, but in the artificers. He that works with less accuracy is an imperfect mechanic, and if any could work with perfect accuracy, he would be the most perfect mechanic of all, for the description of right lines and circles, upon which geometry is founded, belongs to mechanics. Geometry does not teach us to draw these lines, but requires them to be drawn, for it requires that the learner should first be taught to describe these accurately before he enters upon geometry. Then it shows how by these operations problems may be solved. To describe right lines and circles are problems, but not geometrical problems. The solution of these problems is required from mechanics, and by geometry the use of them, when so solved, is shown, and it is the glory of geometry that from those few principles, fetched from without, it is able to produce so many things. Therefore, geometry is founded in mechanical practice, and is nothing but that part of universal mechanics which accurately proposes and demonstrates the art of measuring. But since the manual arts are chiefly conversant in the moving of bodies, it comes to pass that geometry is commonly referred to their magnitudes, and mechanics to their motion. In this sense, rational mechanics will be the science of motions resulting from any forces whatsoever, and of the forces required to produce any motions, accurately proposed and demonstrated. This part of mechanics was cultivated by the ancients in the 5 powers which relate to manual arts, who considered gravity, it not being a manual power, no otherwise than as it moved weights by those powers. Our design, not respecting arts but philosophy, and our subject, not manual but natural powers, we consider chiefly those things which relate to gravity, levity, elastic force, the resistance of fluids, and the like forces, whether attractive or impulsive, and therefore we offer this work as mathematical principles of philosophy, for all the difficulty of philosophy seems to consist in this: from the phenomena of motions to investigate the forces of nature, and then from these forces to demonstrate the other phenomena, and to this end the general propositions in the 1st and 2nd book are directed. In the 3rd book we give an example of this in the explication of the system of the world, for by the propositions mathematically demonstrated in the 1st book, we there derive from the celestial phenomena the forces of gravity with which bodies tend to the sun and the several planets. Then, from these forces, by other propositions which are also mathematical, we deduce the motions of the planets, the comets, the moon, and the sea. I wish we could derive the rest of the phenomena of nature by the same kind of reasoning from mechanical principles, for I am induced by many reasons to suspect that they may all depend upon certain forces by which the particles of bodies, by some causes hitherto unknown, are either mutually impelled towards each other and cohere in regular figures, or are repelled and recede from each other, which forces being unknown, philosophers have hitherto attempted the search of nature in vain, but I hope the principles here laid down will afford some light either to that or some truer method of philosophy. In the publication of this work, the most acute and universally learned Mr. Edmund Halley not only assisted me with his pains in correcting the press and taking care of the schemes, but it was to his solicitations that its becoming public is owing, for when he had obtained of me my demonstrations of the figure of the celestial orbits, he continually pressed me to communicate the same to the Royal Society, who afterwards, by their kind encouragement and entreaties, engaged me to think of publishing them. But after I had begun to consider the inequalities of the lunar motions, and had entered upon some other things relating to the laws and measures of gravity and other forces, and the figures that would be described by bodies attracted according to given laws, and the motion of several bodies moving among themselves, the motion of bodies in resisting mediums, the forces, densities, and motions of mediums, the orbits of the comets, and such like, I put off that publication till I had made a search into those matters, and could put out the whole thing together. What relates to the lunar motions, being imperfect, I have put all together in the corollaries of Proposition 66, to avoid being obliged to propose and distinctly demonstrate the several things there contained in a method more prolix than the subject deserved, and interrupt the series of the several propositions. Some things, found out after the rest, I chose to insert in places less suitable, rather than change the number of the propositions and the citations. I heartily beg that what I have here done may be read with candor, and that the defects I have been guilty of upon this difficult subject may be not so much reprehended as kindly supplied, and investigated by new endeavours of my readers. Cambridge, Trinity College, Isaac Newton, May 8th, 1686. End of section 16.
Section 17 of Prefaces and Prologues to Famous Books. John Dryden. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. Prefaces and Prologues to Famous Books, edited by Charles W. Eliot. Preface to Fables, Ancient and Modern, by John Dryden, 1700. John Dryden, 1631 to 1700, the great dramatic and satirical poet of the later 17th century, whose translation of Virgil's Aeneid appears in another volume of the Harvard Classics, deserves hardly less distinction as a prose writer than as a poet. The present essay, prefixed to a volume of narrative poems, is largely concerned with Chaucer, and in its genial and penetrating criticism, expressed with characteristic clearness and vigour, can be seen the ground for naming Dryden the first of English literary critics, and the founder of modern prose style. 'Tis with a poet as with a man who designs to build, and is very exact, as he supposes, in casting up the cost beforehand, but, generally speaking, he is mistaken in his account, and reckons short of the expense he first intended. He alters his mind as the work proceeds, and will have this or that convenience more, of which he had not thought when he began. So has it happened to me. I have built a house where I intended but a lodge, yet with better success than a certain nobleman. [Footnote: Scott suggests that the allusion is to the Duke of Buckingham, who was often satirised for the slow progress of his great mansion at Clifton. A certain nobleman who, beginning with a dog kennel, never lived to finish the palace he had contrived. From translating the first of Homer's Iliads, which I intended as an essay to the whole work, I proceeded to the translation of the 12th book of Ovid's Metamorphoses, because it contains, among other things, the causes, the beginning and ending of the Trojan War. Here I ought in reason to have stopped, but the speeches of Ajax and Ulysses lying next in my way, I could not balk 'em. When I had compassed them, I was so taken with the former part of the 15th book, which is the masterpiece of the whole Metamorphoses, that I enjoined myself the pleasing task of rendering it into English. And now I found, by the number of my verses, that they began to swell into a little volume, which gave me an occasion of looking backward on some beauties of my author in his former books. There occurred to me the hunting of the boar, Cinyras and Myrrha, the good-natured story of Baucis and Philemon, with the rest, which I hope I have translated closely enough, and given them the same turn of verse which they had in the original. And this, I may say without vanity, is not the talent of every poet. He who has arrived the nearest to it is the ingenious and learned Sands, the best versifier of the former age, if I may properly call it by that name, which was the former part of this concluding century. For Spenser and Fairfax both flourished in the reign of Queen Elizabeth, great masters in our language, and who saw much farther into the beauties of our numbers than those who immediately followed them. Milton was the poetical son of Spenser, and Mr. Waller of Fairfax, for we have our lineal descents and clans as well as other families. Spenser more than once insinuates that the soul of Chaucer was transfused into his body, and that he was begotten by him 200 years after his decease. Milton has acknowledged to me that Spenser was his original, and many besides myself have heard our famous Waller own that he derived the harmony of his numbers from the Godfrey of Boulogne, who was turned into English by Mr. Fairfax. But to return. Having done with Ovid for this time, it came into my mind that our old English poet, Chaucer, in many things resembled him, and that with no disadvantage on the side of the modern author, as I shall endeavour to prove when I compare them. And as I am, and always have been, studious to promote the honour of my native country, so I soon resolved to put their merits to the trial, by turning some of the Canterbury Tales into our language as it is now refined. For by this means, both the poets being set in the same light, and dressed in the same English habit, story to be compared with story, a certain judgment may be made betwixt them by the reader, without obtruding my opinion on him. Or if I seem partial to my countryman and predecessor in the laurel, the friends of antiquity are not few, and besides many of the learned, Ovid has almost all the beaux, and the whole fair sex his declared patrons. Perhaps I have assumed somewhat more to myself than they allow me, because I have adventured to sum up the evidence. But the readers are the jury, and their privilege remains entire to decide according to the merits of the cause, or, if they please, to bring it to another hearing before some other court. In the meantime, to follow the thread of my discourse, as thoughts, according to Mr. Hobbes, have always some connection, so from Chaucer I was led to think on Boccace, who was not only his contemporary, but also pursued the same studies, wrote novels in prose, and many works in verse, particularly is said to have invented the octave rhyme, or stanza of 8 lines, which ever since has been maintained by the practice of all Italian writers who are, or at least assume the title of, heroic poets. Boccaccio did not invent this stanza, which had been used in both French and Italian before his day, but he did constitute it the Italian form for heroic verse. He and Chaucer, among other things, had this in common, that they refined their mother tongues, but with this difference, that Dante had begun to file their language, at least in verse, before the time of Boccace, who likewise received no little help from his master Petrarch. But the reformation of their prose was wholly owing to Boccace himself, who is yet the standard of purity in the Italian tongue, though many of his phrases are become obsolete, as in process of time it must needs happen. Chaucer, as you have formerly been told by our learned Mr. Rymer, first adorned and amplified our barren tongue from the Provençal, which was then the most polished of all the modern languages. Rymer misled Dryden. There is no trace of Provençal influence on Chaucer. But this subject has been copiously treated by that great critic, who deserves no little commendation from us his countrymen. For these reasons of time, and resemblance of genius in Chaucer and Boccace, I resolved to join them in my present work, to which I have added some original papers of my own, which, whether they are equal or inferior to my other poems, an author is the most improper judge, and therefore I leave them wholly to the mercy of the reader. I will hope the best, that they will not be condemned. But if they should, I have the excuse of an old gentleman, who, mounting on horseback before some ladies, when I was present, got up somewhat heavily, but desired of the fair spectators that they would count 88 before they judged him. By the mercy of God, I am already come within 20 years of his number, a cripple in my limbs. But what decays are in my mind, the reader must determine. I think myself as vigorous as ever in the faculties of my soul, excepting only my memory, which is not impaired to any great degree, and if I lose not more of it, I have no great reason to complain. What judgment I had increases rather than diminishes, and thoughts, such as they are, come crowding in so fast upon me that my only difficulty is to choose or to reject, to run them into verse, or to give them the other harmony of prose. I have so long studied and practised both, that they are grown into a habit, and become familiar to me. In short, though I may lawfully plead some part of the old gentleman's excuse, yet I will reserve it till I think I have greater need, and ask no grains of allowance for the faults of this my present work, but those which are given of course to human frailty. I will not trouble my reader with the shortness of time in which I writ it, or the several intervals of sickness. They who think too well of their own performances are apt to boast in their prefaces how little time their works have cost them, and what other business of more importance interfered. But the reader will be as apt to ask the question, why they allowed not a longer time to make their works more perfect, and why they had so despicable an opinion of their judges as to thrust their indigested stuff upon them, as if they deserved no better. With this account of my present undertaking, I conclude the first part of this discourse. In the second part, as at a second sitting, though I alter not the draught, I must touch the same features over again, and change the dead colouring of the whole. [Footnote: The foundation layer of colour in a painting. In general, I will only say that I have written nothing which savours of immorality or profaneness. At least, I am not conscious to myself of any such intention. If there happen to be found an irreverent expression, or a thought too wanton, they are crept into my verses through my inadvertency. If the searchers find any in the cargo, let them be stayed or forfeited like counterbanded goods. At least let their authors be answerable for them, as being but imported merchandise, and not of my own manufacture. On the other side, I have endeavoured to choose such fables, both ancient and modern, as contain in each of them some instructive moral, which I could prove by induction. But the way is tedious, and they leap foremost into sight without the reader's trouble of looking after them. I wish I could affirm with a safe conscience that I had taken the same care in all my former writings. For it must be owned, that supposing verses are never so beautiful or pleasing, yet if they contain anything which shocks religion or good manners, they are at best what Horace says of good numbers without good sense. Versus inopes rerum, nugaeque canorae. [Footnote: Verses without content, melodious trifles. Ars Poetica, line 322. Thus far I hope I am right in court, without renouncing my other right of self-defence, where I have been wrongfully accused, and my sense wire-drawn into blasphemy or bawdry, as it has often been by a religious lawyer, in a late pleading against the stage. [Footnote: Jeremy Collier, in his Short View of the Immorality and Profaneness of the Stage, 1698. in which he mixes truth with falsehood, and has not forgotten the old rule of calumniating strongly, that something may remain. I resume the thread of my discourse with the first of my translations, which was the first Iliad of Homer. If it shall please God to give me longer life and moderate health, my intentions are to translate the whole Ilias, provided still that I meet with those encouragements from the public which may enable me to proceed in my undertaking with some cheerfulness. And this I dare assure the world beforehand, that I have found by trial Homer a more pleasing task than Virgil, though I say not the translation will be less laborious; for the Grecian is more according to my genius than the Latin poet. In the works of the two authors we may read their manners and natural inclinations, which are wholly different. Virgil was of a quiet, sedate temper. Homer was violent, impetuous, and full of fire. The chief talent of Virgil was propriety of thoughts and ornament of words. Homer was rapid in his thoughts, and took all the liberties, both of numbers and of expressions, which his language, and the age in which he lived, allowed him. Homer's invention was more copious, Virgil's more confined; so that if Homer had not led the way, it was not in Virgil to have begun heroic poetry. For nothing can be more evident than that the Roman poem is but the second part of the Ilias, a continuation of the same story, and the persons already formed. The manners of Aeneas are those of Hector superadded to those which Homer gave him. The adventures of Ulysses in the Odysseis are imitated in the first 6 books of Virgil's Aeneis; and though the accidents are not the same, which would have argued him of a servile copying and total barrenness of invention, yet the seas were the same in which both the heroes wandered, and Dido cannot be denied to be the poetical daughter of Calypso. The 6 latter books of Virgil's poems are the 24 Iliads contracted. A quarrel occasioned by a lady, a single combat, battles fought, and a town besieged. I say not this in derogation to Virgil, nor do I contradict anything which I have formerly said in his just praise. For his episodes are almost wholly of his own invention, and the form which he has given to the telling makes the tale his own, even though the original story had been the same. But this proves, however, that Homer taught Virgil to design; and if invention be the first virtue of an epic poet, then the Latin poem can only be allowed the second place. Mr. Hobbes, in the preface to his own bald translation of the Ilias, studying poetry as he did mathematics, when it was too late, Mr. Hobbes, I say, begins the praise of Homer where he should have ended it. He tells us that the first beauty of an epic poem consists in diction, that is, in the choice of words and harmony of numbers. Now, the words are the colouring of the work, which in the order of nature is last to be considered. The design, the disposition, the manners, and the thoughts are all before it. where any of those are wanting or imperfect, so much wants or is imperfect in the imitation of human life, which is in the very definition of a poem. Words, indeed, like glaring colours, are the first beauties that arise and strike the sight. But if the draught be false or lame, the figures ill disposed, the manners obscure or inconsistent, or the thoughts unnatural, then the finest colours are but daubing, and the piece is a beautiful monster at the best. Neither Virgil nor Homer were deficient in any of the former beauties; but in this last, which is expression, the Roman poet is at least equal to the Grecian, as I have said elsewhere, supplying the poverty of his language by his musical ear and by his diligence. But to return. Our two great poets, being so different in their tempers, one choleric and sanguine, the other phlegmatic and melancholic, that which makes them excel in their several ways is that each of them has followed his own natural inclination, as well in forming the design as in the execution of it. The very heroes show their authors. Achilles is hot, impatient, revengeful. Impiger, iracundus, inexorabilis, acer, etc. Footnote: energetic, irascible, unyielding, vehement. Horace, Ars Poetica, line 121. Aeneas, patient, considerate, careful of his people, and merciful to his enemies, ever submissive to the will of heaven. Quo fata traunt, retrauntque sequamur. Footnote: whithersoever the fates drag us to and fro, let us follow. Virgil, Aeneid, Book 5, line 709. I could please myself with enlarging on this subject, but am forced to defer it to a fitter time. From all I have said, I will only draw this inference, that the action of Homer being more full of vigour than that of Virgil, according to the temper of the writer, is of consequence more pleasing to the reader. One warms you by degrees, the other sets you on fire all at once, and never intermits his heat. 'Tis the same difference which Longinus makes between the effects of eloquence in Demosthenes and Tully. One persuades, the other commands. You never cool while you read Homer, even not in the second book, a graceful flattery to his countrymen; but he hastens from the ships, and concludes not that book till he has made you an amends by the violent playing of a new machine. From thence he hurries on his action with the variety of events, and ends it in less compass than 2 months. The vehemence of this, I confess, is more suitable to my temper, and therefore I have translated his first book with greater pleasure than any part of Virgil; but it was not a pleasure without pains. The continual agitations of the spirits must needs be a weakening of any constitution, especially in age; and many pauses are required for refreshment betwixt the heats; the Iliad of itself being a third part longer than all Virgil's works together. This is what I thought needful in this place to say of Homer. I proceed to Ovid and Chaucer, considering the former only in relation to the latter. With Ovid ended the golden age of the Roman tongue. From Chaucer the purity of the English tongue began. The manners of the poets were not unlike. Both of them were well bred, well natured, amorous, and libertine, at least in their writings, it may be also in their lives. Their studies were the same, philosophy and philology. Both of them were knowing in astronomy, of which Ovid's books of the Roman feasts and Chaucer's treatise of the Astrolabe are sufficient witnesses. But Chaucer was likewise an astrologer, as were Virgil, Horace, Perseus, and Manilius. Both writ with wonderful facility and clearness. Neither were great inventors, for Ovid only copied the Grecian fables, and most of Chaucer's stories were taken from his Italian contemporaries, or their predecessors. The statements that follow as to Chaucer's sources are mostly not in accord with the results of modern scholarship. Boccace, his Decameron, was first published, and from thence our Englishman has borrowed many of his Canterbury Tales. Yet that of Palamon and Arcite was written in all probability by some Italian wit in a former age, as I shall prove hereafter. The tale of Griseld was the invention of Petrarch, by him sent to Boccace, from whom it came to Chaucer. Troilus and Cressida was also written by a Lombard author, but much amplified by our English translator, as well as beautified. The genius of our countrymen in general being rather to improve an invention than to invent themselves, as is evident not only in our poetry, but in many of our manufactures. I find I have anticipated already, and taken up from Boccace before I come to him, but there is so much less behind, and I am of the temper of most kings, who love to be in debt, are all for present money, no matter how they pay it afterwards. Besides, the nature of a preface is rambling, never wholly out of the way, nor in it. This I have learned from the practice of honest Montaigne, and return at my pleasure to Ovid and Chaucer, of whom I have little more to say. Both of them built on the inventions of other men. Yet since Chaucer had something of his own, as the Wife of Bath's tale, the Cock and the Fox, the plot of neither of these poems was original with Chaucer, which I have translated, and some others, I may justly give our countryman the precedence in that part, since I can remember nothing of Ovid which was wholly his. Both of them understood the manners, under which name I comprehend the passions, and in a larger sense the descriptions of persons, and their very habits. For an example, I see Baucis and Philemon as perfectly before me as if some ancient painter had drawn them, and all the pilgrims in the Canterbury Tales, their humours, their features, and the very dress, as distinctly as if I had supped with them at the Tabard in Southwark. Yet even there too the figures of Chaucer are much more lively, and set in a better light, which though I have not time to prove, yet I appeal to the reader, and am sure he will clear me from partiality. The thoughts and words remain to be considered in the comparison of the two poets. and I have saved myself one half of that labour by owning that Ovid lived when the Roman tongue was in its meridian, Chaucer in the dawning of our language. Therefore that part of the comparison stands not on an equal foot, any more than the diction of Ennius and Ovid, or of Chaucer and our present English. The words are given up as a post not to be defended in our poet, because he wanted the modern art of fortifying. The thoughts remain to be considered, and they are to be measured only by their propriety, that is, as they flow more or less naturally from the persons described on such and such occasions. The vulgar judges, which are 9 parts in 10 of all nations, who call conceits and jingles wit, who see Ovid full of them, and Chaucer altogether without them, will think me little less than mad for preferring the Englishman to the Roman. Yet, with their leave, I must presume to say that the things they admire are only glittering trifles, and so far from being witty, that in a serious poem they are nauseous, because they are unnatural. Would any man who is ready to die for love describe his passion like Narcissus? Would he think of inopem me copia fecit? Footnote: Plenty has made me poor. Metamorphoses, Book 3, line 466. And a dozen more of such expressions poured on the neck of one another, and signifying all the same thing. If this were wit, was this a time to be witty, when the poor wretch was in the agony of death? This is just John Littlewit in Bartholomew Fair, footnote, by Ben Jonson, who had a conceit, as he tells you, left him in his misery, a miserable conceit. On these occasions the poet should endeavour to raise pity, but instead of this, Ovid is tickling you to laugh. Virgil never made use of such machines when he was moving you to commiserate the death of Dido. He would not destroy what he was building. Chaucer makes Arcite violent in his love, and unjust in the pursuit of it, yet when he came to die, he made him think more reasonably. He repents not of his love, for that had altered his character, but acknowledges the injustice of his proceedings, and resigns Emilia to Palamon. What would Ovid have done on this occasion? He would certainly have made Arcite witty on his deathbed. He had complained he was farther off from possession by being so near, and 1,000 such boyisms, which Chaucer rejected as below the dignity of the subject. They who think otherwise would by the same reason prefer Lucan and Ovid to Homer and Virgil, and Martial to all 4 of them. As for the turn of words, in which Ovid particularly excels all poets, they are sometimes a fault and sometimes a beauty, as they are used properly or improperly; but in strong passions always to be shunned, because passions are serious, and will admit no playing. The French have a high value for them, and I confess they are often what they call delicate, when they are introduced with judgment. But Chaucer writ with more simplicity, and followed nature more closely than to use them. I have thus far, to the best of my knowledge, been an upright judge betwixt the parties in competition, not meddling with the design, nor the disposition of it, because the design was not their own, and in the disposing of it they were equal. It remains that I say somewhat of Chaucer in particular. In the first place, as he is the father of English poetry, so I hold him in the same degree of veneration as the Grecians held Homer, or the Romans Virgil. He is a perpetual fountain of good sense, learned in all sciences, and therefore speaks properly on all subjects, as he knew what to say, so he knows also when to leave off, a continence which is practised by few writers, and scarcely by any of the ancients, excepting Virgil and Horace. One of our late great poets, Cowley, is sunk in his reputation, because he could never forgive any conceit which came in his way, but swept like a dragnet, great and small. There was plenty enough, but the dishes were ill sorted, whole pyramids of sweetmeats for boys and women, but little of solid meat for men. All this proceeded not from any want of knowledge, but of judgment. Neither did he want that in discerning the beauties and faults of other poets, but only indulged himself in the luxury of writing, and perhaps knew it was a fault, but hoped the reader would not find it. For this reason, though he must always be thought a great poet, he is no longer esteemed a good writer. And for 10 impressions, which his works have had in so many successive years, yet at present 100 books are scarcely purchased once a 12-month, for, as my last Lord Rochester said, though somewhat profanely, not being of God, he could not stand. Chaucer followed nature everywhere, but was never so bold to go beyond her, and there is a great difference of being poeta and nimis poeta, too much a poet. Martial, Book 3, No. 44, not Catullus, if we may believe Catullus, as much as betwixt a modest behaviour and affectation. The verse of Chaucer, I confess, is not harmonious to us, but 'tis like the eloquence of one whom Tacitus commends, it was auribus istius temporis accommodata, suited to the ears of that time. They who lived with him, and some time after him, thought it musical, and it continued so even in our judgment, if compared with the numbers of Lidget and Gower, his contemporaries. There is the rude sweetness of a Scotch tune in it, which is natural and pleasing, though not perfect. 'Tis true, I cannot go so far as he who published the last edition of him, for he would make us believe the fault is in our ears, and that there were really 10 syllables in a verse, where we find but 9. Spate, whom modern scholarship has shown to be right in this matter. But this opinion is not worth confuting. 'Tis so gross and obvious an error, that common sense, which is a rule in everything but matters of faith and revelation, must convince the reader that equality of numbers in every verse which we call heroic was either not known, or not always practised, in Chaucer's age. It were an easy matter to produce some thousands of his verses which are lame for want of half a foot, and sometimes a whole one, and which no pronunciation can make otherwise. We can only say that he lived in the infancy of our poetry, and that nothing is brought to perfection at the first. We must be children before we grow men. There was an Ennius, and in process of time a Lucilius and a Lucretius, before Virgil and Horace. Even after Chaucer there was a Spenser, a Harrington, a Fairfax, before Waller and Denham were in being. And our numbers were in their nonage till these last appeared. End of Section 17. Recording by Martin Geeson in Haslemere, Surrey. Section 18 of Prefaces and Prologues to Famous Books. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. Prefaces and Prologues to Famous Books. Edited by Charles W. Eliot. Part 2 of Preface to Fables, Ancient and Modern, by John Dryden. I need say little of his parentage, life, and fortunes. Footnote: what follows on Chaucer's life is full of errors. They are to be found at large in all the editions of his works. He was employed abroad, and favoured by Edward III., Richard II., and Henry IV., and was poet, as I suppose, to all three of them. In Richard's time, I doubt, he was a little dipped in the rebellion of the Commons, and being brother-in-law to John of Gaunt, it was no wonder if he followed the fortunes of that family, and was well with Henry IV. When he had deposed his predecessor. Neither is it to be admired, wondered at, that Henry, who was a wise as well as a valiant prince, who claimed by succession, and was sensible that his title was not sound, but was rightfully in Mortimer, who had married the heir of York, it was not to be admired, I say, if that great politician should be pleased to have the greatest wit of those times in his interests, and to be the trumpet of his praises. Augustus had given him the example by the advice of Maecenas, who recommended Virgil and Horace to him, whose praises helped to make him popular while he was alive, and after his death have made him precious to posterity. As for the religion of our poet, he seems to have some little bias towards the opinions of Wycliffe, after John of Gaunt, his patron, somewhat of which appears in the tale of Piers Plowman. A spurious ploughman's tale was included in the older editions of Chaucer. Yet I cannot blame him for inveighing so sharply against the vices of the clergy in his age. Their pride, their ambition, their pomp, their avarice, their worldly interest, deserved the lashes which he gave them, both in that and in most of his Canterbury tales. Neither has his contemporary Boccace spared them. Yet both those poets lived in much esteem with good and holy men in orders. For the scandal which is given by particular priests reflects not on the sacred function. Chaucer's monk, his canon, and his friar took not from the character of his good parson. A satirical poet is the check of the layman on bad priests. We are only to take care that we involve not the innocent with the guilty in the same condemnation. The good cannot be too much honoured, nor the bad too coarsely used, for the corruption of the best becomes the worst. When a clergyman is whipped, his gown is first taken off, by which the dignity of his order is secured. If he be wrongly accused, he has his action of slander, and 'tis at the poet's peril if he transgress the law. But they will tell us that all kind of satire, though never so well deserved by particular priests, yet brings the whole order into contempt. Is then the peerage of England anything dishonoured, when a peer suffers for his treason? If he be libelled, or any way defamed, he has his scandalum magnatum, [Footnote: A law term for slander of a man of high rank, involving more severe punishment than ordinary slander, to punish the offender. They who use this kind of argument seem to be conscious to themselves of somewhat which has deserved the poet's lash, and are less concerned for their public capacity than for their private. At least there is pride at the bottom of their reasoning. If the faults of men in orders are only to be judged among themselves, they are all in some sort parties. For since they say the honour of their order is concerned in every member of it, how can we be sure that they will be impartial judges? How far I may be allowed to speak my opinion in this case I know not, but I am sure a dispute of this nature caused mischief in abundance between a King of England and an Archbishop of Canterbury. [Footnote: Henry II and Thomas à Becket, one standing up for the laws of his land, and the other for the honour, as he called it, of God's Church, which ended in the murder of the prelate, and in the whipping of his Majesty from post to pillar for his penance. The learned and ingenious Dr. Drake, [Footnote: Dr. James Drake wrote a reply to Jeremy Collier's Short View, has saved me the labour of inquiring into the esteem and reverence which the priests have had of old, and I would rather extend than diminish any part of it. Yet I must needs say, that when a priest provokes me without any occasion given him, I have no reason, unless it be the charity of a Christian, to forgive him. Prior licet, [Footnote: He did the first injury,] is justification sufficient in the civil law. If I answer him in his own language, self-defence, I am sure, must be allowed me, and if I carry it farther, even to a sharp recrimination, somewhat may be indulged to human frailty. Yet my resentment has not wrought so far, but that I have followed Chaucer in his character of a holy man, and have enlarged on that subject with some pleasure, reserving to myself the right, if I shall think fit hereafter, to describe another sort of priests, such as are more easily to be found than the good parson, such as have given the last blow to Christianity in this age, by a practice so contrary to their doctrine. But this will keep cold until another time. In the meanwhile I take up Chaucer where I left him. He must have been a man of a most wonderful comprehensive nature, because, as it has been truly observed of him, he has taken into the compass of his Canterbury Tales the various manners and humours, as we now call them, of the whole English nation in his age. Not a single character has escaped him. All his pilgrims are severally distinguished from each other, and not only in their inclinations, but in their very physiognomies and persons. Baptista Porta, [Footnote: A Neapolitan physician who wrote on physiognomy, could not have described their natures better than by the marks which the poet gives them. The matter and manner of their tales, and of their telling, are so suited to their different educations, humours, and callings, that each of them would be improper in any other mouth. Even the grave and serious characters are distinguished by their several sorts of gravity. Their discourses are such as belong to their age, their calling, and their breeding, such as are becoming of them, and of them only. Some of his persons are vicious, and some virtuous. Some are unlearned, or, as Chaucer calls them, lewd, and some are learned. Even the ribaldry of the low characters is different. The reeve, the miller, and the cook are several men, and distinguished from each other, as much as the mincing lady prioress and the broad-speaking gap-toothed wife of Bath. But enough of this. There is such a variety of game springing up before me, that I am distracted in my choice, and know not which to follow. 'Tis sufficient to say, according to the proverb, that here is God's plenty. We have our forefathers and great grandams all before us, as they were in Chaucer's days. Their general characters are still remaining in mankind, and even in England, though they are called by other names than those of monks and friars, and canons and lady abbesses and nuns. For mankind is ever the same, and nothing lost out of nature, though everything is altered. May I have leave to do myself the justice, since my enemies will do me none, and are so far from granting me to be a good poet, that they will not allow me so much as to be a Christian, or a moral man. May I have leave, I say, to inform my reader that I have confined my choice to such tales of Chaucer as savour nothing of immodesty. If I had desired more to please than to instruct, the reeve, the miller, the shipman, the merchant, the summoner, and above all the wife of Bath, in the prologue to her tale, would have procured me as many friends and readers as there are beaux and ladies of pleasure in the town. But I will no more offend against good manners. I am sensible, as I ought to be, of the scandal I have given by my loose writings, and make what reparation I am able by this public acknowledgment. If anything of this nature, or of profaneness, be crept into these poems, I am so far from defending it that I disown it. Totum hoc in dictum volo. [Footnote: I wish all this unsaid. Chaucer makes another manner of apology for his broad speaking, and Boccace makes the like, but I will follow neither of them. Our countryman, in the end of his characters, before the Canterbury Tales, thus excuses the ribaldry, which is very gross in many of his novels. But first I pray you of your courtesy, that ye narrated not me villainy, though that he plainly spake in this matter, to tellen you her words, and eke her chair, ne though he spake her words properly, for this ye knowen as well as he, who shall tellen a tale after a man, he mout rehearse as nie as ever he can, everich word of it being in his charge, als spake he never so rudelich ne large. Or else he mote tellen his tale untrue, or feine things, or find wordes new. He might not spare, although he were his brother, he mote as well say a word as another. Christ spake himself full broad in holy writ, and well he wot no villainy is it. Eke Plato saith, whoso can him read, the word is mote be in cousin to the dead. Footnote: the corrupt state of the text of this passage is enough to explain why Dryden found Chaucer rough. Yet if a man should have inquired of Boccace or of Chaucer what need they had of introducing such characters, where obscene words were proper in their mouths, but very undecent to be heard, I know not what answer they could have made. For that reason such tales shall be left untold by me. You have here a specimen of Chaucer's language, which is so obsolete that his sense is scarce to be understood. And you have likewise more than one example of his unequal numbers, which were mentioned before. Yet many of his verses consist of 10 syllables, and the words not much behind our present English, as for example these 2 lines in the description of the carpenter's young wife: Wenseng she was, as is a jolly colt, long as a mast and upricht as a bolt. I have almost done with Chaucer when I have answered some objections relating to my present work. I find some people are offended that I have turned these tales into modern English, because they think them unworthy of my pains, and look on Chaucer as a dry, old-fashioned wit, not worth reviving. I have often heard the late Earl of Leicester say that Mr. Cowley himself was of that opinion, who, having read him over at my lord's request, declared he had no taste of him. I dare not advance my opinion against the judgment of so great an author, but I think it fair, however, to leave the decision to the public. Mr. Cowley was too modest to set up for a dictator, and being shocked perhaps with his old style, never examined into the depth of his good sense. Chaucer, I confess, is a rough diamond, and must first be polished ere he shines. I deny not, likewise, that living in our early days of poetry, he writes not always of a piece, but sometimes mingles trivial things with those of greater moment. Sometimes also, though not often, he runs riot, like Ovid, and knows not when he has said enough. But there are more great wits beside Chaucer, whose fault is their excess of conceits, and those ill-sorted. An author is not to write all he can, but only all he ought. Having observed this redundancy in Chaucer, as it is an easy matter for a man of ordinary parts to find a fault in one of greater, I have not tied myself to a literal translation, but have often omitted what I judged unnecessary, or not of dignity enough to appear in the company of better thoughts. I have presumed farther in some places, and added somewhat of my own, where I thought my author was deficient, and had not given his thoughts their true lustre, for want of words in the beginning of our language. and to this I was the more emboldened, because, if I may be permitted to say it of myself, I found I had a soul congenial to his, and that I had been conversant in the same studies. Another poet, in another age, may take the same liberty with my writings, if at least they live long enough to deserve correction. It was also necessary sometimes to restore the sense of Chaucer, which was lost or mangled in the errors of the press. Let this example suffice at present. In the story of Palamon and Arcite, where the temple of Diana is described, you find these verses in all the editions of our author. There saw I Dane turned unto a tree, I mean not the goddess Diane, but Venus' daughter, which that hight Dane. Which after a little consideration I knew was to be reformed into this sense, that Daphne, the daughter of Peneus, was turned into a tree. I durst not make thus bold with Ovid, lest some future Milbourne should arise and say I varied from my author because I understood him not. But there are other judges who think I ought not to have translated Chaucer into English out of a quite contrary notion. They suppose there is a certain veneration due to his old language, and that it is little less than profanation and sacrilege to alter it. They are farther of opinion that somewhat of his good sense will suffer in this transfusion, and much of the beauty of his thoughts will infallibly be lost, which appear with more grace in their old habit. Of this opinion was the excellent person whom I mentioned, the late Earl of Leicester, who valued Chaucer as much as Mr. Cowley despised him. My lord dissuaded me from this attempt, for I was thinking of it some years before his death, and his authority prevailed so far with me as to defer my undertaking while he lived, in deference to him. Yet my reason was not convinced with what he urged against it. If the first end of a writer be to be understood, then as his language grows obsolete, his thoughts must grow obscure. Multa renascentur quae nunc cecidere, cadentque quae nunc sunt in honore vocabula, si volet usus, quem penes arbitrio est, et ius et norma loquendi. Footnote: many words which have now fallen out of use shall be born again, and others which are now in honour shall fall, if custom wills it, in the force of which lie the judgment and law and rules of speech. Horace, Ars Poetica, lines 70 to 72. When an ancient word, for its sound and significance, deserves to be revived, I have that reasonable veneration for antiquity to restore it. All beyond this is superstition. Words are not like landmarks so sacred as never to be removed. Customs are changed, and even statutes are silently repealed, when the reason ceases for which they were enacted. As for the other part of the argument, that his thoughts will lose of their original beauty by the innovation of words, in the first place, not only their beauty, but their being is lost, where they are no longer understood, which is the present case. I grant that something must be lost in all transfusion, that is, in all translations, but the sense will remain, which would otherwise be lost, or at least be maimed, when it is scarce intelligible, and that but to a few. How few are there who can read Chaucer so as to understand him perfectly? And if imperfectly, then with less profit and no pleasure. 'Tis not for the use of some old Saxon friends that I have taken these pains with him. Let them neglect my version, because they have no need of it. I made it for their sakes, who understand sense and poetry as well as they, when that poetry and sense is put into words which they understand. I will go farther, and dare to add that what beauties I lose in some places, I give to others which had them not originally. But in this I may be partial to myself. Let the reader judge, and I submit to his decision. Yet I think I have just occasion to complain of them, who, because they understand Chaucer, would deprive the greater part of their countrymen of the same advantage, and hoard him up, as misers do their grandam gold, only to look on it themselves, and hinder others from making use of it. In sum, I seriously protest that no man ever had or can have a greater veneration for Chaucer than myself. I have translated some part of his works only that I might perpetuate his memory, or at least refresh it amongst my countrymen. If I have altered him anywhere for the better, I must at the same time acknowledge that I could have done nothing without him. Facile est inventis addere. [Footnote: It is easy to add to what is already invented, is no great commendation, and I am not so vain to think I have deserved a greater. I will conclude what I have to say of him singly with this one remark. A lady of my acquaintance, who keeps a kind of correspondence with some authors of the fair sex in France, has been informed by them that Mademoiselle de Scudéry, who is as old as Sibyl, and inspired like her by the same god of poetry, is at this time translating Chaucer into modern French. From which I gather that he has been formerly translated into the old Provençal, for how she should come to understand old English I know not. But the matter of fact being true, it makes me think that there is something in it like fatality, that after certain periods of time the fame and memory of great wits should be renewed, as Chaucer is both in France and England. If this be wholly chance, 'tis extraordinary, and I dare not call it more, for fear of being taxed with superstition. Boccace comes last to be considered, who, living in the same age with Chaucer, had the same genius and followed the same studies. Both writ novels, and each of them cultivated his mother tongue. But the greatest resemblance of our two modern authors being in their familiar style, and pleasing way of relating comical adventures, I may pass it over, because I have translated nothing from Boccace of that nature. In the serious part of poetry, the advantage is wholly on Chaucer's side, for though the Englishman has borrowed many tales from the Italian, yet it appears that those of Boccace were not generally of his own making, but taken from authors of former ages, and by him only modelled; so that what there was of invention in either of them may be judged equal. But Chaucer has refined on Boccace, and has mended the stones which he has borrowed, in his way of telling; though prose allows more liberty of thought, and the expression is more easy when unconfined by numbers. Our countryman carries weight, and yet wins the race at disadvantage. I desire not the reader should take my word, and therefore I will set two of their discourses on the same subject, in the same light, for every man to judge betwixt them. I translated Chaucer first, and amongst the rest pitched on the Wife of Bath's tale, not daring, as I have said, to adventure on her prologue, because 'tis too licentious. There Chaucer introduces an old woman of mean parentage, whom a youthful knight of noble blood was forced to marry, and consequently loathed her. The crone, being in bed with him on the wedding night, and finding his aversion, endeavours to win his affection by reason, and speaks a good word for herself, as who could blame her, in hope to mollify the sullen bridegroom. She takes her topics from the benefits of poverty, the advantages of old age and ugliness, the vanity of youth, and the silly pride of ancestry and titles without inherent virtue, which is the true nobility. When I had closed Chaucer, I returned to Ovid, and translated some more of his fables, and by this time had so far forgotten the Wife of Bath's tale, that when I took up Boccace, unawares I fell on the same argument of preferring virtue to nobility of blood and titles, in the story of Sigismonda, which I had certainly avoided for the resemblance of the two discourses, if my memory had not failed me. Let the reader weigh them both, and if he thinks me partial to Chaucer, 'tis in him to write Boccace. I prefer in our countryman, far above all his other stories, the noble poem of Palamon and Arcite, which is of the epic kind, and perhaps not much inferior to the Ilias or the Aeneis. The story is more pleasing than either of them, the manners as perfect, the diction as poetical, the learning as deep and various, and the disposition full as artful. Only it includes a greater length of time, as taking up 7 years at least, but Aristotle has left undecided the duration of the action, which yet is easily reduced into the compass of a year, by a narration of what preceded the return of Palamon to Athens. I had thought for the honour of our nation, and more particularly for his, whose laurel, though unworthy, I have worn after him, that this story was of English growth, and Chaucer's own. But I was undeceived by Boccace, for casually looking on the end of his 7th Giornata, I found Dionco, under which name he shadows himself, and Fiammetta, who represents his mistress, the natural daughter of Robert King of Naples, of whom these words are spoken: Dionco e Fiammetta gran pezza canterono insieme d'Arcita e di Palamone. Footnote: Dionco and Fiammetta sang together a long time of Arcite and Palamon. By which it appears that this story was written before the time of Boccace, but the name of its author being wholly lost, Chaucer is now become an original, and I question not but the poem has received many beauties by passing through his noble hands. Besides this tale, there is another of his own invention, after the manner of the Provençals, called The Flower and the Leaf, footnote, not by Chaucer, with which I was so particularly pleased, both for the invention and the moral, that I cannot hinder myself from recommending it to the reader. As a corollary to this preface, in which I have done justice to others, I owe somewhat to myself. Not that I think it worth my time to enter the lists with one M. Footnote: Reverend Luke Milbourne, who had attacked Dryden's Virgil, or one B. Footnote: Sir Richard Blackmore, who had censured Dryden for the indecency of his writings, but barely to take notice that such men there are who have written scurrilously against me without any provocation. M., who is in orders, pretends among the rest this quarrel to me, that I have fallen foul on priesthood. If I have, I am only to ask pardon of good priests, and am afraid his part of the reparation will come to little. Let him be satisfied that he shall not be able to force himself upon me for an adversary. I contemn him too much to enter into competition with him. His own translations of Virgil have answered his criticisms on mine. If, as they say he has declared in print, he prefers the version of Ogleby to mine, the world has made him the same compliment, for 'tis agreed on all hands that he writes even below Ogleby. That, you will say, is not easily to be done. But what cannot M. bring about? I am satisfied, however, that while he and I live together, I shall not be thought the worst poet of the age. It looks as if I had desired him underhand to write so ill against me, but upon my honest word I have not bribed him to do me this service, and am wholly guiltless of his pamphlet. 'Tis true, I should be glad if I could persuade him to continue his good offices, and write such another critique on anything of mine, for I find by experience he has a great stroke with the reader, when he condemns any of my poems, to make the world have a better opinion of them. He has taken some pains with my poetry, but nobody will be persuaded to take the same with his. If I had taken to the church, as he affirms, but which was never in my thoughts, I should have had more sense, if not more grace, than to have turned myself out of my benefice by writing libels on my parishioners. But his account of my manners and my principles are of a piece with his cavils and his poetry, and so I have done with him for ever. As for the city bard or night physician, I hear his quarrel to me is that I was the author of Absalom and Achitophel, which he thinks is a little hard on his fanatic patrons in London. But I will deal the more civilly with his two poems, because nothing ill is to be spoken of the dead, and therefore peace be to the manes of his Arthurs. I will only say that it was not for this noble knight that I drew the plan of an epic poem on King Arthur in my preface to the translation of Juvenal. The guardian angels of kingdoms were machines too ponderous for him to manage, and therefore he rejected them, as Dares did the whirlbats of Eryx, when they were thrown before him by Entellus. Yet from that preface he plainly took his hint, for he began immediately upon the story, though he had the baseness not to acknowledge his benefactor, but instead of it to traduce me in a libel. I shall say the less of Mr. Collier, because in many things he has taxed me justly, and I have pleaded guilty to all thoughts and expressions of mine which can be truly argued of obscenity, profaneness, of immorality, and retract them. If he be my enemy, let him triumph. If he be my friend, as I have given him no personal occasion to be otherwise, he will be glad of my repentance. It becomes me not to draw my pen in the defence of a bad cause, when I have so often drawn it for a good one. Yet it were not difficult to prove that in many places he has perverted my meaning by his glosses, and interpreted my words into blasphemy and bawdry, of which they were not guilty. Besides that, he is too much given to horseplay in his raillery, and comes to battle like a dictator from the plough. I will not say the zeal of God's house has eaten him up, but I am sure it has devoured some part of his good manners and civility. It might also be doubted whether it were altogether zeal which prompted him to this rough manner of proceeding. Perhaps it became not one of his function to rake into the rubbish of ancient and modern plays. A divine might have employed his pains to better purpose than in the nastiness of Plautus and Aristophanes, whose examples, as they excuse not me, so it might be possibly supposed that he read them not without some pleasure. They who have written commentaries on these poets, or on Horace, Juvenal, and Martial, have explained some vices, which, without their interpretation, had been unknown to modern times. Neither has he judged impartially betwixt the former age and us. There is more bawdry in one play of Fletcher's, called The Custom of the Country, than in all ours together. Yet this has been often acted on the stage in my remembrance. Are the times so much more reformed now than they were 25 years ago? If they are, I congratulate the amendment of our morals. But I am not to prejudice the cause of my fellow poets, though I abandon my own defence. They have some of them answered for themselves, and neither they nor I can think Mr. Collier so formidable an enemy that we should shun him. He has lost ground at the latter end of the day by pursuing his point too far, like the Prince of Condé at the Battle of Senef, from immoral plays to no plays, ab abusu ad usum non valet consequentia. [Footnote: The argument from abuse to use is not valid. But being a party, I am not to erect myself into a judge. As for the rest of those who have written against me, they are such scoundrels that they deserve not the least notice to be taken of them. B and M are only distinguished from the crowd by being remembered to their infamy. Demetri teque Tigelli discipulorum inter Iupeo plorare cathedras. [Footnote: You, Demetrius and Tigellius, I bid lament among the chairs of your scholars. Blackmore had once been a schoolmaster. Noyes. End of footnote. End of section 18. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey.
Section 19 of Prefaces and Prologues to Famous Books. Henry Fielding. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Read by DSayers. Prefaces and Prologues to Famous Books. Edited by Charles W. Eliot. Preface to Joseph Andrews by Henry Fielding. Henry Fielding, dramatist, novelist, and judge, was born near Glastonbury, Somersetshire, April 22, 1707, and died at Lisbon, October 8, 1754. Though seldom spoken of as an essayist, Fielding scattered through his novels a large number of detached or detachable discussions, which are essentially essays, of which the preface to Joseph Andrews on the comic epic in prose is a favorable specimen. The novel which it introduces was begun as a parody on Richardson's Pamela, and the preface gives Fielding's conception of this form of fiction. Joseph Andrews by Henry Fielding. Preface. The comic epic in prose. As it is possible the mere English reader may have a different idea of romance with the author of these little volumes, and may consequently expect a kind of entertainment not to be found, nor which was even intended in the following pages, it may not be improper to premise a few words concerning this kind of writing, which I do not remember to have seen hitherto attempted in our language. The epic, as well as the drama, is divided into tragedy and comedy. Homer, who was the father of this species of poetry, gave us the pattern of both of these, though that of the latter kind is entirely lost, which Aristotle tells us bore the same relation to comedy which his Iliad bears to tragedy, and perhaps that we have no more instances of it among the writers of antiquity is owing to the loss of this great pattern, which, had it survived, would have found its imitators equally with the other poems of this great original. And farther, as this poetry may be tragic or comic, I will not scruple to say it may be likewise either in verse or prose; for though it wants one particular, which the critic enumerates in the constituent parts of an epic poem, namely metre, yet when any kind of writing contains all its other parts, such as fable, action, characters, sentiments, and diction, and is deficient in metre only, it seems, I think, reasonable to refer it to the epic, at least as no critic hath thought proper to range it under any other head, nor to assign it a particular name to itself. Thus the Telemachus of the Archbishop of Cambray appears to me of the epic kind, as well as the Odyssey of Homer. Indeed, it is much fairer and more reasonable to give it a name common with that species from which it differs only in a single instance, than to confound it with those which it resembles in no other. Such are those voluminous works commonly called romances, namely Clelia, Cleopatra, Astrea, Cassandra, the Grand Cyrus, and innumerable others which contain, as I apprehend, very little instruction or entertainment. Now, a comic romance is a comic epic poem in prose, differing from comedy as the serious epic from tragedy, its action being more extended and comprehensive, containing a much larger circle of incidents, and introducing a greater variety of characters. It differs from the serious romance in its fable and action, in this, that as in the one these are grave and solemn, so in the other they are light and ridiculous. It differs in its characters by introducing persons of inferior rank, and consequently of inferior manners, whereas the grave romance sets the highest before us. Lastly, in its sentiments and diction, by preserving the ludicrous instead of the sublime. In the diction, I think, burlesque itself may be sometimes admitted, of which many instances will occur in this work, as in the description of the battles, and some other places not necessary to be pointed out to the classical reader, for whose entertainment those parodies or burlesque imitations are chiefly calculated. But though we have sometimes admitted this in our diction, we have carefully excluded it from our sentiments and characters, for there it is never properly introduced, unless in writings of the burlesque kind, which this is not intended to be. Indeed, no two species of writing can differ more widely than the comic and the burlesque. For as the latter is ever the exhibition of what is monstrous and unnatural, and where our delight, if we examine it, arises from the surprising absurdity, as in appropriating the manners of the highest to the lowest, or a converso; so in the former we should ever confine ourselves strictly to nature, from the just imitation of which will flow all the pleasure we can this way convey to a sensible reader. And perhaps there is one reason why a comic writer should of all others be the least excused for deviating from nature, since it may not be always so easy for a serious poet to meet with the great and the admirable, but life everywhere furnishes an accurate observer with the ridiculous. I have hinted this little concerning burlesque, because I have often heard that name given to performances, which have been truly of the comic kind, from the author's having sometimes admitted it in his diction only, which, as it is the dress of poetry, doth, like the dress of men, establish characters, the one of the whole poem, and the other of the whole man, in vulgar opinion, beyond any of their greater excellences. But surely a certain drollery in style, where characters and sentiments are perfectly natural, no more constitutes the burlesque than an empty pomp and dignity of words, where everything else is mean and low, can entitle any performance to the appellation of the true sublime. And I apprehend my Lord Shaftesbury's opinion of mere burlesque agrees with mine, when he asserts there is no such thing to be found in the writings of the ancients. But perhaps I have less abhorrence than he professes for it, and that not because I have had some little success on the stage this way, but rather as it contributes more to exquisite mirth and laughter than any other, and these are probably more wholesome physic for the mind, and conduce better to purge away spleen, melancholy, and ill affections, than is generally imagined. Nay, I will appeal to common observation, whether the same companies are not found more full of good humour and benevolence after they have been sweetened for 2 or 3 hours with entertainments of this kind, than soured by a tragedy or a grave lecture. But to illustrate all this by another science, in which perhaps we shall see the distinction more clearly and plainly, let us examine the works of a comic history painter, with those performances which the Italians call caricatura, where we shall find the greatest excellence of the former to consist in the exactest copy of nature, insomuch that a judicious eye instantly rejects anything outré, any liberty which the painter hath taken with the features of that alma mater; whereas in the caricatura we allow all license. Its aim is to exhibit monsters, not men, and all distortions and exaggerations whatever are within its proper province. Now, what caricatura is in painting, burlesque is in writing, and in the same manner the comic writer and painter correlate to each other. And here I shall observe, that as in the former the painter seems to have the advantage, so it is in the latter infinitely on the side of the writer, for the monstrous is much easier to paint than describe, and the ridiculous to describe than paint. And so perhaps this latter species doth not in either science so strongly affect and agitate the muscles as the other, yet it will be owned, I believe, that a more rational and useful picture arises to us from it. He who should call the ingenious Hogarth a burlesque painter would, in my opinion, do him very little honour, for sure it is much easier, much less the subject of admiration, to paint a man with a nose, or any other feature of a preposterous size, or to expose him in some absurd or monstrous attitude, than to express the affections of men on canvas. It hath been thought a vast commendation of a painter to say his figures seem to breathe, and surely it is a much greater and nobler applause that they appear to think. But to return, the ridiculous only, as I have before said, falls within my province in the present work, nor will some explanation of this word be thought impertinent by the reader, if he considers how wonderfully it hath been mistaken, even by writers who have professed it. For to what but such a mistake can we attribute the many attempts to ridicule the blackest villainies, and, what is yet worse, the most dreadful calamities? What could exceed the absurdity of an author who should write the comedy of Nero, with the merry incident of ripping up his mother's belly? Or what would give a greater shock to humanity than an attempt to expose the miseries of poverty and distress to ridicule? And yet the reader will not want much learning to suggest such instances to himself. Besides, it may seem remarkable that Aristotle, who is so fond and free of definitions, hath not thought proper to define the ridiculous. Indeed, where he tells us it is proper to comedy, he hath remarked that villainy is not its object, but that he hath not, as I remember, positively asserted what is, nor doth the Abbe Bellegarde, who hath written a treatise on this subject, though he shows us many species of it, once trace it to its fountain. The only source of the true ridiculous, as it appears to me, is affectation. But though it arises from one spring only, when we consider the infinite streams into which this one branches, we shall presently cease to admire at the copious field it affords to an observer. Now, affectation proceeds from one of these two causes, vanity or hypocrisy. For as vanity puts us on affecting false characters in order to purchase applause, so hypocrisy sets us on an endeavour to avoid censure by concealing our vices under an appearance of their opposite virtues. And though these two causes are often confounded, for they require some distinguishing, yet as they proceed from very different motives, so they are as clearly distinct in their operations. For indeed the affectation which arises from vanity is nearer to truth than the other, as it hath not that violent repugnancy of nature to struggle with, which that of the hypocrite hath. It may be likewise noted that affectation doth not imply an absolute negation of those qualities which are affected, and therefore, though when it proceeds from hypocrisy it be nearly allied to deceit, yet when it comes from vanity only, it partakes of the nature of ostentation. For instance, the affectation of liberality in a vain man differs visibly from the same affectation in the avaricious. For though the vain man is not what he would appear, or hath not the virtue he affects to the degree he would be thought to have it, yet it sits less awkwardly on him than on the avaricious man, who is the very reverse of what he would seem to be. From the discovery of this affectation arises the ridiculous, which always strikes the reader with surprise and pleasure, and that in a higher and stronger degree when the affectation arises from hypocrisy than when from vanity. For to discover any one to be the exact reverse of what he affects is more surprising, and consequently more ridiculous, than to find him a little deficient in the quality he desires the reputation of. I might observe that our Ben Jonson, who of all men understood the ridiculous the best, hath chiefly used the hypocritical affectation. Now, from affectation only, the misfortunes and calamities of life, or the imperfections of nature, may become the objects of ridicule. Surely he hath a very ill-framed mind who can look on ugliness, infirmity, or poverty as ridiculous in themselves, nor do I believe any man living who meets a dirty fellow riding through the streets in a cart is struck with an idea of the ridiculous from it. But if he should see the same figure descend from his coach and six, or bolt from his chair with his hat under his arm, he would then begin to laugh, and with justice. In the same manner, were we to enter a poor house, and behold a wretched family shivering with cold and languishing with hunger, it would not incline us to laughter. At least we must have very diabolical natures if it would. But should we discover there a grate instead of coals, adorned with flowers, empty plate or china dishes on the sideboard, or any other affectation of riches and finery, either on their persons or in their furniture, we might then be excused for ridiculing so fantastical an appearance. Much less are natural imperfections the object of derision, but when ugliness aims at the applause of beauty, or lameness endeavors to display agility, it is then that these unfortunate circumstances, which at first moved our compassion, tend only to raise our mirth. The poet carries this very far. None are for being what they are in fault, but for not being what they would be thought. Where, if the meter would suffer the word ridiculous to close the first line, the thought would be rather more proper. Great vices are the proper objects of our detestation, smaller faults of our pity, but affectation appears to me the only true source of the ridiculous. But perhaps it may be objected to me that I have against my own rules introduced vices, and of a very black kind, into this work. To this I shall answer, first, that it is very difficult to pursue a series of human actions and keep clear from them. Secondly, that the vices to be found here are rather the accidental consequences of some human frailty or foible, than causes habitually existing in the mind. Thirdly, that they are never set forth as the objects of ridicule, but detestation. Fourthly, that they are never the principal figure at that time of the scene. Lastly, they never produce the intended evil. End of section 19. Read by DSayers in Modesto, California, for LibriVox. Section 20 of Prefaces and Prologues to Famous Books. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Read by DSayers. Prefaces and Prologues to Famous Books, edited by Charles W. Eliot. Part 1 of Preface to the English Dictionary by Samuel Johnson, 1755. Footnote: for a sketch of Johnson's life, see the introduction to Life of Addison in the volume of English Essays. The interest of his preface to the great dictionary need hardly be pointed out, since the work itself is a landmark in the history of our language. The letter to Chesterfield, short though it is a document of great importance in the freeing of literature from patronage, and is in itself a notable piece of literature. The preface to Johnson's edition of Shakespeare's plays not only explains the editor's conception of his task, but contains what is perhaps the best appreciation of the dramatist written in the 18th century. Preface to the Dictionary, from A Dictionary of the English Language by Samuel Johnson. Part 1. It is the fate of those who toil at the lower employments of life to be rather driven by fear of evil than attracted by the prospect of good, to be exposed to censure without hope of praise, to be disgraced by miscarriage, or punished for neglect, where success would have been without applause, and diligence without reward. Among these unhappy mortals is the writer of dictionaries, whom mankind have considered not as the pupil, but the slave of science, the pionnier of literature, doomed only to remove rubbish and clear obstructions from the paths of learning and genius, who press forward to conquest and glory without bestowing a smile on the humble drudge that facilitates their progress. Every other author may aspire to praise. The lexicographer can only hope to escape reproach, and even this negative recompense has been yet granted to very few. I have, notwithstanding this discouragement, attempted a dictionary of the English language, which, while it was employed in the cultivation of every species of literature, has itself been hitherto neglected, suffered to spread under the direction of chance into wild exuberance, resigned to the tyranny of time and fashion, and exposed to the corruptions of ignorance and caprices of innovation. When I took the first survey of my undertaking, I found our speech copious without order, and energetic without rules. Wherever I turned my view, there was perplexity to be disentangled, and confusion to be regulated. Choice was to be made out of boundless variety, without any established principle of selection. Adulterations were to be detected without a settled test of purity, and modes of expression to be rejected or received without the suffrages of any writers of classical reputation or acknowledged authority. Having therefore no assistance but from general grammar, I applied myself to the perusal of our writers, and noting whatever might be of use to ascertain or illustrate any word or phrase, accumulated in time the materials of a dictionary, which by degrees I reduced to method, establishing to myself, in the progress of the work, such rules as experience and analogy suggested to me. Experience, which practice and observation were continually increasing, and analogy, which, though in some words obscure, was evident in others. In adjusting the orthography, which has been to this time unsettled and fortuitous, I found it necessary to distinguish those irregularities that are inherent in our tongue, and perhaps coeval with it, from others which the ignorance or negligence of later writers has produced. Every language has its anomalies, which, though inconvenient and in themselves once unnecessary, must be tolerated among the imperfections of human things, and which require only to be registered, that they may not be increased, and ascertained, that they may not be confounded. But every language has likewise its improprieties and absurdities, which it is the duty of the lexicographer to correct or proscribe. As language was at its beginning merely oral, all words of necessary or common use were spoken before they were written, and while they were unfixed by any visible signs, must have been spoken with great diversity, as we now observe those who cannot read to catch sounds imperfectly, and utter them negligently. When this wild and barbarous jargon was first reduced to an alphabet, every penman endeavoured to express, as he could, the sounds which he was accustomed to pronounce or to receive, and vitiated in writing such words as were already vitiated in speech. The powers of the letters, when they were applied to a new language, must have been vague and unsettled, and therefore different hands would exhibit the same sound by different combinations. From this uncertain pronunciation arise, in a great part, the various dialects of the same country, which will always be observed to grow fewer and less different as books are multiplied, and from this arbitrary representation of sounds by letters proceeds that diversity of spelling observable in the Saxon remains, and I suppose in the first books of every nation, which perplexes or destroys analogy, and produces anomalous formations, which, being once incorporated, can never be afterward dismissed or reformed. Of this kind are the derivatives length from long, strength from strong, darling from dear, breadth from broad, from dry, drought, and from high, height, which Milton, in zeal for analogy, writes highdh, quid te exempta juvat spinis de pluribus una. To change all would be too much, and to change one is nothing. This uncertainty is most frequent in the vowels, which are so capriciously pronounced, and so differently modified by accident or affectation, not only in every province, but in every mouth, that to them, as is well known to etymologists, little regard is to be shown in the deduction of one language from another. Such defects are not errors in orthography, but spots of barbarity impressed so deep in the English language that criticism can never wash them away. These, therefore, must be permitted to remain untouched. But many words have likewise been altered by accident, or depraved by ignorance, as the pronunciation of the vulgar has been weakly followed, and some still continue to be variously written, as authors differ in their care or skill. Of these it was proper to inquire the true orthography, which I have always considered as depending on their derivation, and have therefore referred them to their original languages. Thus I write enchant, enchantment, enchanter after the French, and incantation after the Latin. Thus entire, entire, is chosen rather than intire, because it passed to us not from the Latin integer, but from the Greek entier. Of many words it is difficult to say whether they were immediately received from the Latin or the French, since at the time when we had dominions in France we had Latin service in our churches. It is, however, my opinion that the French generally supplied us, for we have few Latin words among the term of domestic use which are not French, but many French which are very remote from Latin. Even in words of which the derivation is apparent, I have been often obliged to sacrifice uniformity to custom. Thus I write in compliance with a numberless majority, convey and inveigh, deceit and receipt, fancy and phantom. Sometimes the derivative varies from the primitive, as explain and explanation, repeat and repetition. Some combinations of letters having the same power are used indifferently without any discoverable reason of choice, as in choke, choak, choke, choke, soap, 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 sope, fuel, fewel, fuel, fuel, and many others, which I have sometimes inserted twice, that those who search for them under either form may not search in vain. In examining the orthography of any doubtful word, the mode of spelling by which it is inserted in the series of the dictionary is to be considered as that to which I give, perhaps not often rashly, the preference. I have left, in the examples, to every author his own practice unmolested, that the reader may balance suffrages, and judge between us. But this question is not always to be determined by reputed or by real learning. Some men, intent upon greater things, have thought little on sounds and derivations. Some, knowing in the ancient tongues, have neglected those in which our words are commonly to be sought. Thus Heminge writes feasibleness for feasibleness, because I suppose he imagined it derived immediately from the Latin; and some words, such as dependent, dependant, dependent, dependent, dependence, dependance, dependence, dependence, vary their final syllable, as one or other language is present to the writer. In this part of the work, where caprice has long wantoned without control, and vanity sought praise by petty reformation, I have endeavored to proceed with a scholar's reverence for antiquity, and a grammarian's regard to the genius of our tongue. I have attempted few alterations, and among those few, perhaps the greater part is from the modern to the ancient practice, and I hope I may be allowed to recommend to those, whose thoughts have been, perhaps, employed too anxiously on verbal singularities, not to disturb, upon narrow views, or for minute propriety, the orthography of their fathers. It has been asserted that for the law to be known is of more importance than to be right. Change, says Hooker, is not made without inconvenience, even from worse to better. There is in constancy and stability a general and lasting advantage, which will always overbalance the slow improvements of gradual correction. Much less ought our written language to comply with the corruptions of oral utterance, or copy that which every variation of time or place makes different from itself, and imitate those changes which will again be changed, while imitation is employed in observing them. This recommendation of steadiness and uniformity does not proceed from an opinion that particular combinations of letters have much influence on human happiness, or that truth may not be successfully taught by modes of spelling, fanciful and erroneous. I am not yet so lost in lexicography as to forget that words are the daughters of earth, and that things are the sons of heaven. Language is only the instrument of science, and words are but the signs of ideas. I wish, however, that the instrument might be less apt to decay, and that signs might be permanent, like the things which they denote. In settling the orthography, I have not wholly neglected the pronunciation, which I have directed, by printing an accent upon the acute or elevated syllable. It will sometimes be found that the accent is placed by the author quoted, on a different syllable from that marked in the alphabetical entries. It is then to be understood that custom has varied, and that the author has, in my opinion, pronounced wrong. Short directions are sometimes given where the sound of letters is irregular, and if they are sometimes omitted, defect in such minute observations will be more easily excused than superfluity. In the investigation both of the orthography and signification of words, their etymology was necessarily to be considered, and they were therefore to be divided into primitives and derivatives. A primitive word is that which can be traced no further to any English root. Thus, circumspect, circumvent, circumstance, delude, concave, and complicate, though compounds in the Latin, are to us primitives. Derivatives are all those that can be referred to any word in English of greater simplicity. The derivatives I have referred to their primitives with an accuracy sometimes needless. For who does not see that remoteness comes from remote, lovely from love, concavity from concave, and demonstrative from demonstrate? But this grammatical exuberance the scheme of my work did not allow me to repress. It is of great importance in examining the general fabric of a language to trace one word from another, by noting the usual modes of derivation and inflection, and uniformity must be preserved in systematical works, though sometimes at the expense of particular propriety. Among other derivatives I have been careful to insert and elucidate the anomalous plurals of nouns and preterites of verbs, which in the Teutonic dialects are very frequent, and though familiar to those who have always used them, interrupt and embarrass the learners of our language. The two languages from which our primitives have been derived are the Roman and Teutonic. Under the Roman I comprehend the French and Provençal tongues, and under the Teutonic range the Saxon, German, and all their kindred dialects. Most of our polysyllables are Roman, and our words of one syllable are very often Teutonic. In assigning the Roman original, it has perhaps sometimes happened that I have mentioned only the Latin, when the word was borrowed from the French, and considering myself as employed only in the illustration of my own language, I have not been very careful to observe whether the Latin word be pure or barbarous, or the French elegant or obsolete. For the Teutonic etymologies I am commonly indebted to Junius and Skinner, the only names which I have forborne to quote when I copied their books, not that I might appropriate their labours or usurp their honours, but that I might spare a perpetual repetition by one general acknowledgment. Of these, whom I ought not to mention but with the reverence due to instructors and benefactors, Junius appears to have excelled in extent of learning, and Skinner in rectitude of understanding. Junius was accurately skilled in all the northern languages. Skinner probably examined the ancient and remoter dialects only by occasional inspection into dictionaries. But the learning of Junius is often of no other use than to show him a track by which he may deviate from his purpose, to which Skinner always presses forward by the shortest way. Skinner is often ignorant, but never ridiculous, and Junius is always full of knowledge, but his variety distracts his judgment, and his learning is very frequently disgraced by his absurdities. The votaries of the northern muses will not, perhaps, easily restrain their indignation when they find the name of Junius thus degraded by a disadvantageous comparison. But whatever reverence is due to his diligence, or his attainments, it can be no criminal degree of censoriousness to charge that etymologist with want of judgment who can seriously derive dream from drama, because life is a drama, and a drama is a dream, and who declares with a tone of defiance that no man can fail to derive mon from manos, who considers that grief naturally loves to be alone. Our knowledge of the northern literature is so scanty that of words undoubtedly Teutonic, the original is not always to be found in any ancient language, and I have generally inserted Dutch or German substitutes, which I consider not as radical, but parallel, not as the parents, but sisters of the English. The words which are represented as thus related by descent or cognation do not always agree in sense, for it is incident to words, as to their authors, to degenerate from their ancestors, and to change their manners when they change their country. It is sufficient in etymological enquiries if the senses of kindred words be found such as may easily pass into each other, or such as may both be referred to one general idea. The etymology, so far as it is yet known, was easily found in the volumes where it is particularly and professedly delivered, and by proper attention to the rules of derivation the orthography was soon adjusted. But to collect the words of our language was a task of greater difficulty. The deficiency of dictionaries was immediately apparent, and when they were exhausted, what was yet wanting must be sought by fortuitous and unguided excursions into books, and gleaned as industry should find, or chance should offer it, in the boundless chaos of a living speech. My search, however, has been either skilful or lucky, for I have much augmented the vocabulary. As my design was a dictionary, common or appellative, I have omitted all words which have relation to proper names, such as Arian, Socinian, Calvinist, Benedictine, Mahometan, but have retained those of a more general nature, as heathen, pagan. Of the terms of art I have received such as could be found either in books of science or technical dictionaries, and have often inserted from philosophical writers words which are supported perhaps only by a single authority, and which being not admitted into general use, stand yet as candidates or probationers, and must depend for their adoption on the suffrage of futurity. The words which our authors have introduced by their knowledge of foreign languages, or ignorance of their own, by vanity or wantonness, by compliance with fashion, or lust of innovation, I have registered as they occurred, though commonly only to censure them, and warn others against the folly of naturalizing useless foreigners to the injury of the natives. I have not rejected any by design, merely because they were unnecessary or exuberant, but have received those which by different writers have been differently formed, as viscid and viscidity, vicious and viscosity. Compounded or double words I have seldom noted, except when they obtain a signification different from that which the components have in their simple state. Thus highwayman, woodman, and horse courser require an explication, but of thief-like or coach driver no notice was needed, because the primitives contain the meaning of the compounds. Words arbitrarily formed by a constant and settled analogy, like diminutive adjectives in ish, as greenish, bluish, adverbs in lee, as dully, openly, substantives in ness, as vileness, faultiness, were less diligently sought, and many sometimes have been omitted, when I had no authority that invited me to insert them. Not that they are not genuine and regular offspring of English roots, but because their relation to the primitive being always the same, their signification cannot be mistaken. The verbal nouns in ing, such as the keeping of the castle, the leading of the army, are always neglected, or placed only to illustrate the sense of the verb, except when they signify things as well as actions, and have therefore a plural number, as dwelling, living, or have an absolute and abstract signification, as coloring, painting, learning. The participles are likewise omitted, unless by signifying rather qualities than action, they take the nature of adjectives, as a thinking man, a man of prudence, a pacing horse, a horse that can pace. These I have ventured to call participial adjectives, but neither are these always inserted, because they are commonly to be understood without any danger of mistake by consulting the verb. Obsolete words are admitted when they are found in authors not obsolete, or when they have any force or beauty that may deserve revival. As composition is one of the chief characteristics of a language, I have endeavored to make some reparation for the universal negligence of my predecessors, by inserting great numbers of compounded words, as may be found under, after, for, new, night, fair, and many more. These, numerous as they are, might be multiplied, but that use and curiosity are here satisfied, and the frame of our language and modes of our combination amply discovered. Of some forms of composition, such as that by which re is prefixed to note repetition, and un to signify contrariety or privation, all the examples cannot be accumulated, because the use of these particles, if not wholly arbitrary, is so little limited, that they are hourly affixed to new words as occasion requires, or is imagined to require them. There is another kind of composition more frequent in our language than perhaps any other, from which arises to foreigners the greatest difficulty. We modify the signification of many verbs by a particle subjoined, as to come off, to escape by a fetch, to fall on, to attack, to fall off, to apostatize, to break off, to stop abruptly, to bear out, to justify, to fall in, to comply, to give over, to cease, to set off, to embellish, to set in, to begin a continual tenor, to set out, to begin a course or journey, to take off, to copy, with innumerable expressions of the same kind, of which some appear wildly irregular, being so far distant from the sense of these simple words, that no sagacity will be able to trace the steps by which they arrived at the present use. These I have noted with great care, and though I cannot flatter myself that the collection is complete, I believe I have so far assisted the students of our language, that this kind of phraseology will be no longer insuperable, and the combinations of verbs and particles, by chance omitted, will be easily explained by comparison with those that may be found. Many words yet stand supported only by the name of Bailey, Ainsworth, Phillips, or the contracted dict for dictionaries subjoined. Of these I am not always certain that they are read in any book but the work of lexicographers. Of such I have omitted many, because I had never read them, and many I have inserted, because they may perhaps exist, though they have escaped my notice. They are, however, to be yet considered as resting only upon the credit of former dictionaries. Others which I considered as useful, or known to be proper, though I could not at present support them by authorities, I have suffered to stand upon my own attestation, claiming the same privilege with my predecessors of being sometimes credited without proof. The words thus selected and disposed are grammatically considered. They are referred to the different parts of speech, traced, when they are irregularly inflected, through their various terminations, and illustrated by observations, not indeed of great or striking importance, separately considered, but necessary to the elucidation of our language, and hitherto neglected or forgotten by English grammarians. That part of my work on which I expect malignity most frequently to fasten is the explanation, in which I cannot hope to satisfy those who are perhaps not inclined to be pleased, since I have not always been able to satisfy myself. To interpret a language by itself is very difficult. Many words cannot be explained by synonyms, because the idea signified by them has not more than one appellation, nor by paraphrase, because simple ideas cannot be described. When the nature of things is unknown, or the notion unsettled and indefinite, and various in various minds, the words by which such notions are conveyed, or such things denoted, will be ambiguous and perplexed; and such is the fate of hapless lexicography, that not only darkness, but light impedes and distresses it. Things may be not only too little, but too much known, to be happily illustrated. To explain requires the use of terms less abstruse than that which is to be explained, and such terms cannot always be found; for as nothing can be proved but by supposing something intuitively known and evident without proof, so nothing can be defined by the use of words too plain to admit a definition. Other words there are, of which the sense is too subtle and evanescent to be fixed in a paraphrase. Such are all those which are by the grammarians termed expletives, and in dead languages are suffered to pass for empty sounds, of no other use than to fill a verse, or to modulate a period, but which are easily perceived in living tongues to have power and emphasis, though it be sometimes such as no other form of expression can convey. My labour has likewise been much increased by a class of verbs too frequent in the English language, of which the signification is so loose and general, the use so vague and indeterminate, and the senses distorted so widely from the first idea, that it is hard to trace them through the maze of variation, to catch them on the brink of utter inanity, to circumscribe them by any limitations, or interpret them by any words of distinct and settled meaning. Such are bear, B-E-A-R, break, B-R-E-A-K, come, cast, full, get, give, do, put, set, go, run, make, take, turn, throw. If of these the whole power is not accurately delivered, it must be remembered that while our language is yet living, and variable by the caprice of every one that speaks it, these words are hourly shifting their relations, and can be no more ascertained in a dictionary than a grove in the agitation of a storm can be accurately delineated from its picture in the water. The particles are among all nations applied with so great latitude, that they are not easily reducible under any regular scheme of explication. This difficulty is not less, nor perhaps greater, in English than in other languages. I have labored them with diligence, I hope with success, such at least as can be expected in a task which no man, however learned or sagacious, has yet been able to perform. End of Section 20 of Prefaces and Prologues to Famous Books, read by DSayers in Modesto, California, for LibriVox. Section 21 of Prefaces and Prologues to Famous Books. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Read by DSayers. Prefaces and Prologues of Famous Books. Edited by Charles W. Eliot. Preface to the English Dictionary, Part 2. And To the Right Honourable the Earl of Chesterfield, by Samuel Johnson. Preface to the English Dictionary, Part 2. Some words there are which I cannot explain because I do not understand them. These might have been omitted very often with little inconvenience, but I would not so far indulge my vanity as to decline this confession. For when Tully owns himself ignorant whether Lessus in the 12 Tables means a funeral song or mourning garment, and Aristotle doubts whether Oreus in the Iliad signifies a mule or muleteer, I may freely, without shame, leave some obscurities to happier industry or future information. The rigor of interpretive lexicography requires that the explanation and the word explained should always be reciprocal. This I have always endeavored, but could not always attain. Words are seldom exactly synonymous. A new term was not introduced, but because the former was thought inadequate. Names, therefore, have often many ideas, but few ideas have many names. It was then necessary to use the proximate word, for the deficiency of single terms can very seldom be supplied by circumlocution. Nor is the inconvenience great of such mutilated interpretations, because the sense may easily be collected entire from the examples. In every word of extensive use, it was requisite to mark the progress of its meaning, and show by what gradations of intermediate sense it has passed from its primitive to its remote and accidental signification, so that every foregoing explanation should tend to that which follows, and the series be regularly concatenated from the first notion to the last. This is specious, but not always practicable. Kindred senses may be so interwoven that the perplexity cannot be disentangled, nor any reason be assigned why one should be ranged before the other. When the radical idea branches out into parallel ramifications, how can a consecutive series be formed of senses in their nature collateral? The shades of meaning sometimes pass imperceptibly into each other, so that, though on one side they apparently differ, yet it is impossible to mark the point of contact. Ideas of the same race, though not exactly alike, are sometimes so little different that no words can express the dissimilitude, though the mind easily perceives it when they are exhibited together, and sometimes there is such a confusion of acceptations that discernment is wearied and distinction puzzled, and perseverance herself hurries to an end by crowding together what she cannot separate. These complaints of difficulty will, by those that have never considered words beyond their popular use, be thought only the jargon of a man willing to magnify his labours, and procure veneration to his studies by involution and obscurity. But every art is obscure to those that have not learned it. This uncertainty of terms and commixture of ideas is well known to those who have joined philosophy with grammar, and if I have not expressed them very clearly, it must be remembered that I am speaking of that which words are insufficient to explain. The original sense of words is often driven out of use by their metaphorical acceptations, yet must be inserted for the sake of a regular origination. Thus, I know not whether ardor is used for material heat, or whether flagrant, in English, ever signifies the same with burning. Yet such are the primitive ideas of these words, which are therefore set first, though without examples, that the figurative senses may be commodiously deduced. Such is the exuberance of signification which many words have obtained, that it was scarcely possible to collect all their senses. Sometimes the meaning of derivatives must be sought in the mother term, and sometimes deficient explanations of the primitive may be supplied in the train of derivation. In any case of doubt or difficulty, it will be always proper to examine all the words of the same race, for some words are slightly passed over to avoid repetition, some admitted easier and clearer explanation than others, and all will be better understood as they are considered in greater variety of structures and relations. All the interpretations of words are not written with the same skill, or the same happiness. Things equally easy in themselves are not all equally easy to any single mind. Every writer of a long work commits errors, where there appears neither ambiguity to mislead, nor obscurity to confound him. And in a search like this, many felicities of expression will be casually overlooked, many convenient parallels will be forgotten, and many particulars will admit improvement from a mind utterly unequal to the whole performance. But many seeming faults are to be imputed rather to the nature of the undertaking than the negligence of the performer. Thus, some explanations are unavoidably reciprocal or circular, as hind, the female of the stag; stag, the male of the hind. Sometimes easier words are changed into harder, as burial into sepulture or interment, drier into desiccative, dryness into siccity or aridity, fit into paroxysm, for the easiest word, whatever it be, can never be translated into one more easy. But easiness and difficulty are merely relative, and if the present prevalence of our language should invite foreigners to this dictionary, many will be assisted by those words which now seem only to increase or produce obscurity. For this reason I have endeavoured frequently to join a Teutonic and Roman interpretation, as to cheer, to gladden or exhilarate, that every learner of English may be assisted by his own tongue. The solution of all difficulties, and the supply of all defects, must be sought in the examples, subjoined to the various senses of each word, and ranged according to the time of their authors. When first I collected these authorities, I was desirous that every quotation should be useful to some other end than the illustration of a word. I therefore extracted from philosophers principles of science, from historians remarkable facts, from chemists complete processes, from divines striking exhortations, and from poets beautiful descriptions. Such is design, while it is yet at a distance from execution. When the time called upon me to range this accumulation of elegance and wisdom into an alphabetical series, I soon discovered that the bulk of my volumes would fright away the student, and was forced to depart from my scheme of including all that was pleasing or useful in English literature, and reduce my transcripts very often to clusters of words, in which scarcely any meaning is retained. Thus, to the weariness of copying, I was condemned to add the vexation of expunging. Some passages I have yet spared, which may relieve the labor of verbal searches, and intersperse with verdure and flowers the dusty deserts of barren philology. The examples thus mutilated are no longer to be considered as conveying the sentiments or doctrines of their authors. The word for the sake of which they are inserted, with all its appendant clauses, has been carefully preserved, but it may sometimes happen, by hasty detruncation, that the general tendency of the sentence may be changed. The divine may desert his tenets, or the philosopher his system. Some of the examples have been taken from writers who were never mentioned as masters of elegance or models of style, but words must be sought where they are used, and in what pages, eminent for purity, can terms of manufacture or agriculture be found? Many quotations serve no other purpose than that of proving the bare existence of words, and are therefore selected with less scrupulousness than those which are to teach their structures and relations. My purpose was to admit no testimony of living authors, that I might not be misled by partiality, and that none of my cotemporaries might have reason to complain, nor have I departed from this resolution, but when some performance of uncommon excellence excited my veneration, when my memory supplied me, from late books, with an example that was wanting, or when my heart, in the tenderness of friendship, solicited admissions for a favourite name. So far have I been from any care to grace my pages with modern decorations, that I have studiously endeavoured to collect examples and authorities from the writers before the Restoration, whose works I regard as the wells of English undefiled, as the pure sources of genuine diction. Our language, for almost a century, has, by the concurrence of many causes, been gradually departing from its original Teutonic character, and deviating towards a Gaelic structure and phraseology, from which it ought to be our endeavour to recall it, by making our ancient volumes the groundwork of style, admitting among the additions of later times only such as may supply real deficiencies, such as are readily adopted by the genius of our tongue, and incorporate easily with our native idioms. But, as every language has a time of rudeness antecedent to perfection, as well as of false refinement and declension, I have been cautious lest my zeal for antiquity might drive me into times too remote, and crowd my book with words now no longer understood. I have fixed Sidney's work for the boundary, beyond which I make few excursions. From the authors which rose in the time of Elizabeth, a speech might be formed adequate to all the purposes of use and elegance, if the language of theology were extracted from Hooker and the translation of the Bible, the terms of natural knowledge from Bacon, the phrases of policy, war, and navigation from Raleigh, the dialect of poetry and fiction from Spenser and Sidney, and the diction of common life from Shakespeare, few ideas would be lost to mankind for want of English words in which they might be expressed. It is not sufficient that a word is found, unless it be so combined as that its meaning is apparently determined by the tract and tenor of the sentence. Such passages I have therefore chosen, and when it happened that any author gave a definition of a term, or such an explanation as is equivalent to a definition, I have placed his authority as a supplement to my own, without regard to the chronological order that is otherwise observed. Some words, indeed, stand unsupported by any authority, but they are commonly derivative nouns or adverbs, formed from their primitives by regular and constant analogy, or names of things seldom occurring in books, or words of which I have reason to doubt the existence. There is more danger of censure from the multiplicity than paucity of examples. Authorities will sometimes seem to have been accumulated without necessity or use, and perhaps some will be found which might, without loss, have been omitted. But a work of this kind is not hastily to be charged with superfluities. Those quotations which to careless or unskilful perusers appear only to repeat the same sense will often exhibit, to a more accurate examiner, diversities of signification, or at least afford different shades of the same meaning. One will show the word applied to persons, another to things. One will express an ill, another a good, and a third a neutral sense. One will prove the expression genuine from an ancient author, another will show it elegant from a modern. A doubtful authority is corroborated by another of more credit. An ambiguous sentence is ascertained by a passage clear and determinate. The word, how often soever repeated, appears with new associates and in different combinations, and every quotation contributes something to the stability or enlargement of the language. When words are used equivocally, I receive them in either sense. When they are metaphorical, I adopt them in their primitive acceptation. I have sometimes, though rarely, yielded to the temptation of exhibiting a genealogy of sentiments, by showing how one author copied the thoughts and diction of another. Such quotations are indeed little more than repetitions, which might justly be censured, did they not gratify the mind by affording a kind of intellectual history. The various syntactical structures occurring in the examples have been carefully noted. The license or negligence with which many words have been hitherto used has made our style capricious and indeterminate. When the different combinations of the same word are exhibited together, the preference is readily given to propriety, and I have often endeavored to direct the choice. Thus have I labored to settle the orthography, display the analogy, regulate the structures, and ascertain the signification of English words, to perform all the parts of a faithful lexicographer. But I have not always executed my own scheme, or satisfied my own expectations. The work, whatever proofs of diligence or attention it may exhibit, is yet capable of many improvements. The orthography which I recommend is still controvertible. The etymology which I adopt is uncertain, and perhaps frequently erroneous. The explanations are sometimes too much contracted, and sometimes too much diffused. The significations are distinguished rather with subtlety than skill, and the attention is harassed with unnecessary minuteness. The examples are too often injudiciously truncated, and perhaps sometimes, I hope very rarely, alleged in a mistaken sense; for, in making this collection, I trusted more to memory than, in a state of disquiet and embarrassment, memory can contain, and purported to supply at the review what was left incomplete in the first transcription. Many terms appropriated to particular occupations, though necessary and significant, are undoubtedly omitted, and of the words most studiously considered and exemplified, many senses have escaped observation. Yet these failures, however frequent, may admit extenuation and apology. To have attempted much is always laudable, even when the enterprise is above the strength that undertakes it. To rest below his own aim is incident to every one whose fancy is active, and whose views are comprehensive; nor is any man satisfied with himself because he has done much, and because he can conceive little. When first I engaged in this work, I resolved to leave neither words nor things unexamined, and pleased myself with a prospect of the hours which I should revel away in feasts of literature, the obscure recesses of northern learning, which I should enter and ransack, the treasures with which I expected every search into those neglected mines to reward my labour, and the triumph with which I should display my acquisitions to mankind. When I had thus inquired into the original of words, I resolved to show likewise my attention to things, to pierce deep into every science, to inquire the nature of every substance of which I inserted the name, to limit every idea by a definition strictly logical, and exhibit every production of art or nature in an accurate description, that my book might be in place of all other dictionaries, whether appellative or technical. But these were the dreams of a poet doomed at last to wake a lexicographer. I soon found that it is too late to look for instruments when the work calls for execution, and that whatever abilities I had brought to my task, with those I must finally perform it. To deliberate whenever I doubted, to inquire whenever I was ignorant, would have protracted the undertaking without end, and perhaps without much improvement; for I did not find by my first experiments that what I had not of my own was easily to be obtained. I saw that one inquiry only gave occasion to another, that book referred to book, that to search was not always to find, and to find was not always to be informed, and that thus to peruse perfection was, like the first inhabitants of Arcadia, to chase the sun, which, when they had reached the hill where he seemed to rest, was still beheld at the same distance from them. I then contracted my design, determining to confide in myself, and no longer to solicit auxiliaries, which produced more encumbrance than assistance. By this I obtained at least one advantage, that I set limits to my work, which would in time be finished, though not completed. Despondency has never so far prevailed as to depress me to negligence. Some faults will at last appear to be the effects of anxious diligence and persevering activity. The nice and subtle ramifications of meaning were not easily avoided by a mind intent upon accuracy, and convinced of the necessity of disentangling combinations, and separating similitudes. many of the distinctions which to common readers appear useless and idle will be found real and important by men versed in the school philosophy, without which no dictionary ever shall be accurately compiled or skilfully examined. Some senses, however, there are, which, though not the same, are yet so clearly allied, that they are often confounded. Most men think indistinctly, and therefore cannot speak with exactness, and consequently some examples might be indifferently put to either signification. This uncertainty is not to be imputed to me, who do not form, but register the language, who do not teach men how they should think, but relate how they have hitherto expressed their thoughts. The imperfect sense of some examples I lamented, but could not remedy, and hope they will be compensated by innumerable passages selected with propriety, and preserved with exactness, some shining with sparks of imagination, and some replete with treasures of wisdom. The orthography and etymology, though imperfect, are not imperfect for want of care, but because care will not always be successful, and recollection or information come too late for use. That many terms of art and manufacture are omitted must be frankly acknowledged, but for this defect I may boldly allege that it was unavoidable. I could not visit caverns to learn the miners' language, nor take a voyage to perfect my skill in the dialect of navigation, nor visit the warehouses of merchants and shops of artificers, to gain the names of wares, tools, and operations, of which no mention is found in books. What favourable accident or easy inquiry brought within my reach has not been neglected, but it had been a hopeless labour to glean up words by courting living information, and contesting with the sullenness of one and the roughness of the other. To furnish the academicians della Crusca with words of this kind, a series of comedies called La Fiera, or the Fair, was professedly written by Buonarroti; but I had no such assistant, and therefore was content to want what they must have wanted likewise, had they not luckily been so supplied. Nor are all words which are not found in the vocabulary to be lamented as omissions. Of the laborious and mercantile part of the people, the diction is in a great measure casual and mutable. Many of their terms are formed for some temporary or local convenience, and though current at certain times and places, are in others utterly unknown. This fugitive cant, which is always in a state of increase or decay, cannot be regarded as any part of the durable materials of a language, and therefore must be suffered to perish with other things unworthy of preservation. Care will sometimes betray to the appearance of negligence. He that is catching opportunities, which seldom occur, will suffer those to pass by unregarded, which he expects hourly to return. He that is searching for rare and remote things will neglect those that are obvious and familiar. Thus many of the most common and cursory words have been inserted with little illustration, because in gathering the authorities I forbore to copy those which I thought likely to occur whenever they were wanted. It is remarkable that, in reviewing my collection, I found the word see unexemplified. Thus it happens that in things difficult there is danger from ignorance, and in things easy from confidence. The mind, afraid of greatness, and disdainful of littleness, hastily withdraws herself from painful searches, and passes with scornful rapidity over tasks not adequate to her powers, sometimes too secure for caution, and again too anxious for vigorous effort, sometimes idle in a plain path, and sometimes distracted in labyrinths, and dissipated by different intentions. A large work is difficult because it is large, even though all its parts might singly be performed with facility. Where there are many things to be done, each must be allowed its share of time and labor, in the proportion only which it bears to the whole, nor can it be expected that the stones which form the dome of a temple should be squared and polished like the diamond of a ring. Of the event of this work, for which, having labored it with so much application, I cannot but have some degree of parental fondness, it is natural to form conjectures. Those who have been persuaded to think well of my design require that it should fix our language, and put a stop to those alterations which time and chance have hitherto been suffered to make in it without opposition. With this consequence, I will confess that I flattered myself for a while, but now begin to fear that I have indulged expectation which neither reason nor experience can justify. When we see men grow old and die at a certain time, one after another, from century to century, we laugh at the elixir that promises to prolong life to 1,000 years. And with equal justice may the lexicographer be derided, who, being able to produce no example of a nation that has preserved their words and phrases from mutability, shall imagine that his dictionary can embalm his language, and secure it from corruption and decay; that it is in his power to change sublunary nature, or clear the world at once from folly, vanity, and affectation. With this hope, however, academies have been instituted, to guard the avenues of their languages, to retain fugitives, and repulse intruders; but their vigilance and activity have hitherto been vain. Sounds are too volatile and subtle for legal restraints. To enchain syllables and to lash the wind are equally the undertakings of pride, unwilling to measure its desires by its strength. The French language has visibly changed under the inspection of the Academy. The style of Amelot's translation of Father Paul is observed by Le Courrier to be un peu passé, and no Italian will maintain that the diction of any modern writer is not perceptibly different from that of Boccace, Machiavel, or Caro. Total and sudden transformations of a language seldom happen. Conquests and migrations are now very rare, but there are other causes of change, which, though slow in their operation, and invisible in their progress, are, perhaps, as much superior to human resistance as the revolutions of the sky, or intumescence of the tide. Commerce, however necessary, however lucrative, as it depraves the manners, corrupts the language. That they have frequent intercourse with strangers, to whom they endeavour to accommodate themselves, must in time learn a mingled dialect, like the jargon which serves the traffickers on the Mediterranean and Indian coasts. This will not always be confined to the exchange, the warehouse, or the port, but will be communicated by degrees to other ranks of the people, and at last incorporated with the current speech. There are likewise internal causes equally forcible. The language most likely to continue long without alteration would be that of a nation raised a little, and but a little, above barbarity, secluded from strangers, and totally employed in procuring the conveniences of life, either without books, or, like some of the Mahometan countries, with very few. Men thus busied and unlearned having only such words as common use requires, would perhaps long continue to express the same notions by the same signs. But no such constancy can be expected in a people polished by arts, and classed by subordination, where one part of the community is sustained and accommodated by the labor of the other. Those who have much leisure to think will always be enlarging the stock of ideas, and every increase of knowledge, whether real or fancied, will produce new words, or combinations of words. When the mind is unchained from necessity, it will range after convenience. When it is left at large in the fields of speculation, it will shift opinions. As any custom is disused, the words that expressed it must perish with it. As any opinion grows popular, it will innovate speech in the same proportion as it alters practice. As by the cultivation of various sciences a language is amplified, it will be more furnished with words deflected from their original sense. The geometrician will talk of a courtier's zenith, or the eccentric virtue of a wild hero, and the physician of sanguine expectations and phlegmatic delays. Copiousness of speech will give opportunities to capricious choice, by which some words will be preferred and others degraded. Vicissitudes of fashion will enforce the use of new, or extend the signification of known terms. The tropes of poetry will make hourly encroachments, and the metaphorical will become the current use. Pronunciation will be varied by levity or ignorance, and the pen must at length comply with the tongue. Illiterate writers will at one time or other, by public infatuation, rise into renown, who, not knowing the original import of words, will use them with colloquial licentiousness, confound distinction, and forget propriety. As politeness increases, some expressions will be considered as too gross and vulgar for the delicate, others as too formal and ceremonious for the gay and airy. New phrases are therefore adopted, which must, for the same reasons, be in time dismissed. Swift, in his petty treatise on the English language, allows that new words must sometimes be introduced, but proposes that none should be suffered to become obsolete. But what makes a word obsolete, more than general agreement to forbear it? And how shall it be continued, when it conveys an offensive idea, or recalled again into the mouths of mankind, when it has once by disuse become unfamiliar, and by unfamiliarity unpleasing? There is another cause of alteration more prevalent than any other, which yet, in the present state of the world, cannot be obviated. A mixture of two languages will produce a third distinct from both, and they will always be mixed, where the chief part of education and the most conspicuous accomplishment is skill in ancient or in foreign tongues. He that has long cultivated another language will find its words and combinations crowd upon his memory, and haste or negligence, refinement or affectation, will obtrude borrowed terms and exotic expressions. The great pest of speech is frequency of translation. No book was ever turned from one language into another without imparting something of its native idiom. This is the most mischievous and comprehensive innovation. Single words may enter by thousands, and the fabric of the tongue continue the same, but new phraseology changes much at once. It alters not the single stones of the building, but the order of the columns. If an academy should be established for the cultivation of our style, which I, who can never wish to see dependence multiplied, hope the spirit of English liberty will hinder or destroy, let them, instead of compiling grammars and dictionaries, endeavour, with all their influence, to stop the license of translators, whose idleness and ignorance, if it be suffered to proceed, will reduce us to Babel, a dialect of France. If the changes that we fear be thus irresistible, what remains but to acquiesce with silence, as in the other insurmountable distresses of humanity? It remains that we retard what we cannot repel, that we palliate what we cannot cure. Life may be lengthened by care, though death cannot be ultimately defeated. Tongues, like governments, have a natural tendency to degeneration. We have long preserved our constitution. Let us make some struggles for our language. In hope of giving longevity to that which its own nature forbids to be immortal, I have devoted this book, the labour of years, to the honour of my country, that we may no longer yield the palm of philology to the nations of the continent. The chief glory of every people arises from its authors. Whether I shall add any thing by my own writings to the reputation of English literature must be left to time. Much of my life has been lost under the pressures of disease, much has been trifled away, and much has always been spent in provision for the day that was passing over me. But I shall not think my employment useless or ignoble, if by my assistance foreign nations and distant ages gain access to the propagators of knowledge, and understand the teachers of truth; if my labours afford light to the repositories of science, and add celebrity to Bacon, to Hooker, to Milton, and to Boyle. When I am animated by this wish, I look with pleasure on my book, however defective, and deliver it to the world with the spirit of a man that has endeavoured well. That it will immediately become popular, I have not promised to myself. A few wild blunders and risible absurdities, from which no work of such multiplicity was ever free, may, for a time, furnish folly with laughter, and harden ignorance in contempt. But useful diligence will at last prevail, and there never can be wanting some who distinguish, desert, who will consider that no dictionary of a living tongue ever can be perfect, since while it is hastening to publication some words are budding, and some falling away; that a whole life cannot be spent upon syntax and etymology, and that even a whole life would not be sufficient; that he whose design includes whatever language can express, must often speak of what he does not understand; that a writer will sometimes be hurried by eagerness to the end, and sometimes faint with weariness under a task, which Scaliger compares to the labours of the anvil and the mine; that what is obvious is not always known, and what is known is not always present; that sudden fits of inadvertency will surprise vigilance, slight avocations will seduce attention, and casual eclipses of the mind will darken learning; and that the writer shall often in vain trace his memory at the moment of need, for that which yesterday he knew with intuitive readiness, and which will come uncalled into his thoughts tomorrow. In this work, when it shall be found that much is omitted, let it not be forgotten that much likewise is performed; and though no book was ever spared out of tenderness to the author, and the world is little solicitous to know whence proceeded the faults of that which it condemns, yet it may gratify curiosity to inform it, that the English dictionary was written with little assistance of the learned, and without any patronage of the great; not in the soft obscurities of retirement, or under the shelter of academic bowers, but amidst inconvenience and distraction, in sickness and in sorrow. And it may repress the triumph of malignant criticism to observe, that if our language is not here fully displayed, I have only failed in an attempt which no human powers have hitherto completed. If the lexicons of ancient tongues, now immutably fixed, and comprised in a few volumes, be yet, after the toil of successive ages, inadequate and delusive; if the aggregated knowledge and cooperating diligence of the Italian academicians did not secure them from the censure of Beni; if the embodied critics of France, when 50 years had been spent upon their work, were obliged to change its oeconomy and give their second edition another form, I may surely be contented without the praise of perfection, which, if I could obtain, in this gloom of solitude, what would it avail me? I have protracted my work till most of those whom I wished to please have sunk into the grave, and success and miscarriage are empty sounds. I therefore dismiss it with frigid tranquillity, having little to fear or hope from censure or from praise. To the Right Honourable the Earl of Chesterfield, February 7th, 1755. My Lord, I have lately been informed by the proprietor of the World that 2 papers, in which my dictionary is recommended to the public, were written by your lordship. To be so distinguished is an honour which, being very little accustomed to favours from the great, I know not well how to receive, or in what terms to acknowledge. When, upon some slight encouragement, I first visited your lordship, I was overpowered, like the rest of mankind, by the enchantment of your address, and I could not forbear to wish that I might boast myself le vainqueur du vainqueur de la terre, that I might obtain that regard for which I saw the world contending; but I found my attendance so little encouraged, that neither pride nor modesty would suffer me to continue it. When I had once addressed your lordship in public, I had exhausted all the art of pleasing which a retired and uncourtly scholar can possess. I had done all that I could, and no man is well pleased to have his all neglected, be it ever so little. 7 years, my lord, have now passed since I waited in your outward rooms, or was repulsed from your door, during which time I have been pushing on my work through difficulties, of which it is useless to complain, and have brought it at last to the verge of publication, without one act of assistance, one word of encouragement, or one smile of favour. Such treatment I did not expect, for I never had a patron before. The shepherd in Virgil grew at last acquainted with love, and found him a native of the rocks. Is not a patron, my lord, one who looks with unconcern on a man struggling for life in the water, and when he has reached ground encumbers him with help? The notice which you have been pleased to take of my labours, had it been early, had been kind, but it has been delayed till I am indifferent and cannot enjoy it, till I am solitary and cannot impart it, till I am known and do not want it. I hope it is no very cynical asperity not to confess obligations where no benefit has been received, or to be unwilling that the public should consider me as owing that to a patron, which Providence has enabled me to do for myself. Having carried on my work thus far with so little obligation to any favourer of learning, I shall not be disappointed though I should conclude it, if less be possible, with less. For I have been long wakened from that dream of hope in which I once boasted myself with so much exultation. My lord, your lordship's most humble, most obedient servant, Samuel Johnson. End of section 21. From Prefaces and Prologues to Famous Books. Read by DSayers in Modesto, California, for LibriVox. Section 22 of Prefaces and Prologues to Famous Books. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by DSayers. Prefaces and Prologues to Famous Books, edited by Charles W. Eliot. Preface to Shakespeare, by Samuel Johnson, 1765. That praises are without reason lavished on the dead, and that the honours due only to excellence are paid to antiquity, is a complaint likely to be always continued by those who, being able to add nothing to truth, hope for eminence from the heresies of paradox; or those who, being forced by disappointment upon consolatory expedients, are willing to hope from posterity what the present age refuses, and flatter themselves that the regard which is yet denied by envy will be at last bestowed by time. Antiquity, like every other quality that attracts the notice of mankind, has undoubtedly votaries that reverence it, not from reason, but from prejudice. Some seem to admire indiscriminately whatever has been long preserved, without considering that time has sometimes cooperated with chance. All, perhaps, are more willing to honour past than present excellence, and the mind contemplates genius through the shades of age, as the eye surveys the sun through artificial opacity. The great contention of criticism is to find the faults of the moderns and the beauties of the ancients. While an author is yet living, we estimate his powers by his worst performance, and when he is dead, we rate them by his best. To works, however, of which the excellence is not absolute and definite, but gradual and comparative, to works not raised upon principles demonstrative and scientific, but appealing wholly to observation and experience, no other test can be applied than length of duration and continuance of esteem. What mankind have long possessed, they have often examined and compared, and if they persist to value the possession, it is because frequent comparisons have confirmed opinion in its favour. As among the works of nature no man can properly call a river deep, or a mountain high, without the knowledge of many mountains and many rivers, so in the productions of genius nothing can be styled excellent till it has been compared with other works of the same kind. Demonstration immediately displays its power, and has nothing to hope or fear from the flux of years; but works tentative and experimental must be estimated by their proportion to the general and collective ability of man, as it is discovered in a long succession of endeavours. Of the first building that was raised, it might with certainty be determined that it was round or square, but whether it was spacious or lofty must have been referred to time. The Pythagorean scale of numbers was at once discovered to be perfect, but the poems of Homer we yet know not to transcend the common limits of human intelligence, but by remarking that nation after nation, and century after century, has been able to do little more than transpose his incidents, new name his characters, and paraphrase his sentiments. The reverence due to writings that have long subsisted arises, therefore, not from any credulous confidence in the superior wisdom of past ages, or gloomy persuasion of the degeneracy of mankind, but is the consequence of acknowledged and indubitable positions, that what has been longest known has been most considered, and what is most considered is best understood. The poet of whose works I have undertaken the revision may now begin to assume the dignity of an ancient, and claim the privilege of established fame and prescriptive veneration. He has long outlived his century, the term commonly fixed as the test of literary merit. Whatever advantages he might once derive from personal allusions, local customs, or temporary opinions, have for many years been lost, and every topic of merriment or motive of sorrow, which the modes of artificial life afforded him, now only obscure the scenes which they once illuminated. The effects of favour and competition are at an end. The tradition of his friendships and his enemies has perished. His works support no opinion with arguments, nor supply any faction with invectives. They can neither indulge vanity nor gratify malignity, but are read without any other reason than the desire of pleasure, and are therefore praised only as pleasure is obtained, yet thus unassisted by interest or passion. They have passed through variations of taste and changes of manners, and as they devolved from one generation to another, have received new honours at every transmission. But because human judgment, though it be gradually gaining upon certainty, never becomes infallible, and approbation, though long continued, may yet be only the approbation of prejudice or fashion, it is proper to inquire by what peculiarities of excellence Shakespeare has gained and kept the favour of his countrymen. Nothing can please many, and please long, but just representations of general nature. Particular manner can be known to few, and therefore few only can judge how nearly they are copied. The irregular combinations of fanciful invention may delight a while, by that novelty of which the common satiety of life sends us all in quest, but the pleasures of sudden wonder are soon exhausted, and the mind can only repose on the stability of truth. Shakespeare is above all writers, at least above all modern writers, the poet of nature, the poet that holds up to his readers a faithful mirror of manners and of life. His characters are not modified by the customs of particular places, unpractised by the rest of the world, by the peculiarities of studies or professions, which can operate but upon small numbers, or by the accidents of transient fashions or temporary opinions. They are the genuine progeny of common humanity, such as the world will always supply, and observation will always find. His persons act and speak by the influence of those general passions and principles by which all minds are agitated, and the whole system of life is continued in motion. In the writings of other poets, a character is too often an individual; in those of Shakespeare it is commonly a species. It is from this wide extension of design that so much instruction is derived. It is this which fills the plays of Shakespeare with practical axioms and domestic wisdom. It was said of Euripides that every verse was a precept, and it may be said of Shakespeare that from his works may be collected a system of civil and economical prudence. Yet his real power is not shown in the splendor of particular passages, but by the progress of his fable, and the tenor of his dialogue; and he that tries to recommend him by select quotations will succeed like the peasant in Hierocles, who, when he offered his house to sale, carried a brick in his pocket as a specimen. It will not easily be imagined how much Shakespeare excels in accommodating his sentiments to real life, but by comparing him with other authors. It was observed of the ancient schools of declamation, that the more diligently they were frequented, the more was the student disqualified for the world, because he found nothing there which he should ever meet in any other place. The same remark may be applied to every stage but that of Shakespeare. The theatre, when it is under any other direction, is peopled by such characters as were never seen, conversing in a language which was never heard, upon topics which will never rise in the commerce of mankind. But the dialogue of this author is often so evidently determined by the incident which produces it, and is pursued with so much ease and simplicity, that it seems scarcely to claim the merit of fiction, but to have been gleaned by diligent selection out of common conversation and common occurrences. Upon every other stage the universal agent is love, by whose power all good and evil is distributed, and every action quickened or retarded. To bring a lover, a lady, and a rival into the fable, to entangle them in contradictory obligations, perplex them with oppositions of interest, and harass them with violence of desires inconsistent with each other, to make them meet in rapture and part in agony, to fill their mouths with hyperbolical joy and outrageous sorrow, to distress them as nothing human ever was distressed, to deliver them as nothing human ever was delivered, is the business of a modern dramatist. For this, probability is violated, life is misrepresented, and language is depraved. But love is only one of many passions, and as it has no great influence upon the sum of life, it has little operation in the dramas of a poet, who caught his ideas from the living world, and exhibited only what he saw before him. He knew that any other passion, as it was regular or exorbitant, was a cause of happiness or calamity. Characters thus ample and general were not easily discriminated and preserved, yet perhaps no poet ever kept his personages more distinct from each other. I will not say with Pope that every speech may be assigned to the proper speaker, because many speeches there are which have nothing characteristical; but perhaps, though some may be equally adapted to every person, it will be difficult to find any that can be properly transferred from the present possessor to another claimant. The choice is right when there is reason for choice. Other dramatists can only gain attention by hyperbolical or aggravated characters, by fabulous and unexampled excellence or depravity, as the writers of barbarous romances invigorated the reader by a giant and a dwarf; and he that should form his expectations of human affairs from the play or from the tale would be equally deceived. Shakespeare has no heroes. His scenes are occupied only by men, who act and speak as the reader thinks that he should himself have spoken or acted on the same occasion. Even where the agency is supernatural, the dialogue is level with life. Other writers disguise the most natural passions and most frequent incidents, so that he who contemplates them in the book will not know them in the world. Shakespeare approximates the remote, and familiarizes the wonderful. The event which he represents will not happen, but if it were possible, its effects would probably be such as he has assigned, and it may be said that he has not only shown human nature as it acts in real exigencies, but as it would be found in trials to which it cannot be exposed. This therefore is the praise of Shakespeare, that his drama is the mirror of life, that he who has mazed his imagination in following the phantoms which other writers raise up before him, may here be cured of his delirious ecstasies by reading human sentiments in human language, by scenes from which a hermit may estimate the transactions of the world, and a confessor predict the progress of the passions. His adherence to general nature has exposed him to the censure of critics, who form their judgments from narrow principles. Dennis and Rymer think his Romans not sufficiently Roman, and Voltaire perhaps thinks decency violated when the Danish usurper is represented as a drunkard. But Shakespeare always makes nature predominate over accident, and if he preserves the essential character, is not very careful of distinctions superinduced and adventitious. His story requires Romans or kings, but he thinks only on men. He knew that Rome, like every other city, had men of all dispositions, and wanting a buffoon, he went into the Senate House for that which the Senate House would certainly have afforded him. He was inclined to show an usurper and a murderer not only odious but despicable. He therefore added drunkenness to his other qualities, knowing that kings love wine like other men, and that wine exerts its natural power upon kings. These are the petty cavils of petty minds. A poet overlooks the casual distinction of country and condition, as a painter, satisfied with the figure, neglects the drapery. The censure which he has incurred by mixing comic and tragic scenes, as it extends to all his works, deserves more consideration. Let the fact be first stated and then examined. Shakespeare's plays are not in the rigorous and critical sense either tragedies or comedies, but compositions of a distinct kind, exhibiting the real state of sublunary nature, which partakes of good and evil, joy and sorrow, mingled with endless variety of proportion and innumerable modes of combination, and expressing the course of the world, in which the loss of one is the gain of another, in which at the same time the reveller is hasting to his wine, and the mourner burying his friend, in which the malignity of one is sometimes defeated by the frolic of another, and many mischiefs and many benefits are done and hindered without design. Out of this chaos of mingled purposes and casualties, the ancient poets, according to the laws which custom had prescribed, selected some the crimes of men, and some their absurdities, some the momentous vicissitudes of life, and some the lighter occurrences, some the terrors of distress, and some the gaieties of prosperity. Thus rose the two modes of imitation, known by the names of tragedy and comedy, compositions intended to promote different ends by contrary means, and considered as so little allied, that I do not recollect among the Greeks or Romans a single writer who attempted both. Shakespeare has united the powers of exciting laughter and sorrow, not only in one mind, but in one composition. Almost all his plays are divided between serious and ludicrous characters, and in the successive evolutions of the design sometimes produce seriousness and sorrow, and sometimes levity and laughter. That this is a practice contrary to the rules of criticism will be readily allowed, but there is always an appeal open from criticism to nature. The end of writing is to instruct. The end of poetry is to instruct by pleasing. That the mingled drama may convey all the instruction of tragedy or comedy cannot be denied, because it includes both in its alterations of exhibition, and approaches nearer than either to the appearance of life, by showing how great machinations and slender designs may promote or obviate one another, and the high and the low cooperate in the general system by unavoidable concatenation. It is objected that by this change of scenes the passions are interrupted in their progression, and that the principal event, being not advanced by a due gradation of preparatory incidents, wants at last the power to move, which constitutes the perfection of dramatic poetry. This reasoning is so specious, that it is received as true even by those who in daily experience feel it to be false. The interchanges of mingled scenes seldom fail to produce the intended vicissitudes of passion. Fiction cannot move so much but that the attention may be easily transferred, and though it must be allowed that pleasing melancholy be sometimes interrupted by unwelcome levity, yet let it be considered likewise that melancholy is often not pleasing, and that the disturbance of one man may be the relief of another, that different auditors have different habitudes, and that upon the whole all pleasure consists in variety. The players, who in their edition divided our author's works into comedies, histories, and tragedies, seem not to have distinguished the three kinds by any very exact or definite ideas, and action, which ended happily to the principal persons, however serious or distressful through its intermediate incidents, in their opinion constituted a comedy. The idea of a comedy continued long amongst us, and plays were written, which, by changing the catastrophe, were tragedies to-day and comedies to-morrow. Tragedy was not in those times a poem of more general dignity or elevation than comedy. It required only a calamitous conclusion, with which the common criticism of that age was satisfied, whatever lighter pleasure it afforded in its progress. History was a series of actions, with no other than chronological succession, independent on each other, and without any tendency to introduce or regulate the conclusion. It is not always very nicely distinguished from tragedy. There is not much nearer approach to unity of action in the tragedy of Antony and Cleopatra than in the history of Richard II, but a history might be continued through many plays. As it had no plan, it had no limits. Through all these denominations of the drama, Shakespeare's mode of composition is the same, an interchange of seriousness and merriment, by which the mind is softened at one time and exhilarated at another. But whatever be his purpose, whether to gladden or depress, or to conduct the story, without vehemence or emotion, through tracts of easy and familiar dialogue, he never fails to attain his purpose. As he commands us, we laugh or mourn, or sit silent with quiet expectation, in tranquillity without indifference. When Shakespeare's plan is understood, most of the criticisms of Rymer and Voltaire vanish away. The play of Hamlet is opened without impropriety by two sentinels. Iago bellows at Brabantio's window without injury to the scheme of the play, though in terms which a modern audience would not easily endure. The character of Polonius is seasonable and useful, and the grave-diggers themselves may be heard with applause. Shakespeare engaged in dramatic poetry with the world open before him. The rules of the ancients were yet known to few, but public judgment was unformed. He had no example of such fame as might force him upon imitation, nor critics of such authority as might restrain his extravagance. He therefore indulged his natural disposition, and his disposition, as Rymer has remarked, led him to comedy. In tragedy he often writes with great appearance of toil and study, what is written at last with little felicity, but in his comic scenes he seems to produce without labour what no labour can improve. In tragedy he is always struggling after some occasion to be comic, but in comedy he seems to repose or to luxuriate, as in a mode of thinking congenial to his nature. In his tragic scenes there is always something wanting, but his comedy often surpasses expectation or desire. His comedy pleases by the thoughts and the language, and his tragedy, for the greater part, by incident and action. His tragedy seems to be skill, his comedy to be instinct. The force of his comic scenes has suffered little diminution from the changes made by a century and a half in manners or in words. As his personages act upon principles arising from genuine passion, very little modified by particular forms, their pleasures and vexations are communicable to all times and to all places. They are natural, and therefore durable. The adventitious peculiarities of personal habits are only superficial dyes, bright and pleasing for a little while, yet soon fading to a dim tint, without any remains of former lustre. But the discriminations of true passion are the colours of nature. They pervade the whole mass, and can only perish with the body that exhibits them. The accidental compositions of heterogeneous modes are dissolved by the chance which combined them, but the uniform simplicity of primitive qualities neither admits increase nor suffers decay. The sand heap by one flood is scattered by another, but the rock always continues in its place. The stream of time which is continually washing the dissoluble fabrics of other poets passes without injury by the adamant of Shakespeare. If there be, what I believe there is in every nation, a style which never becomes obsolete, a certain mode of phraseology so consonant and congenial to the analogy and principles of its respective language, as to remain settled and unaltered, this style is probably to be sought in the common intercourse of life, among those who speak only to be understood, without ambition of elegance. The polite are always catching modish innovations, and the learned depart from established forms of speech, in hope of finding or making better. Those who wish for distinction forsake the vulgar, when the vulgar is right. But there is a conversation above grossness, and below refinement, where propriety resides, and where this poet seems to have gathered his comic dialogue. He is therefore more agreeable to the ears of the present age than any other author equally remote, and among his other excellencies deserves to be studied as one of the original masters of our language. These observations are to be considered not as unexceptionally constant, but as containing general and predominant truth. Shakespeare's familiar dialogue is affirmed to be smooth and clear, yet not wholly without ruggedness or difficulty, as a country may be eminently fruitful, though it has spots unfit for cultivation. His characters are praised as natural, though their sentiments are sometimes forced, and their actions improbable, as the earth upon the whole is spherical, though its surface is varied with protuberances and cavities. Shakespeare with his excellencies has likewise faults, and faults sufficient to obscure and overwhelm any other merit. I shall show them in the proportion in which they appear to me, without envious malignity or superstitious veneration. No question can be more innocently discussed than a dead poet's pretensions to renown, and little regard is due to that bigotry which sets candor higher than truth. His first defect is that to which may be imputed most of the evil in books or in men. He sacrifices virtue to convenience, and is so much more careful to please than to instruct, that he seems to write without any moral purpose. From his writings indeed a system of social duty may be selected, for he that thinks reasonably must think morally, but his precepts and axioms drop casually from him. He makes no just distribution of good or evil, nor is always careful to show in the virtuous a disapprobation of the wicked. He carries his persons indifferently through right and wrong, and at the close dismisses them without further care, and leaves their examples to operate by chance. This fault the barbarity of his age cannot extenuate, for it is always a writer's duty to make the world better, and justice is a virtue independent on time or place. The plots are often so loosely formed that a very slight consideration may improve them, and so carelessly pursued that he seems not always fully to comprehend his own design. He omits opportunities of instructing or delighting, which the train of his story seems to force upon him, and apparently rejects those exhibitions which would be more affecting, for the sake of those which are more easy. It may be observed, that in many of his plays the latter part is evidently neglected. When he found himself near the end of his work, and in view of his reward, he shortened the labour to snatch the profit. He therefore remits his efforts where he should most vigorously exert them, and his catastrophe is improbably produced or imperfectly represented. He had no regard to distinction of time or place, but gives to one age or nation, without scruple, the customs, institutions, and opinions of another, at the expense not only of likelihood, but of possibility. These faults Pope has endeavoured, with more zeal than judgment, to transfer to his imagined interpolators. We need not wonder to find Hector quoting Aristotle, when we see the loves of Theseus and Hippolyta combined with the Gothic mythology of fairies. Shakespeare, indeed, was not the only violator of chronology, for in the same age Sidney, who wanted not the advantages of learning, has in his Arcadia confounded the pastoral with the feudal times, the days of innocence, quiet, and security, with those of turbulence, violence, and adventure. In his comic scenes he is seldom very successful when he engages his characters in reciprocations of smartness and contests of sarcasm. Their jests are commonly gross, and their pleasantry licentious. Neither his gentlemen nor his ladies have much delicacy, nor are sufficiently distinguished from his clowns by any appearance of refined manners. Whether he represented the real conversation of his time is not easy to determine. The reign of Elizabeth is commonly supposed to have been a time of stateliness, formality, and reserve, yet perhaps the relaxations of that severity were not very elegant. There must, however, have been always some modes of gaiety preferable to others, and a writer ought to choose the best. In tragedy his performance seems constantly to be worse, as his labour is more. The effusions of passions which exigency forces out are for the most part striking and energetic, but whenever he solicits his invention or strains his faculties, the offspring of his throes is tumour, meanness, tediousness, and obscurity. In narration he affects a disproportionate pomp of diction, and a wearisome train of circumlocution, and tells the incident imperfectly in many words, which might have been more plainly delivered in few. Narration in dramatic poetry is naturally tedious, as it is unanimated and inactive, and obstructs the progress of the action. It should therefore always be rapid, and enlivened by frequent interruption. Shakespeare found it an encumbrance, and instead of lightening it by brevity, endeavoured to recommend it by dignity and splendour. His declamations or set speeches are commonly cold and weak, for his power was the power of nature, when he endeavoured, like other tragic writers, to catch the opportunities of amplification, and instead of inquiring what the occasion demanded, to show how much his stores of knowledge could supply, he seldom escapes without the pity or resentment of his reader. It is incident to him to be now and then entangled with an unwieldy sentiment, which he cannot well express, and will not reject. He struggles with it a while, and if he continues stubborn, comprises it in words such as occur, and leaves it to be disentangled and evolved by those who have more leisure to bestow upon it. Not that always, where the language is intricate, the thought is subtle, or the image always great, where the line is bulky. The equality of words to things is very often neglected, and trivial sentiments and vulgar ideas disappoint the attention, to which they are recommended by sonorous epithets and swelling figures. But the admirers of this great poet have never less reason to indulge their hopes of supreme excellence than when he seems fully resolved to sink them in dejection, and mollify them with tender emotions by the fall of greatness, the danger of innocence, or the crosses of love. He is not long soft and pathetic without some idle conceit, or contemptible equivocation. He no sooner begins to move than he counteracts himself, and terror and pity, as they are rising in the mind, are checked and blasted by sudden frigidity. A quibble is to Shakespeare what luminous vapours are to the traveller. He follows it at all adventures. It is sure to lead him out of his way, and sure to engulf him in the mire. It has some malignant power over his mind, and its fascinations are irresistible. Whatever be the dignity or profundity of his disquisition, whether he be enlarging knowledge or exalting affection, whether he be amusing attention with incidents or enchaining it in suspense, let but a quibble spring up before him, and he leaves his work unfinished. A quibble is the golden apple for which he will always turn aside from his career, or stoop from his elevation. A quibble, poor and barren as it is, gave him such delight that he was content to purchase it by the sacrifice of reason, propriety, and truth. A quibble was to him the fatal Cleopatra, for which he lost the world, and was content to lose it. It will be thought strange that, in enumerating the defects of this writer, I have not yet mentioned his neglect of the unities, his violation of those laws which have been instituted and established by the joint authority of poets and critics. For his other deviations from the art of writing, I resign him to critical justice, without making any other demand in his favour than that which must be indulged to all human excellence, that his virtues be rated with his failings. But from the censure which this irregularity may bring upon him, I shall, with due reverence to that learning which I must oppose, adventure to try how I can defend him. His histories, being neither tragedies nor comedies, are not subject to any of their laws. Nothing more is necessary to all the praise which they expect, than that the changes of action be so prepared as to be understood, that the incidents be various and affecting, and the characters consistent, natural, and distinct. No other unity is intended, and therefore none is to be sought. In his other works he has well enough preserved the unity of action. He has not, indeed, an intrigue regularly perplexed and regularly unravelled. He does not endeavour to hide his design only to discover it, for this is seldom the order of real events, and Shakespeare is the poet of nature. But his plan has commonly what Aristotle requires, a beginning, a middle, and an end. One event is concatenated with another, and the conclusion follows by easy consequence. There are perhaps some incidents that might be spared, as in other poets there is much talk that only fills up time upon the stage. But the general system makes gradual advances, and the end of the play is the end of expectation. To the unities of time and place he has shown no regard, and perhaps a nearer view of the principles on which they stand will diminish their value, and withdraw from them the veneration which, from the time of Corneille, they have very generally received, by discovering that they have given more trouble to the poet than pleasure to the auditor. The necessity of observing the unities of time and place arises from the supposed necessity of making the drama credible. The critics hold it impossible that an action of months or years can be possibly believed to pass in 3 hours, or that the spectator can suppose himself to sit in the theatre while ambassadors go and return between distant kings, while armies are levied and towns besieged, while an exile wanders and returns, or till he whom they saw courting his mistress shall lament the untimely fall of his son. The mind revolts from evident falsehood, and fiction loses its force when it departs from the resemblance of reality. From the narrow limitation of time necessarily arises the contraction of place. The spectator, who knows that he saw the first act at Alexandria, cannot suppose that he sees the next at Rome, at a distance to which not the dragons of Medea could, in so short a time, have transported him. He knows with certainty that he has not changed his place, and he knows that place cannot change itself, that what was a house cannot become a plain, that what was Thebes can never be Persepolis. Such is the triumphant language with which a critic exults over the misery of an irregular poet, and exults commonly without resistance or reply. It is time therefore to tell him by the authority of Shakespeare, that he assumes, as an unquestionable principle, a position which, while his breath is forming it into words, his understanding pronounces to be false. It is false that any representation is mistaken for reality, that any dramatic fable in its materiality was ever credible, or for a single moment was ever credited. The objection arising from the impossibility of passing the first hour at Alexandria and the next at Rome supposes that when the play opens the spectator really imagines himself at Alexandria, and believes that his walk to the theatre has been a voyage to Egypt, and that he lives in the days of Antony and Cleopatra. Surely he that imagines this may imagine more. He that can take the stage at one time for the palace of the Ptolemies may take it in half an hour for the promontory of Actium. Delusion, if delusion be admitted, has no certain limitation. If the spectator can be once persuaded that his old acquaintance are Alexander and Caesar, that a room illuminated with candles is the plain of Pharsalia, or the bank of Granicus, he is in a state of elevation above the reach of reason, or of truth, and from the heights of empyrean poetry may despise the circumspections of terrestrial nature. There is no reason why a mind thus wandering in ecstasy should count the clock, or why an hour should not be a century in that calenture of the brains that can make the stage a field. The truth is that the spectators are always in their senses, and know from the first act to the last that the stage is only a stage, and that the players are only players. They came to hear a certain number of lines recited with just gesture and elegant modulation. The lines relate to some action, and an action must be in some place, but the different actions that complete a story may be in places very remote from each other, and where is the absurdity of showing that space to represent first Athens and then Sicily, which was always known to be neither Sicily nor Athens, but a modern theatre? By supposition, as place is introduced, times may be extended. The time required by the fable elapses for the most part between the acts, for of so much of the action as is represented, the real and poetical duration is the same. If, in the first act, preparation for war against Mithridates are represented to be made in Rome, the event of the war may, without absurdity, be represented in the catastrophe as happening in Pontus. We know that there is neither war nor preparation for war. We know that we are neither in Rome nor Pontus, that neither Mithridates nor Lucullus are before us. The drama exhibits successive imitations of successive actions, and why may not the second imitation represent an action that happened years after the first, if it be so connected with it that nothing but time can be supposed to intervene? Time is of all modes of existence most obsequious to the imagination. A lapse of years is as easily conceived as a passage of hours. In contemplation we easily contract the time of real actions, and therefore willingly permit it to be contracted when we see only their imitation. It will be asked how the drama moves if it is not credited. It is credited with all the credit due to a drama. It is credited whenever it moves as a just picture of a real original, as representing to the auditor what he would himself feel if he were to do or suffer what is there feigned to be suffered or to be done. The reflection that strikes the heart is not that the evils before us are real evils, but that they are evils to which we ourselves may be exposed. If there be any fallacy, it is not that we fancy the players, but that we fancy ourselves unhappy for a moment, but we rather lament the possibility than suppose the presence of misery, as a mother weeps over her babe when she remembers that death may take it from her. The delight of tragedy proceeds from our consciousness of fiction. If we thought murders and treasons real, they would please us no more. Imitations produce pain or pleasure, not because they are mistaken for realities, but because they bring realities to mind. When the imagination is recreated by a painted landscape, The trees are not supposed capable to give us shade, or the fountains coolness, but we consider how we should be pleased with such fountains playing beside us, and such woods waving over us. We are agitated in reading the history of Henry the Fifth, yet no man takes his book for the field of Agincourt. A dramatic exhibition is a book recited with concomitants that increase or diminish its effect. Familiar comedy is often more powerful in the theatre than on the page. Imperial tragedy is always less. The humour of Petruchio may be heightened by grimace, but what voice or what gesture can hope to add dignity or force to the soliloquy of Cato? A play read affects the mind like a play acted. It is therefore evident that the action is not supposed to be real, and it follows that between the acts a longer or shorter time may be allowed to pass, and that no more account of space or duration is to be taken by the auditor of a drama than by the reader of a narrative, before whom may pass in an hour the life of a hero or the revolutions of an empire. Section 22.